Hey guys, tonight we're going somewhere cold, really cold. A place where bravery froze solid and chivalry smelled faintly of damp wool. We're stepping into the world of medieval warfare, not the shining tournaments or grand banquets, but the long, miserable nights spent in canvas tents during winter sieges. The kind of nights that made even the toughest knight question his life choices. Before we dive in, take a moment to get comfortable. Maybe dim the lights, wrap yourself in a blanket, and if you've got a cup of something warm nearby, that's even better. This is one of those stories best listened to from a place where you can appreciate how lucky you are not to be shivering in a field surrounded by the groans of half-frozen horses. Forget the shining armour of storybooks or the noble quests sung by bards. The real medieval knight wasn't riding off into sunset-lit glory every day. He was trudging through mud, sleeping in frozen tents, and waking up with frost stuck to his beard. War wasn't a weekend event. It was a slow grind of hunger, cold, and exhaustion. Especially when winter arrived and the army refused to pack up and go home. Sieges could last for months, sometimes longer, and once you were camped outside a stone fortress in the middle of December, you weren't going anywhere until someone starved, surrendered, or froze to death. So tonight, we're not talking about shining swords or noble speeches. We're talking about the quiet hours between battles, the sleepless nights when armour froze, tents leaked, and the air itself hurt to breathe. We'll walk through the camp, smell the smoke, hear the creak of icy leather, and feel the weight of a medieval winter pressing in on every side. You'll meet the men who called themselves knights, not in tournaments, but in trenches of frozen mud. You'll see what it meant to live, eat, fight, and try to sleep when everything around you wanted you dead. And maybe, as you listen, tucked into your warm bed with soft sheets and indoor heating, you'll start to realise how far we've come from the world of siege warfare and survival beneath thin canvas walls. The knights endured it all without antibiotics, without electric light, without fleece blankets or insulated boots. Just faith, iron, and stubbornness keeping them alive. So let's begin. The snow is falling, the campfires are dying down, and the wind is starting to howl through the lines of tents. Somewhere out there, a knight is trying to close his eyes and pretend he's home, but he's not. He's inside a frozen camp, wrapped in damp furs, waiting for morning. You open your eyes to the sound of fabric snapping in the wind. The first thing you notice isn't light or sound, it's the cold. The kind that doesn't just sit on your skin, but creeps into your bones and stays there, like an unwelcome guest who's made itself comfortable. Your breath leaves your mouth in faint clouds that drift toward the low ceiling of the tent before vanishing into the dim air. The canvas above you sags under the weight of frost. Tiny crystals sparkle where a bit of dawn seeps through a tear in the fabric, each one reflecting the miserable truth that it's still winter, and you're still here. The camp is silent, except for the occasional groan of wood from a collapsing tent pole, or the distant snort of a horse that sounds just as miserable as you feel. The snow outside muffles everything. There's no bird song, no laughter, no sound of a world awake, only the wind. You pull your cloak tighter, though it doesn't make much difference. The fur lining that once felt thick and warm is now stiff with frost and smells faintly of wet animal. Beneath you the ground is half-frozen mud mixed with straw. The straw long since crushed flat by your weight and damp from the condensation of too many nights like this. Your blanket, if it can be called that, is a rough woolen thing that hasn't been dry since the campaign began. You try to shift your legs, but your boots are stiff with ice, and every movement feels like bending a frozen plank. You'd like to think that somewhere in this camp, a knight of your stature might be treated to better quarters, but you know better. The tent you share with 2 squires and a servant isn't much more than a triangle of coarse canvas stretched over poles driven into half-frozen ground. The seams leak, the ropes creak, and every gust of wind sends a shower of snow dust through the cracks. The squire next to you is still asleep, curled into himself, his breath shallow, his hands tucked under his armpits. He's probably dreaming of warmth, of his mother's hearth, or a featherbed that hasn't existed for months. The servant at the foot of the tent snores softly, wrapped in what used to be a cloak, but now looks more like a stiff animal hide. You try to sit up, but the cold fights back. The movement cracks the thin layer of frost that's formed on your beard. You can feel where it's frozen to the inside of your helmet liner, which you kept on through the night because it's warmer than nothing. Removing it would have meant exposing your ears to air so cold it burns. You fumble for your gloves. Hard, misshapen things made stiff from last night's moisture. You shake them out, but they're nearly frozen solid. The leather creaks, the smell of sweat and wet horse clinging to them like a permanent curse. You glance toward the entrance of the tent. The flap has frozen to the pole, sealed shut by the night. You have to pry it open with your gauntlet just to see the light outside, and when you do, your eyes sting from the sudden brightness. Snow stretches across the camp like a burial shroud. The tents, hundreds of them, form rows of pale lumps rising from the white field. Smoke curls weakly from a few campfires, though most have gone out in the night. Men move slowly between them, wrapped in cloaks, faces half covered, boots sinking into the crust of snow that hides the frozen mud beneath. You know the routine. Before the sun is fully up, the squires will be out, breaking the ice off the water buckets, checking the horses, cleaning the armour. The camp will groan to life in stages, each man trying to ignore the fact that his breath feels like knives in his chest. But for now, there's a strange stillness to it all, a shared understanding that no one wants to be the first to start suffering aloud. The only thing worse than the cold is the knowledge that it will last for weeks. You pull the blanket from your shoulders and instantly regret it. The air hits your skin like a slap. Every muscle feels tight. Every joint aches. And you realise you never really slept. You just drifted in and out of shivering consciousness, dreaming half the night that you were already awake. The ground beneath you is damp and uneven. At some point in the night, your straw mattress must have shifted, letting the cold seep straight through your back. You press your hand to the earth. It's like touching stone. There's no fire inside the tent. The risk of setting it ablaze is too high. Once you've seen a tent burn, you don't forget it. The dry canvas goes up like parchment. The air fills with choking smoke. And in seconds there's nothing left but blackened snow and the smell of roasted wool. So the only heat in here is body heat, and it isn't much. You rub your hands together trying to coax feeling back into your fingers, but it's like rubbing 2 sticks of ice. Outside, someone yells for water. Another curses loudly when he realises the barrel has frozen solid. You hear the rhythmic thud of a hammer as a squire tries to break the ice loose with the butt of a sword. There's laughter, but it's hollow. A few tents away, a man is coughing, deep, wet coughs that don't stop. You've been hearing that cough for days now. It's the kind that means he won't last long. In this cold, infection spreads faster than courage. You shift again, your body protesting every movement. The chainmail coif around your shoulders digs into your neck. You'd taken off your breastplate last night, but you kept most of your armour on, too cold to strip down fully, and you never know when you'll be called to arms. The siege hasn't moved for weeks, but no one trusts the enemy not to make a desperate sortie in the night. The last time it happened, 12 men were caught without boots, stumbling half-dressed into the snow. They didn't make it far. You reach for your helmet beside your bedroll, knocking over a wooden cup half full of water. It spills onto the ground, instantly freezing into a thin sheet of ice. You watch it spread, thinking how even water seems to hate this place. You take a deep breath, but it hurts. The air feels sharp, heavy with the smell of wet leather, smoke, and men who haven't bathed in months. You can almost taste the iron tang of the camp, the blood, the rust, the sweat, the cold. Your stomach growls, though you're not sure if you're hungry or just hollow. Food's been rationed. The last supply wagon came days ago, and the bread that arrived was already half mould. You'll eat it anyway, like everyone else. Hunger is the one thing that can overpower the cold, at least for a while. But before food, there's work to be done. You stand, slowly. Your legs protest, your knees stiff from the cold. When you finally get to your feet, you feel dizzy, the blood sluggish in your veins. The tent sways slightly in the wind, and for a moment you think it might collapse entirely. You brace a hand on the centre pole, steadying yourself. The pole is rough under your glove, coated in frost. The flap resists as you push your way out, but the world outside hits you like a wall. The cold steals your breath instantly. You blink against the brightness of the snow, your eyes watering. The camp stretches endlessly, a sea of white and grey, punctuated by the black smoke of dying fires. Beyond it, the fortress you're here to conquer looms on a distant hill, its walls coated in ice, its banners stiff in the wind. It looks less like a target and more like a monument to futility. You've been staring at those same walls for weeks. Every day they look stronger. Men move through the camp with slow, deliberate steps. Some are carrying wood, others scraping frost from shields or leading horses that look more bone than animal. The air is filled with the sounds of effort. Snapping branches, clanging metal, coughing. The smell of smoke hangs low, mixed with the acrid tang of burned fat from last night's cooking fires. You walk to the edge of your tent line, boots crunching through the snow. The ground underneath is treacherous, ice layered over mud, the kind that can swallow a man's boot if he's not careful. A few soldiers are huddled around a pit where a fire still glows faintly. They're trying to coax it back to life, feeding it with splinters and scraps of old shields. One of them looks up at you and grins weakly, his teeth rimmed with frost. "Morning, sir," he says, though it sounds more like a curse. You nod, because words take effort, and there's no energy for civility at this hour. A squire approaches, clutching your horse's reins, and the animal snorts, steam rising from its nostrils. Its mane is crusted with frost, its eyes dull with fatigue. You reach out to pat its neck, and the touch sends flakes of ice falling from its fur. The horse shifts uneasily, as if resentful that you woke it up to face another day of this frozen misery. You understand the feeling. You look toward the fortress again. The snow drifts have piled high against the outer palisade. The enemy isn't likely to attack in weather like this, but the siege still holds. No one moves, no one retreats. You wait day after day, burning through your supplies and your patience. It's a slow war of endurance, and winter is winning. Someone calls your name. You turn, squinting through the glare. It's another night, his cloak flapping in the wind, his breath forming clouds as he approaches. His face is pale, lips cracked, but he's smiling with that hollow kind of humour soldiers use to keep from losing their minds. "Still alive, I see," he says. You manage a grunt of agreement. It's the only victory you can claim today. He laughs and gestures toward the tents. "They say the Lord wants account of the fires. Half the camp's gone cold." You nod again, already knowing what that means. Fewer fires mean more frostbite, more sickness, more graves. The men who sleep through this kind of night often don't wake up. You glance back at your own tent, at the thin shape of canvas already crusted with frost, and you can't help but think of how much it resembles a burial shroud. Inside, your bedroll still holds the faint outline of your body. You wonder how many more nights it'll be before the cold decides to finish what the war started. The wind picks up again, whistling through the camp. The tents flap, the horses stomp, and somewhere a man shouts as a gust scatters his firewood. You pull your cloak tighter, but it's no use. The chill is everywhere, in your fingers, in your breath, in the marrow of your bones. The kind of cold that makes you question why you're here at all. But you know the answer. You're here because someone richer than you said you had to be. Because this fortress is worth more than the lives of the men freezing beneath it. Because war doesn't stop for weather, and knights don't get to say no. You turn toward the fires, your boots crunching through the snow. The sun is barely up, but the day has already begun. You can see men shaking frost off their shields, squires hauling frozen buckets of water, and servants scraping ice from the cooking pots. The world is moving again, sluggish but relentless. Somewhere behind you, the camp priest starts his morning prayers, his voice faint against the wind. You can't make out the words, but you know what he's saying. He's praying for endurance, for strength, for mercy. You silently add one more request to his list, for warmth. Just enough to make it through the next night. And as the camp comes fully awake, the fortress walls in the distance catch the first weak light of dawn, glinting like the edge of a blade. The cold has a sound to it, a kind of hollow hum that sits in the air between heartbeats. It fills every space the wind doesn't reach, wrapping itself around the camp like a shroud. You feel it most when you start to move, when your armour creaks against itself, and every breath seems to scrape through the inside of your chest. The first task of the day isn't sharpening swords or tightening saddle straps. It's convincing your armour to bend with you, instead of against you. The mail hanging from the wooden stand beside your tent looks like a sculpture carved from frost. Each ring is stiff, coated in a thin shell of ice. The surcoat that covers it is hard as bark. The colours of your lord's sigil muted beneath a layer of grime and snow. You reach out and tap the shoulder of the hauberk with your glove, and the metal rings clink faintly, a sound that feels almost brittle. It's strange to think this chain once shimmered under sunlight. Now it looks like something dredged up from a frozen riverbed. Getting dressed in this weather is a kind of torture with ceremony. The The squire assigned to you is already awake, fumbling with his numb fingers or trying to warm the straps before he fastens them. His breath fogs the air in front of him as he works. You can see where the leather has split from the cold. He's barely old enough to shave, yet his hands already look decades older, cracked and raw from exposure. You say nothing. There's nothing to say. He helps you pull the mail over your padded gambeson. The fabric is still damp from yesterday, heavy with sweat that never really dried. It smells of mildew and iron, and when it touches your skin, you shudder. The cold instantly finds the places where your tunic is thin, biting into you through every gap. The weight of the mail settles on your shoulders like a living thing, dense, unyielding, familiar. It drags at your body the way responsibility drags at your conscience. You flex your arms, and the sound of metal shifting fills the tent. The rings grind against each other, shedding tiny flakes of ice that sparkle for a moment before melting into the straw at your feet. The squire crouches to fasten your belt, fingers trembling as he works the buckle through the hole. You notice how his knuckles are red and swollen. He's shaking not from fear, but from cold. You wonder how long he's been awake before you stirred. When the belt is secure, he helps you with the leg harnesses. The straps are stiff, the buckles frozen shut until he breathes on them to thaw the metal. It takes twice as long as it should. By the time the greaves are in place, both of you are sweating beneath the layers, though the sweat turns cold almost immediately. There's no comfort in warmth here. It comes and goes too quickly to trust. You lift your breastplate, its surface coated with a dull sheen of frost. The inside feels colder than the outside. It's like strapping winter itself to your chest. The squire steadies it while you slide your arms through, the metal settling with a hollow thud against your ribs. It presses against your breath, forcing you to exhale slower, shallower. You can feel the weight of it, even before the pauldrons go on. The armour that was meant to protect you now feels like an anchor. Outside, the camp is stirring more loudly. You hear the thud of boots, the hiss of steam as someone pours hot water into a bucket, the distant clatter of weapons being inspected. Somewhere, a horse screams, a harsh, high sound that cuts through the cold. You've heard it enough times not to flinch. Another horse downed by frostbite or hunger. The loss of an animal isn't just a pity, it's another burden. Without the horses, the siege slows, supplies falter, and the cold creeps closer. Your squire moves behind you, adjusting the straps on your shoulders. You can feel the rough tug as he tightens them, making sure the armour sits right. He mutters under his breath, half prayer, half complaint. You catch a word here and there, saints, warmth, forgiveness. In the stillness of the tent, his voice sounds almost fragile. You remember when you used to pray before battle. You still do sometimes, but now it's less about victory and more about survival. He hands you your gauntlets next. They're stiff, the leather hard from the cold. When you slide your fingers in, you can't feel them right away. It's like wearing pieces of someone else's body. You flex your hands, trying to force the blood to move, but all you get is a dull ache. You tighten the straps anyway. A knight doesn't wait for comfort. He endures until it stops mattering. The squire steps back to check his work. You can see the relief on his face when he realises you're fully suited. He knows what comes next. The inspection, the morning formation, the silent march to the siege lines. He doesn't say it, but you can tell he's dreading it too. You nod toward him, a wordless gesture of thanks. He nods back, rubbing his hands together, trying to warm them over a candle stub that's barely flickering. When you duck out of the tent, the cold greets you like an enemy. The air bites at the exposed skin around your eyes, and every breath feels sharp enough to cut. The armour amplifies it. Metal conducts cold better than flesh ever could. Within seconds, it feels like your body is being drained of heat from the inside out. The wind finds every seam, every joint, every gap in your protection. You pull your cloak tighter over your shoulders, but it's like wrapping paper around iron. The sun has climbed higher now, though it does little more than illuminate the misery. Rows of tents stretch across the field, each one sagging under the weight of snow. Smoke rises from scattered fires, curling upward into a pale sky. The light reflects off the ice, making everything too bright, too sharp. You squint, your eyes watering. The snow crunches beneath your boots, the sound oddly satisfying in its consistency. It's the only thing that hasn't changed since this siege began. You walk toward the makeshift armoury, a collection of wagons and crates half buried in snow. The men stationed there are already busy, hammering dents out of shields, sharpening pikes, and muttering curses at frozen metal. Every movement is slow, deliberate, like they're afraid the cold might break them if they move too quickly. The blacksmith has set up a forge nearby, its small flame barely visible against the glare of the snow. The hammer's rhythm is steady, echoing through the camp like a heartbeat. You stop beside one of the fires, leaning on a spear stuck upright in the ground. The heat coming off it feels faint but real. For a moment, you just stand there, letting the warmth touch the side of your armour. Steam rises where the frost begins to melt. The smell of smoke clings to everything. Wool, leather, hair. You stare into the fire and realise how hypnotic it is. In a place where everything is white and grey, the orange glow feels almost sacred. A voice breaks your focus. It's the captain of your company, a broad man with a beard full of ice and a voice that carries like a drum. He's making his rounds, checking the condition of the men and their gear. He looks at you, gives a curt nod and says, "Still breathing then?" You nod back. It's as close as anyone gets to small talk out here. He moves on without waiting for an answer. You glance around the camp. Some of the men are trying to eat, huddled around bowls of something that might once have been stew. Others are tending to the horses, scraping ice from their hooves or brushing frost from their flanks. The horses are as much a part of this army as the men are, though lately they look thinner, their ribs pressing through their hides. Every day, more of them collapse, and every time they do, it's another hole in the line. You reach up to adjust your helmet. The visor is stiff, the hinges frozen. You work it open and closed a few times until it moves freely. The inside smells like iron and sweat, the scent of every battle you've ever survived. You slide it on, and the world narrows. The sound changes too, muffled by the steel. You can hear your own breathing louder than anything else. It's strange how a helmet can feel both safe and suffocating at the same time. As you walk toward the siege lines, you pass men repairing the wooden mantlets, portable shields meant to protect archers from enemy fire. The wood is brittle, cracking under the strain of cold nails. The ropes holding the catapults together creak like old bones. Every piece of equipment is aging faster than it should, the weather eating away at everything. Even the stone balls stacked beside the trebuchets are coated in frost, like they have given up, waiting to be used. You reach the front line, where the camp gives way to the trenches dug into the frozen earth. The men stationed here look different. Harder, quieter. Their faces are pale beneath layers of grime, their eyes sunken but alert. They've been staring at the same walls for weeks, watching for movement that never comes. Across the field, the enemy fortress looms. Black stone against the white snow, banners stiff in the wind. Smoke rises from its chimneys, a silent taunt. They have fire. You don't. You crouch beside one of the mantlets, testing the tension on your bowstring. It's too cold. The string feels brittle. You loosen it slightly to keep it from snapping. The man beside you, an archer with a beard full of icicles, grunts in agreement. "Wood's dying," he mutters. You nod. Everything is dying out here, just slowly enough to make you notice. The captain returns, his cloak whipping in the wind. He gestures toward the fortress. "They're not moving," he says. "Still holding fast." You don't reply. What's there to say? They're waiting you out. You're waiting them out. The snow is the only winner. After a while, you stand, stretching your shoulders. The armour pulls at your muscles, reminding you of its weight. It's more than just physical. It's psychological. Every piece of metal feels like a reminder of duty, of expectations, of the promise you made when you first swore allegiance. You think of the young men who once dreamed of knighthood, of glory, of honour. If they could see you now, standing in the cold, half-starved and aching under 40 pounds of frozen iron, they might think twice about their dreams. You turn back toward the camp, your boots crunching through snow that's already filling your footprints. The air smells of burning wood and wet leather. A few men nod as you pass, their faces barely visible under hoods and scarves. Everyone looks the same, pale, tired, resigned. The war has stripped away rank, leaving only endurance. By the time you reach your tent again, the sun has climbed higher, though it gives no warmth. You duck inside, removing your helmet, feeling the relief of air against your face. The squire looks up from where he's been cleaning your sword, his expression unreadable. You set the helmet down, the metal clinking against the frozen ground, and take a deep breath. The air inside the tent smells of iron and smoke and the faint sweetness of damp straw. It's a miserable kind of familiarity. You lower yourself onto your bedroll, the armour pressing into your back. You don't lie down, you just sit, staring at the thin flap of canvas that separate you from the frozen world outside. The sound of the wind seeps through, constant and unrelenting. You close your eyes for a moment, just long enough to remember what warmth used to feel like. Then you open them again, because you know what comes next. The day isn't over, it's only just begun, and the cold has no intention of leaving. The tent isn't a home, it's an illusion of one. From a distance, the rows of them look impressive, orderly, military, disciplined. But when you stand in front of your own, what you see is a sagging frame of wooden poles and rotting rope, covered in a hide-thick canvas that's stiff from mud, smoke, and frost. The wind pushes against it constantly, making the entire structure shudder, like it's breathing. Every time it moves, flakes of ice fall from the seams and sprinkle the ground like pale dust. Inside, the air is colder than you'd think. Canvas doesn't stop wind, it just slows it down long enough to collect your body heat and then trade it for moisture. You can see your breath cloud in front of you, rising toward the dark ceiling where frost has built up in uneven layers. When the tent warms slightly, usually because too many bodies are inside, The frost melts, forming thin rivulets that drip down the walls. At first it looks like tears, then it freezes again, halfway through the descent, turning the fabric into a strange patchwork of ice. You duck through the flap and catch your cloak on a nail sticking out from one of the support poles. The nail's been there for weeks, but somehow it always manages to find the same spot. The floor is uneven, half mud and half frozen straw. The ground feels alive beneath you, not in a good way, but in the way that something damp and decomposing always does. When you move, your boots leave shallow impressions that immediately fill with melted snow. Your squire has been trying to fix the leak near the back, stuffing strips of linen into the gaps where the ropes meet the fabric. It's a losing battle. The moment one hole is sealed, another opens. You don't blame him. Nothing made of cloth is meant to endure months of snow, wind, and human breath. He gives you a nod as you enter, his face grey in the weak light. The lantern on the centre pole flickers, struggling to stay lit. The oil is nearly gone, and the glass is clouded with soot. You move toward your cot, if you can call it that, a wooden frame strung with coarse rope and topped with straw. The straw has been replaced twice, but it doesn't matter. Within a few days, it absorbs enough moisture to feel like sleeping on a wet sack. When you lie down, the ropes sag, your back touches the cold air beneath, and every bone complains. You can't remember the last time you truly slept. Rest, maybe, but not sleep. The smell inside the tent is hard to describe, though it's impossible to ignore. A mix of wet wool, smoke, sweat, mildew, and something sour that might be the tent itself. The canvas holds scent like it holds moisture. Every night, the air gets thicker, heavier. You have learned to breathe through your mouth without thinking about it. There's a small wooden chest at the head of your cot, your only real possession apart from your weapons. It holds little. A rosary, a comb missing half its teeth, a single letter from home that's stained from being read too many times, and a piece of stale bread wrapped in cloth. You keep the bread not because it's edible, but because you can't bear to throw food away. You've watched men fight over less. The walls of the tent move when the wind picks up, pressing inward as if the whole structure might collapse. You've seen it happen before. A gust too strong, a rope too old, and the tent folds like a dying beast. Once, during a storm, 3 tents went down at once. The men inside were buried in snow before anyone could reach them. You remember digging them out, your hands raw from the cold, the snow soaked red from where one of them had split his head on a tent stake. Since then, you've slept with your boots near the flap, ready to run if the poles start to give. A sudden draught catches the lantern, making the flame dance wildly. The light flickers over your armour, casting strange reflections on the curved surfaces. For a brief moment, the metal looks alive, breathing with the shadows. You stare at it, half expecting it to speak. Then the flame steadies, and it's just armour again. Cold, silent, patient. Your servant enters carrying a small pot, the bottom blackened from the fire. Steam rises weakly from it, though you can tell it's more water than soup. He sets it on the small table near the cot, and mutters something about the cook fires dying again. You nod and take the pot, the metal hot against your glove. The liquid inside smells faintly of onions, and something you can't identify. You drink it anyway, because warmth matters more than taste. It burns your tongue, but for a few seconds, you can feel the heat move down your throat and into your chest. Then it fades. Outside, The wind changes direction. It howls through the seams of the tent, making the canvas ripple and groan. Snowflakes slip through the cracks and land on your sleeve. They melt almost instantly, leaving tiny dark spots that spread into damp patches. You pull your cloak tighter, but the damp always wins. There's no such thing as dry here. Everything you own, clothes, bedding, even your skin, has absorbed the siege. You glance at the tent pole in the centre, wrapped with rope that's starting to fray. You make a mental note to have it reinforced before nightfall. The last thing you need is to wake up with the canvas collapsed on top of you. Repairing the pole means cutting another from the nearby forest, but even that's become dangerous. The trees are stripped bare from months of scavenging, and patrols from the fortress have been spotted near the woods. Men have gone out for firewood and not come back. It's strange how quickly survival tasks turn into combat. The squire returns, carrying your sword and scabbard. He hangs them on the pole within arm's reach of your cot. It's a habit you both maintain, though the odds of needing it inside the camp are low. Still, everyone keeps their weapons close. Fear becomes a reflex in a place like this. Even among allies, tempers are brittle. Hunger and cold make small slights dangerous. You've seen fights break out over scraps of bread, or because one man accused another of taking his blanket. The tents hide more than men. They hide the slow unravelling of civility. You remember when this tent was new, back in the early weeks of the campaign. The canvas had been white then, clean and taut, with the crest of your house painted proudly across the flap. It looked like a symbol of discipline, of wealth, of preparation. Now the crest is unrecognisable, the paint cracked and faded. The colour of the fabric is somewhere between brown and grey, streaked with soot and rain. It no longer feels like a piece of military equipment. It feels like a second skin, thin, scarred and tired. At night, when you lie awake, you can hear the tents around you breathing. The wind makes the fabric strain, the ropes creak, the snow slide down the sides in soft avalanches. Sometimes you hear voices, muffled by distance, half-asleep confessions whispered to no one. The camp never truly rests. Someone is always awake, tending a fire, pacing to stay warm, praying quietly. The sound of prayer blends with the sound of wind until you can't tell them apart. When it rains, because even in winter, the weather has a cruel sense of humour, the tent becomes something else entirely. The canvas soaks through slowly, dripping in rhythmic patterns that drive men mad. The floor turns to mud again, swallowing boots and blankets. The smell becomes unbearable. You've seen men weep when their tents flood, not because of the discomfort, but because they know it means another night without sleep. Your servant is sitting now near the small fire pit outside the flap, trying to coax the embers into life. You can hear him coughing, the sound sharp and wet. He's been sick for days, but he won't stop working. You'd order him to rest, but there's nowhere to rest that doesn't feel like punishment. Inside the tent is damp and airless. Outside is worse. The line between shelter and exposure barely exists. A gust of wind forces the flap open for a moment, revealing a slice of the camp beyond. Tents stretch into the distance, their shapes distorted by the haze of smoke rising from the cooking fires. The sky above is a flat sheet of grey, no sun, no colour, just endless weight pressing down. Somewhere, a horn sounds, a long, low note that echoes across the field. It's not an alarm, just a signal for inspection or orders. Still, The sound cuts through the camp like a blade. Every man pauses for a heartbeat, then resumes whatever he was doing, slower now. You set the pot aside and stand, your knees stiff. The tent sways slightly as you move. You brush against the canvas wall and feel how cold it is, like touching the skin of something dead. You wonder how many more nights it will hold. The ropes are fraying, the stakes loose, the ground beneath them soft from melting snow. Every morning you find another tent collapsed, its occupants digging themselves out with curses and laughter that sound more like sighs. The nights have better tents, of course, larger, with thicker canvas and sometimes wooden frames. But even those are no match for a true winter siege. You've been inside a commander's tent once, summoned for a report. It was grand by comparison. Rugs on the floor, candles burning in iron sconces, a table covered in maps, and a few precious bottles of wine. But even there, the cold found its way in. The commander wore gloves while he wrote, his breath fogging the ink as he spoke. Comfort, it seems, is only relative. You step outside again. The wind hits your face, but after hours inside the tent, it almost feels clean. The camp smells different out here. Still unpleasant, but broader. Smoke, manure, sweat and cold metal all blend into a scent that somehow becomes background noise. You pass rows of tents, noting how many lean at odd angles. The poles warped, the ropes sagging. Some have been patched so many times they look like quilts. The army that arrived here months ago was sharp, orderly, proud. What stands now is a collection of survivors bound together by necessity. You pause near a collapsed tent where two men are working to re-secure the stakes. One curses as his hammer misses and strikes his thumb. The other laughs, but it's a hollow laugh, born of fatigue. They notice you and straighten up, saluting quickly. You nod, offering a wordless acknowledgement before moving on. They'll keep working until the tent stands again, or until their hands freeze too much to grip the ropes. The snow has started again, soft at first, then heavier. You can feel it collecting on your shoulders and in the folds of your cloak. It muffles sound, turning the camp into a strange, quiet world. The fires burn lower, their smoke rising in thin, straight lines. For a moment, you can almost imagine peace. Then someone shouts, a horse whinnies, and the illusion breaks. When you return to your own tent, the squire is sitting by the flap, sharpening your dagger. The rhythmic sound of the whetstone is oddly soothing. You sit beside him, watching the blade glint in the dim light. Neither of you speaks. There's nothing to say. The tent stands, the ropes hold, the siege continues. You glance once more at the canvas above you, marked with stains, burns and patches that tell their own story. It's not a fortress, not even a true shelter, but it's what you have. And as long as it stands, it means you're still alive inside it. The wind groans again, pressing against the fabric, testing it. The tent bows but doesn't break. Not yet. The sound of the whetstone stops. The squire looks at you, waiting for orders that never come. You nod toward the dying light and say quietly, "Keep the fire going." Then you turn your gaze back to the rippling canvas wall, listening as the snow begins to fall harder. The sound of each flake tapping faintly against the fabric, counting down another long, cold day in a war that feels endless. The bedding is the kind of thing no one talks about when they write about nights. Songs are full of swords and banners, of shining armour and glory won on the field. No one ever sings about what those same men slept on when the sun went down, and the temperature dropped below anything human. If they did, the stories would sound less heroic and more like complaints from a man buried alive in a damp pile of straw. Your bed is simple, a wooden frame, unevenly built, with rope strung tight across its length. On top of that, a mat stuffed with straw. It's supposed to lift you off the ground, away from the cold earth, but it only partly succeeds. The ropes sag over time, the straw settles, and before long you're lying in a shallow cradle that collects cold air like a bowl. When you first arrived, you thought it might be comfortable. After a few nights, you realised that comfort had nothing to do with it. Comfort is something people have in houses. What you have is endurance. The straw has been replaced a few times since the siege began. Each time it starts fresh, dry, yellow, almost pleasant to the touch. Within a day it darkens. Within a week, it smells faintly of mould. Within a month, it's alive. Not metaphorically, literally. You can hear it sometimes. Faint rustling beneath the surface when the camp is quiet. At first you tell yourself it's the wind, or your imagination, or the sound of the tent shifting. But then you feel it. Small movements against your skin, under the blanket, between the layers of fabric. Fleas, lice. Whatever else thrives in a place where warmth and filth coexist. You've tried everything you can think of. Shaking out the blankets, burning the corners of the straw, dusting your clothes with ashes. It helps for a day, maybe two. But the insects always return, brought in on the hides of horses, the fur of cloaks, or the bodies of men who sleep too close together. The camp is an ecosystem of misery, and everyone is part of it. The fleas don't care about rank. Knights, squires, servants, all the same to them. When you lie down at night, you can feel the straw shift beneath your weight. It's damp again, no matter how many times it's been dried near the fire. The ground below is frozen, but the moisture always finds its way up. Your blanket, thick wool, patched in places, is heavy and smells faintly of smoke and animal fat. It keeps some of the cold out, but not enough. You curl your body to conserve heat, pulling your knees toward your chest, and breathe through the rough fabric. The air inside the blanket is warmer, but it also carries every smell of the past weeks. Sweat, leather, mildew, and the faint metallic scent of rust from your armour stored beside the bed. You've learned to move carefully in your sleep. Turning too quickly can send a puff of cold air through the straw or wake the entire layer of fleas beneath you. They scatter, then return in waves, crawling up your legs, biting as they go. Some men scratch themselves raw in the night, leaving welts and scabs. You've seen worse. One soldier had an infection that spread up his arm after he tore his skin open scratching. He was carried out of camp 2 mornings later, wrapped in the same kind of blanket you sleep under. No one saw him again. The tent offers little protection. The cold seeps in from every angle, and the damp rises from below. On some mornings, you wake to find the inside of the canvas sparkling with frost. Your breath has frozen against it during the night. You run your hand across the fabric and feel the crystals crumble under your fingers, falling like fine dust onto your blanket. You brush them away without thinking. It's just part of the routine now. The squire sleeps on the floor beside the cot, wrapped in a thin cloak. He insists it's fine, that he's used to it, but you can see the blue tint in his lips in the mornings. He spends half his nights tending to the small fire outside, the one that barely survives the wind. He feeds it with scraps of wood, bits of broken barrels, anything that burns. Sometimes he brings a hot stone inside, wrapped in cloth, and places it near your bed to warm the air. It helps for a short while, until the heat fades and the cold takes it back. You look at the cot and think about what it means to sleep here, night after night, surrounded by men who snore, cough, and mutter in their dreams. The walls of the tent are thin enough to hear everything. Someone always moans in their sleep. Someone else cries out, waking suddenly from dreams of battle or home. You've had them too. The ones where you're warm again, sitting by a fire that doesn't smoke, hearing laughter that doesn't come from despair. Those are the worst dreams, because waking from them feels like being punished. There are moments when the tent feels smaller than it should. The air seems to press in from all sides, the fabric rustling as if it's breathing with you. You shift your position, trying to find a spot that doesn't ache, and realise there isn't one. The armour digs into your ribs where it rests beside you. The straw pokes through the fabric, scratching your arms. The blanket is damp where your breath has soaked it. You roll onto your back and stare up at the ceiling, counting the patches where light seeps through. You know each one by heart. Outside, the sound of the camp continues through the night. Men moving between tents, the muffled thud of boots on snow, the occasional clatter of metal as someone adjusts their armour. Horses snort and shift in their lines, their tails flicking lazily. Sometimes you hear laughter, sharp, brief, and quickly swallowed by the wind. It's never real laughter. It's the kind that comes from exhaustion, the kind that ends in a sigh. You reach down to adjust the blanket again and feel something scuttle near your wrist. You freeze, then flick your hand instinctively, sending it flying into the dark. You can't see it, but you know it's not gone. They never are. You think about the stories you've heard of noble knights and kings sleeping on feather beds, wrapped in silks. Maybe somewhere someone is, but not here. Here, even the highest born are reduced to scratching at their own skin in the dark, hoping to catch a moment of sleep before the cold wakes them again. When the wind is strong, it whistles through the ropes that hold the tent. The sound is strange, almost musical, but sharp, like the edge of a blade. You listen to it for a while, half awake, half dreaming. The cold numbs you to everything but the sound. You can't tell if it's comforting or maddening, maybe both. You imagine the wind moving through the entire camp, slipping under every flap, into every bed, touching every man in his sleep. It's the only thing that unites you all now. At some point in the night, the fire outside goes out. You know it by the change in temperature, a sudden drop that makes your skin prickle. You pull the blanket tighter, but it's no use. The warmth leaks away, as if the air itself has turned against you. You curl tighter, teeth clenched, and focus on the sound of your breathing. In and out. Slow, careful. If you breathe too fast, the air freezes your nostrils. If you breathe too slow, it feels like the world is holding its breath with you. The squire stirs beside you, muttering something incoherent. You can hear the straw shift as he rolls over. A moment later, there's silence again. You envy him. Even in this cold, even surrounded by fleas and filth, he can still sleep deeply enough to dream. You remember being that young, when exhaustion was stronger than discomfort. Age changes that. Experience changes it more. You reach under the blanket and feel the small knife you keep near your thigh. It's not for battle. It's for rats. They get into the tent sometimes, drawn by the smell of food. You've caught them before, their fur matted, eyes bright with hunger. They chew through anything, cloth, rope, even leather. You've learned to sleep light, ready to move at the faintest sound. Once, one crawled across your chest in the dark. You didn't scream, just froze, feeling its tiny claws through the fabric of your tunic until it scurried away. You still think about it when you wake up sometimes, half convinced you can feel it again. When dawn comes, there's no real light, just a slow fading of the darkness. You open your eyes and see the faint outline of the tent wall, the frost glistening faintly in the grey. Your back aches. Your legs feel heavy. The blanket has stiffened in places where the moisture froze overnight. You sit up slowly, brushing off flakes of straw that cling to your tunic. The air is colder now than it was in the middle of the night. It always is. The hour before sunrise is the coldest of all. You glance at the squire. He's still asleep, curled tightly, his face pale. You don't wake him. There's no reason to. Let him have a few more minutes before the day begins again. You reach for your boots, the leather hard as wood, and slide your feet in. It's like stepping into blocks of ice. You wince, but you keep going. Pain is a small price for motion. You stand, stretching, and feel the straw shift again. The sound is soft, almost friendly, but you know better. The fleas will scatter for a moment outdoors, only to return when the bed cools. You'll shake the blanket out later. Maybe hold it near the fire to kill what you can. It won't make much difference. Nothing ever really changes here. As you move toward the tent flap, a sliver of pale light cuts through the gap. You pull it open and step outside, the snow crunching under your boots. The world is grey again, the same as yesterday, the same as the day before. You take a breath, the cold stabbing at your lungs, and look across the camp. Smoke rises from a few early fires. Men move slowly, hunched against the wind. Somewhere a bell clangs, signalling the start of another day that feels exactly like the last. You glance back at the tent, at the thin canvas walls and the sagging frame, and think about the bed inside. For all its misery, it's still the only place that belongs to you here. It's where you shiver, scratch, dream, and wake over and over. It's not comfort, not even rest, but it's what you have. And for now, that's enough. The wind shifts again, carrying the smell of smoke and something faintly sour from the cooking pits. You pull your cloak tight and start walking. The snow squeaks beneath your steps. Behind you, the tent flaps once in the wind, then settles, holding steady for now. Inside, the straw waits, still alive, still restless, a reminder that even sleep here is a battle. Cleanliness is a luxury no one expects in a siege camp. It's a rumour that sounds good when spoken aloud, but no one truly believes it. The truth is that after weeks in the same clothes, with the same mud, blood, and smoke clinging to every fibre, the idea of washing becomes more of a memory than a habit. Yet somehow, every few days, you still try. Not because it makes much difference, but because it reminds you that you're still human. The water is always the first problem. The rivers near the camp froze long ago. The streams that trickle through the hills are little more than ice veins in the earth. So water has to be fetched, hacked out of frozen ponds, or melted from snow in iron pots blackened by smoke. You can hear it sometimes, the steady thud of axes striking the ice, followed by curses as men slip and soak their boots in the freezing runoff. The ones who fall in don't laugh about it. They just limp back to camp, teeth chattering, clothes stiffening into armour that offers no protection at all. When you finally have water, It's barely enough to fill a small basin. You set it near the fire and watch as the frost on its surface melts into mist. The steam rises weakly, carrying a smell that's not quite clean and not quite foul. It's a strange reminder that warmth still exists somewhere in the world, even if only for a few seconds. You remove your gloves and dip your hands in. The pain is immediate, sharp enough to make you hiss through your teeth. The water burns, but not from heat, from the shock of temperature against skin that hasn't felt liquid in days. You hold your breath and force yourself to endure it. When the ache fades, you splash some over your face. It drips down your neck, cold as a blade. Your skin tingles, then goes numb. It doesn't feel refreshing. It feels like punishment disguised as ritual. Soap is another rarity. What passes for it here is a rough mixture of animal fat and ashes. It smells faintly of smoke and old tallow. You rub it between your hands and it barely lavers, leaving a greasy film instead of bubbles. Still, it removes some of the grime. You scrub your neck, your face, the back of your hands. The water turns grey almost instantly. By the time you're done, the basin looks like something you wouldn't let a dog drink from. But your skin feels different. Tight, raw, alive. That's as close to clean as it gets. For the rest of the body, there's no hope. The idea of undressing completely in this cold is laughable. You've seen men try, stripping down near the fire, their breath billowing out like smoke. Within minutes, the heat fades and their skin turns red, then blue. Some manage a quick wash with snow or a cloth soaked in tepid water. Most just give up, muttering that they'll try again in spring. The camp smells accordingly. It's not one smell, but layers of them: sweat, horse, leather, and the faint sweetness of rot. After a while your nose stops noticing. Your mind decides it's normal. Your hair is another battle. It's matted from the helmet, greasy from the oil that seeps out of the leather lining. The squire helps you comb it sometimes, though the comb's missing half its teeth, and pulls more than it smooths. Each tug feels like it's taking a piece of your scalp with it. Lice are common companions. You find them when you least expect it. On the comb, in your collar, crawling across the inside of your cloak. You kill them without thought, just another task to tick off before the day begins. Beards are no better. Some nights shave, though you can't imagine why. The blades dull quickly, and water freezes before the job is done. Those who try end up with cuts that freeze over, tiny red crystals forming in the stubble. Most give up and let the beard grow wild. Yours is uneven, crusted at the edges from the frost that forms every morning when you breathe through it. When the sun rises, the ice melts and trickles down your chin, cold enough to make you shiver even when you're already numb. The smell of the camp is stronger near the fires. Heat doesn't purify it, it just makes it bolder. You walk past lines of men splashing melted snow on their faces, some joking half-heartedly, others staring blankly at the steam rising from their hands. They all smell the same: smoke, sweat, and decay. The combination is so constant that it stops being offensive. It's simply what living here smells like. Bathing is talked about the way children talk about fairy tales. In the early days of the siege, when morale was still intact, some officers ordered bath tents erected near the rear lines. Large barrels were filled with hot water, and men lined up for their turn. The idea was noble, the result was chaos. The first few bathed properly. The next few shared the same water. By the time the barrel cooled, it was a soup of dirt, lice, and dead skin. Within a week, The bath tents were abandoned. The barrels froze solid, and the experiment in hygiene ended with frostbitten fingers and a lesson everyone already knew. Cleanliness and winter don't mix. You still have to tend to your armour though. Rust never sleeps. Every few days, you or your squire scrubbed the metal with a cloth soaked in oil, wiping away the moisture that seeps into every joint and link. The smell of the oil mixes with the smoke until it's impossible to separate the two. Your hands are constantly greasy, the skin beneath cracked from cold and friction. But you keep at it, because neglecting armour is a death sentence. Dirt you can live with. Rust will kill you. You remember a day not long ago when a group of men returned from a raid. They'd been out for 2 days, moving through snow and slush, carrying supplies from a nearby village. When they got back, they were coated in mud from the knees down, their cloaks stiff with ice. They laughed as they tried to thaw near the fires, hitting each other's armour with sticks to knock off the frozen layers. One of them stripped off his gloves to warm his hands. His fingers were white, the tips grey. By morning they were black. The surgeon cut them off with a heated knife. After that, no one laughed about being clean. Your squire enters the tent, carrying a bucket of water. It's warm from the fire, steam rising faintly from the top. You know how much effort it takes to heat it. He probably spent half the morning fetching snow, breaking it into chunks, feeding the fire, and guarding it from others desperate for the same luxury. You nod your thanks. He doesn't smile, just sets it down beside the bed, and leaves again, rubbing his hands together to keep feeling in them. You remove your gauntlets and dip a cloth into the bucket. The warmth surprises you. It's fleeting, but real. You wipe your arms, your face, your neck, careful to ration the water. The dirt comes off in streaks, brown and grey. You rinse the cloth, watch the colour spread, and keep going until the water darkens again. You can almost pretend it's working, that you're washing away more than just filth. Afterward, you sit near the tent flap, letting the cold air dry your skin. It feels raw, but cleaner somehow. You breathe deeply, the air sharp in your chest. For a moment, you feel lighter, though the feeling won't last. Soon, the armour will go back on, the cloak will wrap around you, and the same smells will return. But for now it's enough. Outside a man shouts, another laughs. Somewhere a horse whinnies in protest. The camp sounds alive again, if not well. You watch as soldiers move between tents, carrying buckets, weapons and bundles of wood. Every step sends up a puff of frost. The light catches the air, making it look like the world is made of glass. Your squire comes back with your comb and hands it to you. You run it through your hair, pulling gently at the tangles. Each stroke catches on something. You wince but keep going. When you're done, you wipe the comb on your sleeve. Tiny dark specks fall away, vanishing into the straw. You pretend not to notice. The squire takes a small blade and starts trimming the edges of your beard. His hands are steady despite the cold. The sound of the blade against hair is soft, rhythmic. You close your eyes, not from comfort but from habit. For a brief second, it feels like normal life. Something done not for necessity but for routine. Then the blade nicks your chin and the illusion breaks. A drop of blood appears, bright against the grey of your skin. The squire mumbles an apology. You shake your head and wipe it away. It freezes almost immediately. You glance at the bucket again. The water has gone cold, a thin crust of ice forming around the edges. You touch it once more before it solidifies completely. It's strange how quickly warmth disappears out here. You pour what's left onto the ground outside the tent, where it steams briefly before vanishing into the snow. The idea of cleanliness feels foolish now. You remember the baths back home, the perfumed oils, the linen towels? That world feels fictional, like something from a story told by an old man in a tavern. Here, being clean isn't about luxury. It's about survival. Dirt can hide wounds. Filth can invite infection. You wash not because it makes you feel good, but because it might keep you alive another week. The tent grows dimmer as clouds pass over the sun. You pull your cloak around your shoulders and sit quietly, listening to the muffled noises of the camp. Somewhere nearby, a man coughs, deep, ragged, endless. Another curses, his voice breaking. You close your eyes and breathe slowly, ignoring the smell, the noise, the weight of it all. The water's gone, the bucket's empty. The air inside the tent feels colder now than before you started. You think about washing again tomorrow, but you already know you won't. There's no point wasting water when there's no chance of warmth. Maybe in a few days, when the weather softens, or when supplies arrive, if they ever arrive. Until then, you'll stay as you are, clean enough to live, dirty enough to belong. Outside, the wind begins to rise, shaking the canvas walls. Snowflakes drift through the seams and settle on your sleeves. You brush them away without thinking. The sound of men shouting carries across the camp, and the smell of smoke grows stronger. The day moves on, and with it, the small comfort of being almost clean fades into memory. Breakfast in a winter siege isn't really breakfast. It's the first task of survival after waking up. There's no sense of occasion, no comfort, no smell that invites you toward it. It's something you do because your body demands it, not because it gives any pleasure. The men in camp don't talk about eating anymore. They talk about fuel, as if they're engines that need to keep burning long enough to see the next day. The fires are already struggling when you step outside the tent. The air stings your lungs, the cold wrapping itself around your face like a wet cloth. The snow has fallen again in the night, thin but steady, coating everything in a pale layer that crunches underfoot. Smoke drifts from the few remaining cook fires, rising in faint grey trails that blend into the colourless sky. The smell is thick and unpleasant. Burned grain, wet wood, and the sour tang of beer gone stale. You make your way toward the line where the food is being served, though served is too generous a word. A group of soldiers stand around a cauldron balanced over a low fire. The iron pot is blackened, dented, its rim crusted with dried residue from a dozen previous meals. A thin figure ladles the contents into wooden bowls, one by one, without looking up. The liquid inside isn't really soup, though it tries to be. It's a cloudy mix of barley, onion, and water, with a few scraps of salt pork floating near the surface. If you're lucky, you get one of the scraps. If not, it's just warm and wet, and that's enough. You wait your turn. The men ahead of you are silent, their breath hanging in the air like faint ghosts. No one complains. Complaining wastes energy. When the bowl is handed to you, your glove slips slightly against the damp wood. The liquid sloshes, spilling a few drops onto your wrist. It's hot for a moment, then instantly cold again. You step away from the line and find a spot near one of the fires. The firewood burns too fast, the logs hissing and spitting as if protesting the work. A few men huddle close, their armour steaming where the frost melts off. One of them lifts his bowl to his mouth, blowing on the surface before taking a sip. His face doesn't change. There's no satisfaction, no relief. Just another mouthful of necessity swallowed without thought. You do the same. The liquid tastes faintly of dirt and smoke, but it's warm, and that's what matters. You can feel it spreading through your chest, a slow reminder that you're still alive. The barley is undercooked, hard enough to crunch between your teeth. You chew it anyway, grinding each piece like gravel. The bits of pork, if you get them, are stringy and grey, but they carry salt, and that's worth more than flavour. The bread comes next. A lump of dark, uneven dough that's closer to stone than food. It's made from rye, mixed with whatever flour was left, and baked in makeshift ovens that never quite hold heat. You break it with effort, using both hands, the crust cracking unevenly. Inside, it's damp, heavy, and sour. The smell is strong, but at least it's real. You tear off a piece and dip it into the soup, softening it enough to chew. It sticks to your teeth, your tongue, your throat. You wash it down with ale. The ale isn't much of a drink. It's thin, almost water, but brewed just enough to make it safe. Every man drinks it, from knight to servant. The barrels stand half buried in snow, their lids frozen shut each morning. The squires break the ice with hammers before filling the wooden cups. The ale smells faintly of yeast and smoke, its warmth gone before it reaches your stomach. Still, it's better than the alternative. The last man who drank from the stream was carried away 2 days later, his skin grey, his eyes dull. The surgeon said it was sickness from the water. Everyone else called it bad luck. You sit there for a while, watching the fire shift and hiss. Around you, men eat in silence, the sound of chewing and swallowing mixing with the crackle of wood. Occasionally someone mutters a joke about the food. A hollow laugh follows, and then quiet returns. Even laughter sounds tired here. Your squire approaches with his own bowl. He sits beside you without speaking, his face pale beneath the grime. He eats quickly, shoveling the food in like it might disappear. You envy his ability to eat without thought. For you, every bite is a reminder of the world outside the camp. The taste of roasted meat, the smell of bread baked in an oven that wasn't shared by 50 men. You remember those things too clearly. Memory is its own kind of hunger. The cook moves down the line, checking the cauldrons. His hands are red from the heat, steam rising from his sleeves as he stirs. You can tell he's been doing this too long. His beard is full of soot, his eyes hollow from nights spent guarding fires that refuse to stay lit. The smell of his clothes carries across the air, burned fat and smoke, the scent of a man who hasn't left his post in days. He looks like he could fall asleep standing, but he keeps stirring. Everyone has their duty. Beyond the fires, the horses are being fed. Their breath clouds the air as they chew through feed mixed with straw and scraps. A few of them nudge each other, restless, their hooves stamping against the frozen ground. They're thinner now, ribs showing beneath their hides. The squires move among them with buckets, trying to keep them calm. The sound of chains rattling mixes with the low hum of voices. It's strange how normal it feels. An army frozen in routine, pretending that breakfast means something more than endurance. A sudden gust of wind sweeps through the camp, scattering ash and sparks. You pull your cloak tighter and lower your head. The snow is still falling, slow and steady, melting where it touches the fire, clinging where it doesn't. The flames hiss, shrinking lower. Someone curses quietly. A few men rise, searching for more wood, but there's little left. You've already burned most of what could be gathered within safe distance. The forest beyond the camp is watched by enemy scouts. Every tree costs a risk. Your hands are stiff. You hold them out toward the fire, rotating them slowly. The skin is cracked, pale, the knuckles raw. When the heat touches them, it stings, then throbs. You can't remember what they looked like, clean. You flex your fingers and take another sip of ale, trying not to think about the day ahead. There's talk of an assault, though no one believes it will happen. The ground is too hard for digging. The ladder's frozen, the siege machine's useless in the snow. But commanders still give orders. It's what they do. The squire finishes his bowl and stands, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. He looks at you, waiting for instructions. You nod toward the tent. He knows what it means. Check the armour, pack the gear, be ready for anything. He disappears into the white haze, his figure fading among the tents. You watch him go, wondering if he still thinks this is an adventure. Probably not. The cold has a way of stripping illusions faster than battle ever could. The man beside you burps softly, setting his empty bowl aside. He stares into the fire for a long time, eyes unfocused. Then he says almost to himself, "Remember hot stew?" Another man chuckles. "No," he answers. "That's how long it's been." They both laugh, but it dies quickly. The first man leans forward, his face close to the flames, his eyes wet from the smoke. You take another sip of ale and stare at your reflection in the liquid. The surface trembles slightly with each breath. Your face looks older than it should. Skin rough, eyes hollow. The lines of exhaustion are permanent now. You wonder if they'll fade when the war ends, or if they're carved too deep. A shout carries from across the camp, followed by the clang of metal. It's nothing serious, just the morning drill beginning. The sound blends with the rest of the noise. Voices, fire, wind. You finish your meal such as it is, and stand. The bowl feels light in your hand, too light for what it's supposed to be. You toss the remains into the fire, watching the liquid hiss as it hits the coals. The smell rises, burned grain, salt and smoke. It's not pleasant, but it's real, and reality is the only thing you can trust anymore. You hand the bowl to a passing servant, who nods without meeting your eyes. He's carrying a pile of dirty dishes, his fingers red from the cold. You almost thank him, but the words stick. Gratitude feels strange here. Everyone's just doing what they have to. The wind shifts again, blowing smoke into your face. You blink against it, the sting sharp in your eyes. When it clears, you look toward the fortress. It looms in the distance, dark and silent, its towers coated in ice. No movement, no sound, just the faint glint of frost on the walls. It's waiting, same as you. You pull your cloak around your shoulders and start walking back toward your tent. The snow crunches beneath your boots, the air biting at your cheeks. The camp is moving now, the rhythm of survival repeating itself. Fires are being fed, weapons checked, orders shouted. Somewhere a bell rings, signalling the start of the next watch. The squire is already outside your tent when you arrive, holding your armour. Steam rises from it where he's warmed it by the fire. It won't stay that way for long. You nod, and he begins to help you dress again, his fingers quick despite the cold. The air inside the tent smells faintly of burned bread and metal polish. You think of breakfast again as the armour settles on your shoulders. The warmth from the ale is gone. The taste of the soup has faded, replaced by the metallic tang of your own breath inside the helmet. Hunger will come back soon, but it doesn't matter. It always does. You're used to it now. Outside, the horn sounds again. Short, sharp, familiar. The day begins in earnest. The men form lines, the horses snort, and the fires die out one by one. The smell of smoke lingers, carried on the wind that never seems to stop. You glance once more at the empty bowl resting near the fire pit. A faint crust of barley clings to its edge, frozen solid. You wonder if you'll see another meal like it tomorrow. Probably. It will taste the same, look the same, and feel the same. Everything does here. That's the point. It's not about satisfaction. It's about survival, one mouthful at a time. You tighten the strap of your cloak, adjust your sword, and step into the wind. The camp stretches before you, grey and endless. Somewhere ahead, the walls of the fortress glint faintly in the weak sunlight. You take a breath that burns your throat and start walking toward them. Not because you want to, but because that's what the morning demands. Getting dressed for war in the middle of winter is an act of endurance that starts before dawn and feels like punishment disguised as duty. The cold is heavier in the mornings, sitting on the camp like a physical weight, pressing into every joint and seam. When the horn sounds, you already know what's expected of you. It's the same routine you've repeated for weeks. No one needs to shout orders anymore. The body remembers, even if the mind wants to forget. You pull yourself up from the cot, joints stiff, breath visible in the air. The inside of the tent smells of damp wool and cold iron. Your squire is already awake, crouched beside the small fire outside, trying to coax it back to life. The smoke drifts inward, filling the tent with a haze that stings the eyes and makes your throat ache. You can feel the frost beneath your boots. It crunches even on the canvas floor. Then the first layer is the gambeson, a padded jacket thick with stuffing that used to be soft. Now it's stiff, hard at the seams from sweat, mud and ice. It never really dries. You pull it over your head, grimacing as the rough fabric drags against your neck. It's cold, and the chill spreads instantly across your shoulders. The gambeson is supposed to keep you warm, but in this weather, it's more of a reminder that warmth used to exist. The squire helps with the straps, pulling them tight, the leather cracking as he fastens each one. You can see the exhaustion in his movements, but his hands are practiced. He's done this so many times that the motions are automatic. He doesn't speak, and neither do you. Words aren't necessary in this part of the morning. There's only the sound of creaking fabric and distant metal as other men do the same. The mail comes next. You lift it from the wooden stand where it hangs, stiff with frost. The links clink dully against each other as you shake it out. Small crystals of ice falling to the ground like ash. You slide it over your head, the cold metal biting into your skin through the layers of fabric. It feels heavier than usual, as if the cold itself has added weight. When it settles across your shoulders, the pressure is immediate, constant, and familiar. You shift, trying to adjust it so it doesn't pull at your neck, but there's no way to make it comfortable. Your squire moves behind you, straightening the folds, adjusting the hem, making sure the mail covers what it should. He mutters something under his breath about the weather, a tone that's half complaint, half disbelief. You don't answer. There's nothing new to say about it. The cold is as much a part of the camp as the tents and the mud. The surcoat goes on over the mail. It's your lord's colours, though they're barely visible now. The fabric is stained with smoke, torn at the edges, and stiff from the frost that never truly melts. It flaps weakly when you move, the wind catching it even inside the tent. The emblem once painted on the front is faded, the threadwork unravelling. What was meant to represent pride and allegiance now feels like decoration for a corpse. The squire hands you your belt next. The leather is cracked but still holds. He tightens it until the mail presses into your stomach, the weight shifting slightly as it settles. The scabbard hangs heavy against your hip, the sword inside already cold enough to burn the skin if you touch it without gloves. You pat it once, more out of habit than reassurance. Then come the greaves and cuisses, the leg armour. The metal is cold enough to make you wince when it brushes your skin. The squire kneels to strap them in place, his fingers red and raw. You can see where the leather bites into his palms as he works. The greaves lock against your boots with a dull click, and you test your weight, bending one knee, then the other. It feels awkward at first, but the body adjusts. It always does. Outside, the camp sounds grow louder. Men shouting, horses snorting, the rhythmic clang of hammers striking metal. The sound of preparation is unmistakable. It's not the chaos of battle yet, but the steps that lead to it. Every man knows the ritual, and every man moves through it the same way, mechanically, without thought. It's how you keep fear from creeping in. The squire brings your breastplate. It's dented in a few places, blackened where the smoke from fires has settled. You've polished it before, but there's no point now. The cold dulls everything, even the shine of metal. He lifts it into place, and you feel the weight press against your chest. The straps pull tight across your back, the buckle digging into your shoulder blade. You exhale slowly, letting the armour settle around you like a second skin. The feeling never becomes pleasant, but it's familiar. That's enough. You reach for your gauntlets. The leather is stiff, the plates along the fingers frozen in place. You slide your hands in, forcing your fingers to bend until the joints loosen. The metal creaks faintly as you make a fist. The sound is oddly satisfying. The cold air seeps through the gaps, biting at your knuckles, but it doesn't matter anymore. You've learned to move through the pain as if it isn't there. The last piece is the helmet. You lift it from the stool where it rests, the steel rim rimed with frost. The inside smells of sweat and iron. You pull it on slowly, the weight closing in around your head. The world narrows to the slit in front of your eyes. The sound of the camp becomes muffled, replaced by the echo of your own breathing. You've always hated this part, the feeling of isolation, the closeness. But once the helmet is on, you're ready. Or as unready as anyone can be. You step outside. The light hits you first, dull and grey, filtered through clouds that never move. The snow reflects it in every direction, making the world too bright to look at directly. The cold finds every gap in your armour, sneaking in around your neck, down your wrists, under the edges of your greaves. It's relentless. You pull your cloak tighter, fastening it with a metal clasp that's already frozen shut once this morning. The fabric whips in the wind, heavy with frost, the hem crusted with dirt and snow. The camp is alive now, though not in any cheerful sense. Men move in lines, adjusting straps, checking weapons, muttering to themselves. Horses stamp their hooves, their breath rising in thick plumes. The air is filled with the sound of clanging metal and murmured prayer. Everyone has a ritual. Some check their blades, some touch the ground. Others cross themselves before putting on their helmets. It's less faith than habit, but it helps. You spot your commander near the centre of camp, his cloak a darker shade of grey against the snow. He's speaking to a small group of officers, pointing toward the fortress on the horizon. His voice carries over the wind, sharp and measured. You can't make out the words, but you don't need to. It's always the same. Hold a line, be ready, watch for movement. Words meant to sound strong even when everyone knows they mean little. You check your sword again, drawing it halfway from the scabbard. The blade catches what little light there is, dull and cold. You wipe it with a cloth, then slide it back in place. The action is comforting in its repetition. The sword isn't perfect, but it's reliable. You've used it long enough to know how it feels in your hand, how it moves when you swing. In a world where everything breaks, the familiarity of steel is a strange kind of stability. Your squire brings the shield. The paint is chipped, the wood scarred from old blows. The edge is lined with frost. You take it, feeling the weight pull at your shoulder. The straps dig into your arm through the padding. It's heavy, awkward, and absolutely necessary. You test the balance, shifting your grip until it feels right. The squire watches, waiting for you to nod. When you do, he steps back, rubbing his hands together again. His breath comes in short, visible bursts. He looks too thin for this weather, but you don't say it. Everyone does. The horn sounds once more. Long, low, and mournful. It carries across the camp, echoing off the frozen hills. The noise quiets for a moment as men pause to listen. Then movement resumes, slower but steady. Orders ripple through the ranks, shouted down the line, repeated until they lose all meaning. The siege isn't ending today, but the day still demands its routine. You make your way toward the line, boots crunching in the snow. The armour creaks with every step, the metal shifting with your movement. It's strange how something meant to protect you feels like it might crush you instead. You can feel the cold radiating through it, spreading along your arms and legs until it feels like you're carrying winter itself. A group of archers passes by, their bows slung across their backs, the strings covered in cloth to keep them from freezing. One of them nods as he passes, a brief acknowledgement. You nod back, there's no point in speaking. Words freeze faster than anything else out here. You reach the outer edge of the camp, where the siege lines begin. The trenches are half filled with snow, the wooden barricades leaning under the weight. The ground is a mixture of mud and ice, hard enough to crack boots, but soft enough to suck at them when you move too slowly. You stand for a moment, looking out toward the fortress. The walls are white with frost, the towers silent. Smoke curls from the chimneys inside. The enemy is awake, just as you are. They're probably eating their own version of breakfast, dressing in their own cold armour, preparing for another day of waiting. The thought doesn't bring comfort. It just makes the war feel smaller, more senseless. You shift your weight and adjust your grip on the shield. The leather strap squeaks faintly. The wind cuts across your faceplate, carrying the sharp scent of iron and smoke. You breathe it in, slow and shallow. The air inside the helmet is warm from your breath, but it fogs the visor, blurring your vision. You lift it briefly, letting the cold rush in, clearing it. The shock of the air makes your eyes water. You drop the visor again and blink away the sting. A few feet away, a man sneezes loudly inside his helmet, muttering a curse that comes out muffled. Another laughs, then coughs, the sound deep and rough. You recognize the cough. Everyone does. It's the same one that's been echoing through the camp for weeks. No one asks if he's sick. There's no point. The surgeon's tent is already full. You stand there still as the wind moves through the camp. The sound of armour and metal fills the air like a constant rhythm. It's not music, but it's something close, a grim, mechanical chorus of survival. Each man tightening straps, testing weapons, adjusting cloaks. No one speaks loudly. There's no boasting, no bravado. The cold has stripped that away. What's left is a kind of quiet focus, the understanding that surviving the day is its own kind of victory. You glance towards the squire one last time. He's standing near the tent, watching you, his expression unreadable. You nod once, a silent command for him to stay back, to keep the fire alive, to guard what little remains of your camp. He nods in return, wrapping his cloak tighter around himself. The wind catches his hair, and for a moment he looks impossibly young. Then you turn away. You adjust the weight of your armour again, shifting your shoulders until it feels balanced. The leather creaks, the metal groans. You take a step forward, then another. The sound of your boots against the snow merges with the others around you. The line moves slowly, deliberately, each man following the next. The morning light glints faintly off the helmets and shields, a dull reflection of discipline that refuses to fade completely. You don't think about glory. You don't think about honour. Those words belong to warmer places. Here, dressing for war isn't about pride. It's about surviving long enough to undress again when the day ends. The armour holds the cold, but it also holds you together, piece by piece, against the wind that would tear everything else apart. You take another breath, the air scraping your throat, and lift your head toward the distant walls. The day has begun. The fortress waits. The snow keeps falling. There are parts of war no one wants to describe, but everyone has to live through. Eating is one. Sleeping is another. What comes after eating is the one that breaks men's patience, faster than frost and hunger combined. On a warm day in a market town, you can pretend civilization is a neat thing. In a winter siege camp, with the ground locked like iron, and the wind scraping the skin off your face, the bathroom problem stops being a problem, and becomes a system you either accept or get punished by. You wake up, you drink your weak ale because water will give you sickness. You swallow a few mouthfuls of barley mash that barely qualifies as food, and then your body reminds you that it still has jobs to do, whether you feel like cooperating or not. Nothing about it is private, nothing about it is comfortable. If you're lucky, it isn't dangerous. The camp has rules, at least on paper. Latrine pits are supposed to sit downwind, beyond the last line of tents, marked by stakes and scraps of cloth, so men don't accidentally step into them at night. In the first week of a siege, those rules hold. Someone measures, someone digs, someone even lines the pit with brush, and lays a plank so you can balance without falling in. Then the weather changes, the ground turns to stone, the tools break, the men get sick, and the nice ideas get replaced by the kind you can manage half asleep with frozen hands. The official pits remain where they were ordered, but new holes appear closer to the tents, because men don't want to trudge through knee-deep snow in the dark, while the wind tries to push them face first into the problem they're trying to solve. You walk there anyway, because you know what happens if you don't. You've seen the camps that stop bothering. A ring of filth grows around the living spaces like a moat, and then the flies arrive on the first thaw and bring sickness as payment for laziness. In winter, there are fewer flies, but rats don't care about seasons. And dogs that follow the army learn quickly where to find food and what's not food but close enough. So you pull your cloak tight, you tuck your chin into the scratchy wool, and you trudge out toward the flags that mark the latrine line, boots squeaking in the new snow over the old, hardened layer beneath. There's always a queue. No one stands close. Men shift from foot to foot, trying to pick a patch of ground that won't dump them into a drift. Breath hangs above the line, like steam rising from a stable roof. Nobody looks anyone else in the eye. Sometimes there's talk about rations or the weather, but most of the time people just stare at the trench and try to convince their bodies to wait a few more minutes. If a gust hits just right, it lifts the smell up and throws it straight into your faceplate. In summer, that smell is a living thing. In winter, it's dulled by cold but never gone. You taste it before you recognise it, and your stomach folds inward on itself in a small private protest that has no effect on anything. The pits freeze at the edges and stay soft in the middle, which is somehow worse than either option alone. Boards that were laid across earlier in the season now bow under weight, the plank tops coated with a slick sheen that looks like water and turns out to be something else. The men who manage the latrines, a punishment duty that rotates through the ranks, carry ash buckets and old straw. They toss the ash into the trench after each group finishes, stir it with a pike, then throw a thin layer of straw across the top to keep snow from building a white lid that looks innocent until a boot breaks through it. It's work no one wants, and everyone threatens to assign when tempers get short. If you dump chamber pots near the tents, you get the trench detail. If you ignore the trench detail, the captain makes it personal. Taking off layers in this weather is an operation. The cold has a way of making everything feel backwards. Fingers forget how buckles work. Belts refuse to move. When you finally get the cloak up, and the gambeson loosened enough that you can do what you came to do, you discover that holding a position on a narrow board while your thighs shake in the wind is a skill no one taught you at home. Men wrap a strap of leather around their hand and loop it over the upright post, makeshift insurance against slipping. Others plant a spear butt behind them for balance. The squire who tried to go without anything once spent the next week sleeping on his stomach, and even that didn't help much. For wiping there is no linen except for the sick or the lords who still have a chest of soft rags hidden in their baggage and a servant brave enough to wash them. The rest of you use what the camp has. Handfuls of straw twisted into cords that crumble at the worst moment. Scraps of old wool cut from a torn coat hardie. Moss that was stored in sacks before the snow came. Smooth sticks gathered from what's left of the hedges. And, when nothing else is available, snow itself. Men praise snow like it's a miracle for a week, until the skin starts cracking, and the cold robs you of the last bit of dignity you were holding on to. Then they go back to straw, and hope their hands are clean enough before breakfast. They rarely are. Night makes everything worse. The official line is that you should go in pairs after dark. The real practice is that a man wakes, hears the wind beat the tent, decides he can't face the walk, reaches for the bucket, and hopes his aim is good. The bucket is wood, banded with iron, the handle loose, and it fills faster than anyone expects when the camp has been drinking small beer since dawn. At first light, a servant or an unlucky private drags the bucket out to empty it in the trench, a task carefully watched by the officer of the day. Caught tipping it near the cook fires or into a snowbank behind the tents, and you'll find yourself on trench duty until your hands split and bleed, and you decide rules exist for a reason. There is a separate reality for men in armour. No bard wrote verses about that either. In a sortie or during alarm, you have no time to undo the labour of morning dressing. The cuisses strap tight, the male skirt sits heavy over the hips, the fold plates bite in when you crouch, and the best plan is to pretend your body has postponed all functions until the trumpet sounds retreat. Bodies don't bargain. If you're lucky, you can step behind a mantlet while an archer looks the other way for 30 seconds. If not, you do what every soldier in every age has done. Let go inside your chausses and hope the wool and linen wick it away instead of freezing. Men talk less about shame in war than they do about chafing. The second can cripple you when marching resumes. Leather stiffens with salt and stink. Wool rubs raw places into sores. And then the surgeon sees you, shakes his head, and reaches for a pot of goose fat and a strip of dirty linen that used to be white. Commanders have better options, but only in the sense that their problems are upholstered. A chest with a hole cut into the lid and a ceramic pot beneath passes for a commode in the larger tents. The pot freezes on the surface between uses like everything else. A servant carries it out at dawn, wrapped in a cloak, moving fast so no one sees him, and everyone does. If the camp is proud enough to have a proper pavilion with a wooden floor, there's a corner screened by tapestries where a man can imagine he is private for a minute. The tapestry captures the smell and keeps it long after the user has gone. Luxury is a thin coat of paint over the same wood. Women who follow the army, laundresses, cooks, the wives of soldiers, manage as they can. A few screens of shields, a cloak hung between two pikes, a quick look over the shoulder. They are better at speed than most of the men, and more practical. They carry rags in their aprons and wash them without comment. No one thanks them for the quiet order they impose. Everyone benefits from it. When a girl slips on the frozen crust and goes down with a cry, 4 hands pick her up before she finishes falling, and someone spreads straw on the path to keep the next person from the same mistake. The system only works because 100 small kindnesses glue it together. Disease doesn't need warm weather to spread. Dysentery walks through the lines without hurry. It prefers places where the pits are too shallow, where snowdrifts hide waste that should have gone farther from the tents, where men wash their hands in melted snow and declare the job finished because fingers feel numb and therefore must be clean. The surgeon talks about boiling things, and no one listens until he runs out of bandages and vinegar and starts refusing to see men with complaints he can't cut or burn. Then the captain walks the line and points with his glove, and the trench detail doubles again. There is always a moment in a siege when the enemy isn't the enemy anymore. It's the camp, and you, and the things you thought you could ignore. The ground decides what you can do. Early winter, the spade bites before the frost locks everything down. Midwinter, the point of the shovel skids and shrieks off the surface like it just met iron. Then you get pickaxes, and the men on punishment work swing until their shoulders fail. After that, you change tactics. Barrels cut in half, set over shallow scoops, ash thrown in, lid slapped on when the wind rises. When the barrels fill, a cart takes them out beyond the far hedge and dumps them into a trench hacked open with quarry tools. That cart is more important to the health of the army than any single wagon of arrows. Men know it. They hate it anyway. Privacy is a word that does not belong to this part of life. In daylight, the line at the trench gives each man a pace or two, and the courtesy of looking at the snowbank or the sky. At night, a shield planted in the snow becomes a wall big enough to pretend behind. A cloak thrown over a spear makes a booth that flaps like a broken door in the wind. You can hear everything. You learn not to react. When someone loses their balance, you look away because shame grows teeth if you feed it attention. The only time the line breaks is when a horn blows from the far end of camp, and you have to decide whether to finish or run. Most men run. A few don't, and the scolding they get later is milder than the looks they collect from their friends. Accidents happen in winter that never happen in summer. A man's fingers freeze enough that he can't undo the knot at his belt. He panics and pulls, and the thong tightens. And then he's hopping on the plank with his eyes wet and his teeth clenched, while another soldier steps up and cuts the thong with a dagger. Another slips, goes to one knee, and the crust breaks, and he disappears up to the thigh in a slurry he'll never forget. 2 men haul him out by his armpits, and he walks to the stream bed with his jaw set, while a squire pours a kettle of hot water down his leg, and prays out loud without words. The laugh that follows is real and unkind and necessary. He laughs with them because the other option is to sit down and never stand again. The enemy watches. Not always, but often enough that you keep your helmet on when you walk to the trench after dawn. Archers on the wall have nothing to do for hours, and men are cruel when they are bored. A shot sent into the air to make a line of soldiers scatter is worth a morning's entertainment to a garrison that hasn't tasted action in weeks. Your side repays the favour when the wind shifts and the smoke from their chimneys drifts down to your lines. There is no nobility in this part of the fight, just people making each other's lives smaller out of spite. There are punishments for fouling the camp. Fines if you have coin, extra duty if you don't, lashings if you challenge the rule that keeps everyone alive. The captain doesn't like using the whip in cold weather. Skin splits deeper. An infection follows even the neat stripes left by a careful hand. But he will use it if he must. After a single public lesson, the paths to the trench get busy again. Order is never cheap. It's just cheaper than chaos. Men swear by different tricks. A strap of grease rubbed on the thighs so snow doesn't bite. A wad of wool folded twice for wiping and tucked into the inside of the cloak where body heat keeps it flexible. A habit of standing to one side of the plank so that if the board snaps, you fall onto clean snow and not the pit. A short stick poked into the drift beside the trench as a marker when the light goes grey in late afternoon. None of it is written down. Everything is taught in mutters and gestures. You either learn quickly or the camp teaches you the hard way. On March days, the system gets worse. You're lined out along the road, the officers keeping the column tight because stragglers die. There is no trench on a road that isn't yours, and no one gives you a minute unless you take it. Men step off into the hedgerow, drop where they must, and sprint to catch up while their friends pretend not to notice. In armour, it's a calculation. Do you lose the line for 60 seconds and risk being the man the captain remembers? Or do you trust your body to wait until the halt at noon? The body rarely waits. The shame of jogging red-faced to your place has a way of shrinking after the first 100 times. Camp rumour keeps track of all of this, because rumour needs something to do. Someone says a noble's son slipped clean in and had to be hauled out by 2 soldiers who didn't like him much, and for a week the boy pretends he's deaf. Someone else says the enemy's wells are fouled, and that's why they're quiet on the walls. Someone swears the surgeons have run out of vinegar and are boiling snow with pine needles to wash their hands, and men nod gravely as if they understand the point. None of it changes what you still have to do twice a day, no matter what the walls look like. There are days when the wind favours the camp and the smell blows away toward empty fields. On those days, you almost believe the system works. The ash covers what it ought to cover. The snow falls light and clean over the edges. The boards hold. The men come and go without incident. Then a thaw crawls in from the south, and the top layer turns to grey soup, while the bottom stays frozen, and the smell climbs up like a man out of a trench. The lines at the surgeon's tent lengthen a little 2 days later. No one connects it out loud. Everyone does the math in their head. You keep a small pouch of salt in your chest for many reasons. One of them is this: a pinch on raw skin, and the sting reminds you that you're still attached to your body and it still belongs to you, even when the weather treats you like equipment. The surgeon shakes his head when he sees you do it, and offers goose fat instead. You take both. Pride left the camp after the first month. What remains is a willingness to try anything that works, and a memory of the things that did not. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, the wind drops for an hour, and the camp turns quiet enough that you can hear the other army. Not their words, just the low murmur of many people moving in a small space. You know their trench sits behind their inner line, shielded from your view by a wall that does not care about your curiosity. You know they slip on boards, curse at buckles, argue with their bodies, and promise themselves they will plan better tomorrow. It does not make you kinder. It just makes you aware that both armies are losing to the same opponent in different uniforms. On a morning inspection, the captain walks the line and stops at the trench. He points at the ash buckets, at the straw, at the stakes that mark the start and end. He tells a sergeant to move the screens closer so the wind doesn't cut men in half while they stand there. He orders extra straw from the forage master, who does not have extra straw. The forage master nods anyway and finds enough to pretend obedience. A squire closes his eyes for a second and then goes to the wagons to scavenge the crumbling bottoms of sacks. By afternoon, the trench looks marginally better, which means it is exactly as bad as it has to be to work. The body makes its demands on its own schedule. You can try to time it before watch duty, before drill, before a patrol out toward the woodline where enemy scouts like to taunt you from 60 paces. The body listens or it doesn't. When it refuses, you hand your shield to a friend, you hurry through the drift, you unsling the belt, you set your boot on the board, and you hold on to the post like it might be the mast of a ship you didn't choose to board. You breathe through your mouth. You do not look down. You finish, and you toss a scoop of ash, because that's the part that helps the men behind you. Then you straighten, refasten, and walk back through the snow with your face blank. No one speaks. That too is a kindness. There are days when even this routine feels like victory, small and ugly as it is. You don't slip. The board holds. Your hands obey. The ash falls where it should. You step away without leaving anything on your boots that will follow you to the cook fire. You wash your hands in a basin someone warmed, and say nothing when the next man uses the same water because he needs it more than you do. You rub your palms together until the sting fades. You find your shield where you left it and nod to the friend who kept your place in the line for formation. That's enough for 1 hour. When the horn blows from the far side of camp and men begin to move toward the siege works, The trench quiets for a while. The boards sit in the wind, the ash settles, the snow falls across old marks and makes them new. The screens flap and then lie still. Somewhere in the camp a bucket sloshes and a servant hurries, head down, to do the job no one wants to admit matters as much as any weapon. You pull your cloak tight, feel the stiff edge scrape your jaw, and take your place with the others because the day demands it. The fortress sits on its hill, as patient as the cold, and the wind carries the same smell it carried an hour ago across ground that looks clean until you know where to look. You fix your glove, test your grip on the strap, and step forward without thinking about it, because there are other miseries waiting their turn, and this one, for the moment, is finished. Marching in winter is its own kind of punishment. When the camp finally stirs with the news that the column must move, no one cheers. The stillness of a siege at least means shelter, however poor. Marching means wind, exhaustion, frozen boots, and the kind of cold that lives behind your eyes and stays there for days. But orders are orders. The word spreads through the tents in low voices, the kind that never sound surprised anymore. Men begin to pack without speaking. Each movement slow, careful, automatic. There's nothing to discuss. You start before dawn, because light is a luxury. The stars are still out, faint through a veil of snow clouds. The fire in front of your tent is little more than smoke now, the embers barely alive. The squire stamps on the last of it and begins rolling the blanket around your few belongings. The tent itself stays behind. It will be struck and carried by the quartermaster's men later, if the wind doesn't tear it down first. You lift your pack, heavy with damp wool and half-frozen bread, and sling it over one shoulder. The weight presses against your back where the armour already bites. The first step out of camp is the hardest. The ground looks solid in the grey light, but it's a lie. A thin crust of ice hides the mud beneath, and the moment your boot breaks through, you feel the cold seep up through the soles, numbing your feet before the march has truly begun. The sound of hundreds of boots doing the same fills the air, a rhythmic squelch and crunch that becomes the heartbeat of the column. Ahead, the snow lies uneven, packed by the horses and carts that left earlier, churned into a half-frozen slurry. The air smells of iron and smoke, the breath of men and animals mixing into one heavy cloud that hangs above the road. You fall into line, the man in front of you little more than a moving shadow through the snow. Everyone moves at the same pace, slow but steady. The wind shifts, carrying the faint creak of wagon wheels and the steady clop of hooves. Somewhere near the front, a horn sounds once, a signal to move faster. No one does. The cold has made the air too heavy for haste. The armour adds weight to every motion. With each step, the mail drags slightly on your shoulders, pulling against the gambeson. The plates along your thighs knock faintly together. After the first mile, the joints of your knees ache with every movement. The cold makes the metal brittle, and you learn quickly to keep your pace measured, careful. A slip means more than embarrassment. It means the fall of a man who may not get up again. The ice beneath the mud hides sharp stones and broken wood. Every stumble tears at your boots, and every tear lets in more cold. The horses suffer more than the men. Their hooves break through the crust, sinking into black water that freezes again around their legs. The squires curse softly as they pull on reins, trying to keep them moving. The animals' breath steams in the air, clinging to their manes in icy strands. You pass one cart stuck axle deep in the mire, 4 men pushing from behind, while another slaps the horses to move. They don't. The wheels spin, spraying mud and frozen filth across their faces. You keep walking. There's nothing to do but keep walking. Hours pass without notice. The horizon stays grey. The snow begins again, light at first, then heavier, falling in thick, wet flakes that melt on your armour and refreeze as a thin crust. The sound changes. The steady squelch of boots becomes a dull, sticky rhythm. The air grows heavier, thicker with moisture. Each breath stings your throat. The man ahead coughs and spits, a dark stain against the white. You taste the metallic tang of your own breath inside your helmet. When the column stops, it's not for rest, but for repair. A wagon has broken a wheel. You stand still, shifting your weight from one leg to the other, trying to keep the blood moving. The cold creeps back in instantly, filling the spaces between your armour and your body. Men huddle in small groups, shoulders pressed together, saying nothing. The snow collects on their cloaks and helmets, turning them into statues. You watch the men at the wagon struggle with the wheel, the wood splintered, the iron rim bent. It takes half an hour to fix, and when the horn sounds again, your muscles protest at the order to move. Standing still is worse than walking. The road curves through a shallow valley, the ground sloping down toward a frozen stream. You can hear the ice creak beneath its thin cover, water moving somewhere below. The men step carefully across, but one slips, his foot breaking through the surface. He swears, loud and sharp, pulling his leg free. The water reaches his knee. The others laugh softly, not out of cruelty, but because it's easier than imagining it happening to them. He keeps walking, water dripping from his boot with each step, freezing solid before the next mile. Mud gives way to ice again. The wind rises, carrying flakes sideways across your visor. You can barely see the line ahead, only the shape of the man in front of you and the faint movement of the banners further along. They don't flap anymore. They hang stiff, coated in frost. You lower your head and walk. The world becomes rhythm. Step, breath. Step, breath. The rest of it, the noise, the cold, the pain in your legs, blurs together until it feels like one long, unending sound. The squire walks beside you now, his face red and raw from the wind. He stumbles once, catches himself and mutters an apology. You shake your head. There's nothing to apologise for. Everyone is stumbling. The line behind you stretches far into the distance, a thin, wavering scar across the white landscape. From above, it must look like a column of ants dragging their lives through frost. You pass another camp left behind by some earlier force. A few broken tents, a half-burned fire pit, and the dark shapes of what was once meat hanging from a tree, now frozen solid. A dead horse lies nearby, its flank split open where someone cut away the flesh for food. No one comments. A few men glance at it and look away. Hunger makes you think strange things, but not out loud. By midday the light barely changes. The sun is somewhere above the clouds, invisible. The snow turns to sleet for an hour. Tiny needles of ice that sting your face and rattle against the armour. You hunch your shoulders and keep walking. The sleet seeps through every gap, melting down your collar, freezing again where it gathers at your waist. You can feel the wetness on your skin, but it's too cold to matter. The body stops caring about discomfort after a certain point. It just continues. When the column halts again, men collapse where they stand. Some sit on packs, others sink to their knees, leaning on spears or swords for support. You remove your helmet briefly, the cold air hitting your face like a slap. The squire offers you a piece of hard bread, and you take it, chewing slowly. It tastes of nothing. The ale in your flask is half frozen, but you drink it anyway, the liquid thick and bitter. It doesn't warm you. It just reminds you what warmth used to feel like. A captain rides past, his horse wrapped in blankets, its breath clouding around its muzzle. He shouts orders to close the gaps in the line. His voice carries, but no one hurries. The pace stays the same. You watch him ride ahead, his cloak snapping in the wind. For a moment, you envy him the height, the sense of motion that feels easier from a saddle. Then you remember that horses die faster than men in weather like this, and the envy fades. You start walking again. The mud is deeper now, churned by the carts and hooves. Each step pulls at your boots, sucking them down. You feel the seams straining, the leather soft from moisture. One of the men behind you curses as his boot stays stuck in the mud. He bends to pull it free, loses balance, and goes down on one knee. The others step around him. When he stands again, his leg is coated to the thigh. You hear him mutter something under his breath and keep moving. By afternoon, the snow returns. The wind howls through the valley, carrying flakes that swirl in chaotic spirals. The banners vanish into the storm ahead. You can see only a few feet in front of you. The man leading the column shouts, his voice muffled by the wind. The sound fades almost instantly. You keep walking, because stopping would mean freezing where you stand. The snow builds on your shoulders, on your helmet, along the rim of your shield. It adds weight until you can feel the strain in your spine. The road climbs now, steep and slick. Men grab at branches and rocks to steady themselves. A horse slips, its hind legs giving way. It screams as it falls, the sound cutting through the storm. The rider jumps free, rolling in the snow, shouting for help. It takes 4 men to get the horse back on its feet, its flanks heaving, its breath a steady plume of white steam. You pass by without looking too long. The noise fades behind you. By the time the column stops for the night, you've lost feeling in your feet. The world is grey and white and motionless. The order to halt passes down the line like a whisper. Men drop their packs where they stand. A few fall asleep sitting up, their heads bowed. Others begin the slow process of making camp again, scraping away snow, cutting frozen branches, stacking them for fires that will burn badly and smoke more than they warm. You remove your helmet and hang it from your belt, rubbing your neck where the metal pressed all day. Your breath fogs in front of you, the air colder now than before. The squire appears with a flask and a blanket. His hands shake as he tries to light a small fire. You help him shield the flame from the wind, both of you crouched low. The spark catches, flickers, almost dies, then steadies. The smoke stings your eyes. The fire gives no heat at first, only light. You sit beside it anyway, because the body wants to believe in warmth, even when there isn't any. The camp around you settles into exhausted silence. The horses stand tied together, heads low, tails twitching weakly, twitching. The men eat what's left of their rations, hard bread and cold meat, the sound of chewing mixing with the wind. Somewhere a man coughs, then another. The rhythm of it echoes faintly through the dark. You watch the fire burn down to embers, the glow reflecting off the edge of your sword. The mud beneath you has already frozen again. Your boots are stiff, the lace is white with frost. You don't bother removing them. You pull the blanket over your shoulders and lean against your pack. The snow falls steadily, covering the fire until only a faint orange glimmer remains. You close your eyes for a moment, though sleep won't come easily. The march has stripped away everything but the essentials. Movement, breath, pain, cold. There's no room left for thought. Tomorrow you'll wake and do it again, because that's what's required. The road will still be there, the ice will still break, and the mud will still pull at your boots like it wants to keep you. The last thing you hear before you drift toward a shallow kind of rest is the slow creak of the wagons settling in the cold, and the sound of snow landing softly on armour that no longer feels like protection, only weight. The fire dies without smoke. The night takes everything back. Time loses shape inside a siege. There are no real days or nights anymore, just long stretches of grey separated by meals and orders. The routine never changes, and because of that, it feels like it never ends. You wake when the horn sounds, or when the cold refuses to let you sleep any longer. You check your armour, your weapons, your horse if it's still alive. You eat whatever the cooks manage to thaw, and then you wait for someone to tell you what needs doing. Most of the time, what needs doing is waiting. A besieging army doesn't move much. It surrounds, it watches, it outlasts. The real battle happens between hunger and discipline. You wake up to the sound of the camp coming alive again, the hammering from the smith's tent, the faint ring of metal echoing through the frost, the coughs that sound worse every morning, the shuffle of boots through snow. Men talk less now than they did in the first weeks. There's nothing new to say. Every complaint has already been spoken 100 times. Every curse has lost its strength. The cold drains voices as easily as it drains colour. The camp stretches for miles, a patchwork of tents, trenches, carts, and makeshift barricades. From a distance, it looks organised. Banners flying, fires burning, soldiers moving in neat lines. Up close, it's chaos held together by habit. The ground is a mess of frozen ruts, churned mud, and ash. You can tell where each company has made its home by the smell. Some smell of smoke and leather, others of horses and unwashed wool, others of sickness. You've learned to walk carefully between the tents, to step where the snow looks clean, to avoid the blackened pits where fires burn too low. The first sound every morning is wood splitting. Firewood is worth more than silver here. Men wake early to chop the night's supply, though the logs are frozen through and the axe bounces more than it bites. You hear the dull thuds echo across the camp, slow and regular, followed by the hiss of breath and the occasional curse. The smell of smoke follows soon after. It never smells clean. The wood is damp, the fires sputter, and the smoke clings to everything. Your cloak, your armour, your hair, your skin. You smell like the camp now, no matter how many times you wash. After breakfast, if you can call hard bread and watered ale breakfast, comes the first round of duties. For knights and men at arms, it's inspection and drill. Armour checked, weapons sharpened, horses brushed down. For the foot soldiers, it's digging, hauling, repairing siege works. The trenches that circle the fortress need constant attention. The walls must stay clear, the stakes upright, the ditches deep. It's work that never ends, and every shovelful of frozen earth feels like punishment. The tools crack, the handles splinter, and the men's hands bleed where the wood rubs against raw skin. You walk the line sometimes, checking the progress. The men recognise you and straighten up as you pass, but you can see the exhaustion in their faces. Their eyes are dull, their breath fogging the air as they dig. The piles of earth rise slowly, dark against the white snow. You stop near one group, watching as they break apart a section of frozen ground. The sound is steady, rhythmic, pickaxe, shovel, grunt, breath. It's the heartbeat of the siege. The fortress looms in the distance, silent and unmoving. Its walls are coated in ice, the battlements lined with snow. You can see faint figures moving along the top, the defenders wrapped in cloaks, pacing to keep warm. Every once in a while, a glint of metal catches the light as one of them turns. You stare back at them, though there's no real hatred. You're all waiting for the same thing, an end that refuses to come. By midday the fires burn low again. Men gather around them in clusters, holding out their hands, rubbing them together, sharing warmth. Someone passes a flask. Someone else mutters a story about a battle from years ago, back when the weather was better and the food was good. No one believes the story, but they listen anyway. It's easier than silence. The horses stand nearby, heads bowed, their breath forming clouds that rise and vanish. The smell of wet leather and smoke hangs thick in the air. The quartermaster's carts make their rounds next. A line forms at the edge of camp, men waiting for rations. A handful of barley, a strip of salted pork, a cup of ale. The portions shrink every week. You hear the murmurs, quiet talk of how long the supplies will last, how far the next convoy might be, how many wagons were lost on the road. No one says the word famine, but everyone thinks it. You take your share, count it out, and know it won't be enough. The bread is dark and heavy, the salt meat tough and grey. It doesn't matter. It's food. You eat standing, the crust hard enough to hurt your teeth. In the afternoon, work shifts to maintenance. The siege engines need constant care. You hear the creak of ropes as men wind the torsion frames of the catapults, the dull thud of hammers driving wedges into the frozen joints. The great wooden arms groan in protest, the cold making every part brittle. The engineers curse softly as they work, their hands black with pitch. Some of the engines haven't fired in weeks. The stones sit beside them, half buried in snow, each one the size of a man's chest. You run a hand across one as you pass. The surface is cold enough to burn. Archers test their bows in the open space behind the lines. The strings are covered in cloth to keep the frost off, but even so, several snap with sharp cracks that sound like small bones breaking. Each one that snaps earns a curse and a quick repair. The Fletchers work constantly, binding new arrows, their fingers red and raw. The feathers freeze before they can be glued in place, and the men warm them over candles. The air smells faintly of wax and wet feathers. Messages come and go throughout the day. Riders move between the divisions, their cloaks stiff with frost, horses panting heavily. Orders are short, written in charcoal on scraps of parchment. Reinforce this trench, send wood to that section, rotate the watches. No one writes about hope. No one writes about victory. Just instructions, schedules, survival. The messengers leave as quickly as they arrive, hooves thudding against the frozen ground. By late afternoon, the camp begins to quiet again. Fires are rebuilt, tents repaired where the wind tore them in the night. The blacksmiths hammer until their arms ache, sparks flashing briefly before vanishing in the snow. The sound of metal on metal carries across the field, steady and dull. You can smell the iron, the oil, the sweat. It's the scent of work, not battle. As the light fades, the camp takes on a strange calm. The wind softens for a while, and you can hear the fortress more clearly. The faint clang of a bell, the bark of a dog. the creak of wooden gates shifting under frost. You wonder what life is like inside those walls. They have warmth, maybe, or food, but they're prisoners too. Everyone is. You turn back toward the fires, the light flickering across the rows of tents. The snow glows faintly orange, melting near the flames, freezing again a few feet away. Evening meals are quiet affairs. A pot of stew passed around, thin and greasy, made from whatever the cooks could scavenge. You eat from a wooden bowl, the heat gone before you reach the bottom. Someone nearby hums a tune, soft and off-key. It doesn't sound like a song anymore, just a memory of one. The men around the fire don't talk much. The sound of the wind replaces conversation. Every once in a while, someone coughs or clears their throat, and the moment of sound feels almost foreign. When darkness comes, the guards take their posts. Torches line the outer trenches, their light flickering weakly in the wind. The night watch moves slowly along the ramparts, cloaks drawn tight, spears in hand. You hear their boots crunching through snow, the rhythm steady, constant. Inside the camp, most of the fires burn low to save wood. The light becomes softer, duller, until the camp looks like a field of dying stars. You sit by the last of the flames, pulling off your gauntlets, rubbing warmth back into your fingers. The air is heavy with smoke. Across the camp, someone is still hammering, the sound echoing faintly through the cold. You think about sleep, but know it won't come easily. The ground is too hard, the air too thin. Even when you close your eyes, your body stays half awake, waiting for the horn, the shout, the alarm that might come at any hour. A squire passes by with a bucket of water, the surface already freezing. He nods at you and keeps walking, his breath fogging the air. You watch him until he disappears into the dark, the sound of his boots fading. Then it's quiet again, the kind of quiet that presses against your ears. You lie down eventually, still wearing half your armour, the blanket stiff with frost. The straw beneath you creaks when you shift. The tent fabric moves with the wind, a slow, rhythmic sound that almost feels like breathing. Outside, the fires dim one by one until the camp is only shapes in the dark. There's a strange peace in it sometimes. The stillness, the sameness. You stop expecting anything different. You stop measuring time by victories or losses. Each day is just another circle of hunger, work, and waiting. You get up, you endure, you lie down again. The cold is the only constant. From somewhere near the trenches, a horn sounds. Not alarm, just a signal for the final watch. The echo fades into the night. You turn on your side, staring at the dim light seeping through the canvas wall. The fire outside crackles once, then goes out. The camp breathes, the siege holds, and morning is already on its way, waiting to start it all over again. Fire is not comfort here. It's a job that never ends and never pays enough. The first truth you learn in a winter camp is that warmth is a moving target. You chase it from dawn until night and it still outruns you. The second truth is that smoke wins most of the fights. The third is that wood is worth more than coin when the river turns to iron and the wind decides to live under your cloak. You wake to dead embers more often than not. A thin crust of grey sits over a handful of coals, and if you're lucky, there's a faint sullen glow under the ash. You crouch, you blow slow, you feed it splinters shaved from a board that used to be part of a wagon side, and you watch the edges go from black to red, like a wound reopening. Your eyes sting immediately. Your nose runs. The ash lifts, and gets in your mouth and tastes like last night's stew and old leather. You keep at it, because starting cold is worse than starting filthy. Kindling is never where you want it. The little dry pieces vanish first in any camp. After a month of siege, you see men cutting straps from broken shields, prying laths from crates, shaving curls off hafts that are already too thin. Someone's bright idea of saving pitch-soaked rope ends for fire starters works once, and then the quartermaster locks the pitch away because the engineers are short. You end up with bark peeled from frozen logs that refuses to catch, or straw that smoulders and blows apart at the first breath of wind. The best kindling in the whole army is the pile of chips beneath the Fletcher's bench, and he stands over it like a dog with a bone. When wood arrives, it looks like victory. A sled creaks into camp behind a team of ruined horses, the runners squealing across rutted ice, and 24 heads turn at once. The driver's face is white with frost. He swings down, and the quartermaster guards the load like treasure. No one takes so much as a splinter until the tally is done and the lists are marked. Then squads carry the cut lengths to company piles, where a corporal counts again and kicks hands away if they reach twice. The bundles look big until you put them beside a fire and do the simple math. 1 arm's worth disappears in an hour. A night is 8 or 10 of those if the wind is bad. A week is a forest. The forest is the other problem. It's too far now. The near trees were stripped at the start of the winter. New parties walk out with axes and come back late, or don't come back at all. Enemy scouts wait among the trunks, and men with frozen fingers swing slowly. Axes skip on hard wood. Oak takes more strength than most have left. Green wood hisses on the fire like it's laughing. You can split it and stack it and set it beside the flames for a day to dry, and it still fights you. When the foragers bring peat from a cut bank miles off, it burns dull and low, throws more smoke than heat, and smells like wet wool. Dung from the horse lines burns too, badly, and with a sour reek that finds your food and won't let go. But men keep a few bricks of it, covered under a cloak, because anything that will smoulder through an hour is better than another hour without it. You build fires in pits to keep the wind off and the sparks down. A shallow bowl in the ground, stones ringed around it if you can find any not frozen into place, and a screen of shield set on edge to break the gusts. Digging that bowl takes a pick in midwinter, and 4 men to keep the hole from filling with drifting snow. If the soil is sodden, it steams when the heat hits it, and the pit turns to soup. So you lay a grate across it, salvaged iron strips, a bent spear, the broken rim of a helmet, and let the ash drop through. Every unit has a good pit and a bad pit. The good one draws well, drinks air from the sides, and sends the smoke up. The bad one coughs and chokes and pushes smoke out at face height, so nobody can sit within 3 paces without crying. Inside tents, fire is a gamble most people lose once. A brazier is safer than a flame on the ground. Iron pan, short legs, bed of coals, a careful hand with the tongs. But even that turns mean fast if the flap gets tied too tight against the wind. You've seen it. A lantern burns clean for an hour, then goes soft, then goes dark except for a little red heart, and the air gets thick. 2 men go to sleep and wake with headaches like nails in their eyes. The surgeon calls it bad air and gives them vinegar to sniff and sends them outside to walk it off because he has no better words. Nobody uses the word poison. Everybody understands the lesson for a week. Then the next storm comes. The next man is certain he can keep a lamp going and not die, and you carry him to the flap when the squire finds him sliding sideways off his cot. Smiths need hotter fires than anyone. Their forges look like wealth, when every other flaming camp is a sulky orange tongue. Their charcoal is guarded like coin in a pay chest. Bellows pump, and the mouth of the forge turns white, then yellow, and the iron takes heat and gives way under the hammer. The sound of that hammer is the only confident noise in a winter camp. Sparks jump, bite holes in wool cloaks, land on boots and grow tiny black eyes in the leather. The smith has burned scars up both forearms. He works bare-handed because gloves won't grip tongs. He's the last man to be cold and the first man to be tired. Every bent rivet, every sprung link of mail, every split stirrup, every broken nail from a horse's hoof comes to him and steals heat from his fire that everyone else thinks should be theirs. He sleeps near his forge because there's still warmth left in the brick when the last hammer blow of the evening lands. Cooking fires are a different kind of headache. One large fire wastes wood. 10 small fires waste men. The sergeants pick a bad compromise. 3 middling fires per company. Pits edged with wet stones that crack in the first heat and spit shards into the stew. Cauldrons hang on blackened poles. A boy stirs one with a board because the ladle vanished yesterday and nobody has time to forge another. Some units have proper tripods of iron. Some balance the pot on 2 shield bosses face down and pray it doesn't tip. Grease spits and flares, and the cook swears and pulls the pot a hand's breadth off the flames. Smoke blows into eyes. Everyone's food tastes the same, burned at the edges, half raw in the middle, with a hint of ash no one can avoid. Fire discipline is preached hourly and held together by threats. No open flames near the rope stores. No lamps hung under the ridgepole of the big pavilions. No brand carried unattended through the horse lines. No sparks near the siege engines. A tarred rope will burn like a torch once it takes, and a mantelet covered with hides is not as fireproof as it looks. You watched one go up 2 nights ago, when a gust pushed the cook fire sideways, and a little tongue ran along a dropped strand of flax, like it had been waiting for exactly that path. By the time 3 men beat it out with wet blankets, 10 hours of work looked like a black skeleton, and a sergeant looked like he wanted to bite through his own jaw. Stealing wood is a crime, so is hoarding it, so is being careless with it. A man who packs dry kindling into his bedroll and refuses to share gets his bed searched and his name shouted in front of the company and his ration docked. A man who throws a whole billet on a small fire and walks away gets his ears boxed by whoever sees him first and told to split 2 more to pay the debt. The captain does not waste lashings on this if he can help it. Whipped backs don't swing axes well, but he will lift a man by the collar and shake his teeth loose if he finds a bright, wasteful blaze burning while the rest of the line eats smoke. Light is part of the fight too. A tall flame gives you away. The enemy's wall is full of bored archers with nothing better to do than send a lucky shot at silhouettes. So you keep fires low after dusk, and you turn the open side of the pit away from the fortress, and you stand between the flame and the enemy if you need the heat. Torches at the outer trench are hooded with little tin cowls knocked together by the smith, so the glare points down and the wind takes less of their life in one gulp. Lanterns are good when you have them. Horn plates stitched into wooden frames. But horn warps in wet and turns milky, and a gust snuffs a wick through the smallest seam. At night the fire watch is a real post, not a punishment. The man sits with a basket of slivers, a pile of split billets standing on end like soldiers, a poker, and a sense of the wind. He feeds the pit in handfuls, not armfuls. He shakes ash down off the coals and turns a log to keep it from collapsing and throwing sparks. He wakes the next man quietly when the time comes, and shows him where the wood stands and how much is left for the night. If the wood stands low and the wind doesn't drop, he sends a runner to the quartermaster and gets told there is nothing and to make do with dung. He makes do. By morning, everyone's blankets carry the sour edge of that night's decision, and nobody talks about it, because there wasn't another choice. Drying clothes is a trick with more failures than victories. A cloak hung too near the heat scorches and stiffens, and never stops smelling like a scorched cloak. Boots left by a blaze shrink at the seams and harden into shapes your feet do not recognise. The right move is slow heat, distance, patience. Men have none. They crowd in, they turn their backs to the pit. They feel a patch of wool go from wet to warm, and then push closer for the rest. Someone swears, steps away with a smoking hem, and slaps at it, and the rest make space for a minute and then slide back an inch at a time until the same thing happens again. Fire burns people who are tired. Hands land where they shouldn't. A squire reaches to tug a kettle and grabs iron with bare fingers and leaves skin behind on the bale. A man with a cough bends forward, loses his balance in a fit, and puts his palm on a coal bed and leaves a perfect print. The surgeon sees a steady stream of little round wounds on wrists and backs of hands and forearms and knuckles, and he keeps a pot of rendered fat and honey and old wine warm by his own brazier, because that's the best he has. He tells them to keep the blisters intact and the bandages clean, and they nod and go back to smoke and ash and do what they can. You can smell a company's luck by its fires. Bright fires mean a recent haul of wood, or a commander willing to look the other way while the foragers cut fence rails from a farm that wasn't quite empty. Low red eyes under piles of ash mean the opposite. A bad week on the roads. A patrol that returned with one fewer man than it left with. A quartermaster reduced to counting slivers. The best fires aren't the biggest. They're the ones that wake up again with a breath and a stick and a handful of shavings. Men guard those like family. Flint and steel sound like false hope when your fingers are numb. 2 or 3 good sparks is a miracle. Charcloth helps, if you still have any. Old linen cooked in a covered pot until it turns black and eager for fire. The last of yours disappeared a fortnight ago when a boy used it to wipe a blade because he liked the feel. People have been cursing him by name ever since, as if that could bring the cloth back. Now you carry a splinter of pitch pine wrapped in leather. It will take a spark when nothing else will, and it will stink while it catches. Better stink than nothing. Smoke finds every eye. It changes with wood and weather. Green wood smoke is sweet and thick, and clings to your beard and the inside of your mouth. Peat smoke is sour and sits low, crawling like a living thing. Dung smoke is sharp and tells the truth about how close to the edge you are. The wind chooses who breathes which. You learn to sit on the lee side of the pit by reflex, and you still end up with tears freezing in your lashes and a cough that holds your ribs like a vice. The big fires, the ones that look like work, not living, sit at the engines. A trebuchet keeps a small coal bed in a brazier for 2 reasons: to warm hands so knots can be tied, and to heat tar when the engineers decide to dress the sling. If the brazier tips, The machine is kindling in a minute, so 2 men watch it with buckets of snow and are bored to smother it. Snow will kill a flame fast, but it leaves a skin of ice on everything it touches, and ice on hemp is a curse nobody needs when ropes are already stiff and liable to crack. There's always one fire that becomes the camp's meeting place. You don't decide which one. It chooses itself by surviving the weather and the accidents and the shortages. Men drift there without orders because there's room to stand and turn and warm both sides without elbowing a neighbour. Stories find that fire because voices don't vanish at its edge. Cards and dice find it, and so do officers' eyes. Gambling isn't banned exactly, but debts turn into fights, and fights turn into broken hands that can't hold shields. And so a sergeant stands in the smoke with his arms folded and says, "Enough," when the faces get tight and the laughter goes quiet. He ends more trouble that way than any jail could. Every once in a while someone roasts something that isn't meant for the pot. A strip of horse fat on a stick, a sliver of stolen pork scored and held just above the flames until the outside frizzles. The smell sends a ring of men 3 paces closer in the space of a breath. Nobody asks where it came from. Everyone knows. The piece gets pinched off the stick in thumb-sized bites. There's never enough to matter. It matters anyway. Tallow candles and rushlight take over when the wood has to be saved. The light is grey and close, and smells like the butcher's yard on a warm day you barely remember. Writing by that light is punishment, but commanders insist on orders written down and copied. A clerk warms his inkpot under his arm, and breathes on his pen nib, and smears half his page, and curses without volume, like a man praying the other way. The candle gutters and mushrooms, and fills the tent with a greasy haze that clings to the roof, and drips back down when the canvas cools. Sometimes the wind drops after midnight, and the cold climbs another notch, and the smoke has nowhere to go. It spreads and settles like fog. You can see 30 paces across camp, and the world is a bowl lined with dull orange eyes. In that hour, every sound travels farther. The iron tick of cooling plates near the smithy sounds like hammer blows. A horse stamping sounds like a drum. A cough at the far end of the street sounds like the man is standing at your shoulder. The silence between those noises is a thing you could carry in both hands if it weighed anything. The best mornings are the ones where the pit answers you. You scrape the ash aside and the coals look back like they remember your name. You feed them a twist of shaved wood, and they take it like they were hungry for exactly that. Heat crawls back into your fingers from the poker, and you can feel your forearms again by the time the water in the black iron pot turns from quiet to restless to eager. The worst mornings are the ones where the ash is just ash, and you could dig to the bottom of the earth and find nothing red, and you are forced to begin like a man who has never seen fire before. Some men start swearing and don't stop until the first flame stands up. Others keep their mouths shut because breath is fuel and words are waste. Every decision you make around a fire steals from something else. More heat here means less there. A bright blaze for morale means a thin soup by nightfall. Dry boots now mean cracked boots tomorrow. You count all of it without thinking anymore. You can balance 3 small flames in your head and know how long they will live and what you can cook on each, and whether the wood you set aside will still be wood by evening, or will be a memory of wood under a skin of ash. Across the lines, on the walls, you can see smoke too. It is a dull comfort. Their wood is not your wood. Their fires make shadows on their stones and tell you where a sentry stands to keep his hands from freezing on a spear. You watch the way their smoke lifts or hugs the battlements, and you judge the wind at the top of the hill, and guess whether an arrow would carry clean or fall short. You learn as much from fire as from scouts when everything else is hidden. You warm your hands, turn, warm your back, and count. How much left in the stack? How much left in the day? How much left in the season? A squire brings a bundle of thin, honest slats shaved off a ruined cart and lays them like precious things beside the pit. He waits for a nod, and you give it, because he walked out there and back with his face to the wind, and he earned the right to see that wood turn to heat in front of him instead of vanish to someone else's count. He steps closer, not too close, and rubs his hands together and pretends he isn't watching the flame work the slats apart. The smoke shifts. The wind has changed a little. You feel it in your eyes before you see it in the flame. You move a shield. You kick ash to one side. You give the pit its breath back. The heat stands up again. Men drift in, one at a time, not talking, not asking, just taking a place in the narrow shape of warmth that the pit throws. It isn't much, it never is, but it's enough to make fingers obey straps and buckles again, and enough to keep the next hour from being worse than the last. The wood pile shrinks a thumb's width. The day moves on. The coals hold for now, and there's still work waiting in the lines where the wind cuts through everything that isn't nailed into the ground. Discipline is the thin rope that keeps a besieging army from slipping into the ditch. The rope frays every day. Cold makes men short with each other. Hunger makes them stupid. Boredom makes them reckless. The officers know this, so they build a fence out of rules and walk it every morning to see where the gaps opened in the night. None of it looks noble. It's lists, tallies, punishments, permissions and schedules. It's horns at set hours and the same words repeated until they stop sounding like speech and start sounding like the weather. The day starts with roll. Names shouted, answers given, a mark scratched next to each one. Men lean forward with their shoulders hunched against the wind and speak just loud enough to be heard. If a man doesn't answer, the sergeant calls again. If he still doesn't, someone is sent to his tent. Most absences have simple explanations: sick, latrine, horse lines. But every now and then, a bed is empty and stays empty. The captain says the word desertion like a stone. The punishment is known in advance, and because it is known, it is rare. The body on a rope at the far fence is not there to make anyone feel virtuous. It is there to keep the line from unravelling one man at a time. Orders follow. They sound the same as yesterday because the work is the same. Watches posted, wood parties listed, forage parties signed out, latrine detail assigned and reassigned to the men who earned it with laziness. A clerk reads from a board with charcoal lines and wipes each line when it's done. The board looks like a slate roof in the rain, smudged, streaked, never clean. The sergeants memorise the parts that matter to them and repeat them to their squads. The sound of repetition goes through camp like the sound of chopping wood. Inspections eat up the rest of the morning because inspections are how commanders remind men that someone notices. Armour buckles checked, bowstrings dried and slackened, arrowheads counted, blades run under a thumb to feel if they're honest. The smith stands by with a basket for broken rivets and seized hinges. He doesn't bother writing anything down. He just points and grunts, and the squire takes the piece, and the owner gets a token to collect it later. A man who turns up twice with the same fault learns what extra duty feels like. The phrase used is "make yourself useful," and it covers every task no one wants to do. There are rules for everything. No firewood carried through the horse lines on an uncovered brand. No sharpening blades in the street where a slip could hamstring a passerby. No gambling during the second watch. No drinking after the third horn. No selling rations for coin. No coin taken on credit. No walking alone past the outposts. No shouting after dark unless it's alarm. No passwords spoken in full voice. The countersign changes at sundown. The strip of parchment with the word on it is folded twice, then burned once the sergeant has all his men say it back to him softly. The man who gets it wrong at the trench gate starts his night with a spear point at his ribs and a boot on his ankle until someone vouches for him. That lesson holds better than a speech. Punishments are dull and visible, tied to a post for an hour with a placard around the neck that says why. A turn through the lines dragging a log on a chain. A day of water only? A week of half rations for theft of anything that burns. A public cuffing for fighting out of turn. Lashes if the captain decides a line has to be drawn deep enough to leave a mark that winter won't erase. The surgeon hates lashes in the cold. The skin splits like clay. An infection walks in as if invited. The captain knows that, and he still orders them when he thinks the camp is listening with only one ear. The priests enforce their own set of rules that overlap and annoy. No dice on holy days. No swearing at the image hanging from the post outside the chapel tent. No meat on certain days unless the man is on heavy labour and has a chit from an officer. Confession on the eve of any assault, which means a line of men with their hands shoved under armpits and their breath making clouds while they take turns mumbling into the priest's ear. He hears everything: hatred, fear, theft, and the kind of plans men make in their heads when the night goes long. He doesn't pass on names, but he does pass on warnings in a general way that lets a captain say he never heard anything specific, and still post extra men near the wine cart that evening. Gossip takes care of what discipline misses. It moves faster than orders, without horns or scribes. A sentence whispered at a cook fire is halfway across camp before the soup cools. Some of it is harmless. Who snores loudest, who has lice worse than the rest, who turns his boots toward the fire like a lord and expects others to make room. Some of it is dangerous. Who hides extra bread in his chest, who lifted a coil of rope from the engineers, who met a girl beyond the pickets last night, where the ditch bends and the thorn hedge breaks for a cart path. The men who carry water know more than the captains do. The laundresses know more than the water carriers. The barber hears it all twice, once from the mouth of the man in the chair, and once from the mouth of the man waiting his turn, who thinks the barber didn't hear it the first time. A sutler can price rumour by the cup of ale. Pay matters, so pay becomes a rumour's favourite theme. The wagons are 3 days away. The chest never left the city. The steward ran with the coin. The coin came, but the Lord counted wrong on purpose. Every version has a villain, and every villain is easy to hate in weather like this. When the pay actually arrives, it arrives without announcement at dawn, under a blanket in a cart, flanked by 4 men who don't smile. Names are called, coins clink into bowls, and the clerk licks his thumb to turn pages and keeps his eyes on hands. That day there are fewer fights. The next day the fights double, because dice come out, and debts try to settle themselves the dumb way. Gambling is allowed until it isn't. Men scratch boards into shield backs for 9 men's Morris. They throw knucklebones on a cloak. They flip coins and argue about whether a flip is fair in a wind like this. They stake rations, buttons, a needle, a bit of comb, a candle stub, permission to stand closer to the fire for an hour. Someone always brings out a marked die after midnight. Someone else always notices. The first warning is a slap to the ear and a promise to break fingers if it happens again. The second time, it happens again, and 3 men hold the cheater's hand against a post, while a 4th closes the lid of a chest slowly on his knuckles. No one speaks. The lid closes. The day after, the cheater deals honest for life. The smell of the camp is a rule unto itself. It explains why tempers flare when words stay soft. Rot grows inside wool that never truly dries. Gambesons soaked in sweat and smoke hang on pegs and breathe their own sour weather into the tent. Leather holds the smell of tallow and wet dog, and the faint sweetness of old mould. The horse lines add a sweet sour reek that clings to the throat. The cook fires lay a blanket of smoke that settles on everything, and then climbs back off when the canvas warms and drips black water down the pole. The latrine trenches chew up the wind and spit it back. A pot of onions on a slow boil wraps itself around the men closest to it, and makes them feel like home for 10 minutes, and makes other men hate them for the same 10 minutes. Vinegar rinses the surgeon's hands and turns the air to pickles. Tar from the engine ropes coats a man's beard when he leans too close and rides with him all day like a reminder. There's no single smell. There's a stack of them, and it's always shifting. People fight the smell in little ways. Pouches of crushed rosemary or thyme tied to a belt. A clove of garlic chewed at dawn because someone's grandmother said it kept sickness away. A rag soaked in vinegar tied over the mouth when mucking a trench. The laundresses boil linen in ash water and beat it against river ice until it looks less brown than yesterday. They hang it on lines that sag under the weight, and men come by and watch it like it's a fire. Some tuck a bit of mint in their cap, if they can find any under the snow. Others rub pine on their palms and then hold them to their face and pretend for a minute. It doesn't fix anything. It keeps a man upright when the 4th stew of the week smells like the first. The noise is its own smell. Too many men breathing in the same small piece of world. Coughs that never finish. A laugh that breaks quick and goes flat. The slap of wet leather. The hiss of a wet log pretending to burn. A prayer said at a low pitch, repeated by habit rather than need. The steady tick of an awl stitching torn canvas. Much later, snoring that blends into the wind until the wind changes and the snoring stands out like a flaw in a wall. No one sleeps deeply enough to stop hearing it. No one wakes enough to do anything about it. Commanders know that bored men go bad. So the captain makes rounds often and without warning. He asks simple questions he already knows the answers to. How much wood is left here? Who is on next watch there? Which outpost sees the most movement on the wall? He keeps his voice level. The men straighten when he passes. They don't see rank. They see a moving clock that says the day still belongs to someone. When he finds a gap, an empty water barrel, a missing shovel, a fire stacked badly, he points and says, "Fix it," and the men jump faster than if he had shouted. Later he doesn't mention the gap when he tells the Lord everything is under control. Later still he speaks to the sergeant in private and the missing shovel reappears the next morning with a new handle, and the water barrel is topped and the fire burns low and clean. The black market coexists with the rulebook like mould behind a wall. It trades in what the quartermaster cannot admit he has or cannot admit he lost. A second spoon. A cup of neat wine from the officer's cask. A bowl of stew with actual meat in it. A handful of nails borrowed from the engineers. A needle with an eye small enough to mend a glove without leaving a hole big enough to insult winter. Payment is not always coin. 2 hours of extra guard on the horse lines. A promise to carry a message to the Fletcher. A pair of decent foot rags on a Saturday. The camp tolerates it because it oils the parts of the machine that would otherwise grind to a halt. It punishes it when it gets loud enough to embarrass the ledger. The outposts are where discipline and rumour shake hands. The pair on the far hedge watch the wall and talk softly. They trade stories like food, the tunnel they swear they hear under the mud, the ghost they swear they saw at the ditch, the noble who walks at night with no escort because he believes his name is armour. They repeat what they were told when they last passed the brazier at the engine park. A relief force is 5 days out. The garrison is down to horse meat. The Lord will call an assault when the moon thins. The Lord will never call an assault in weather like this. The Lord will parley. The Lord will hang anyone who says the word parley again. They don't believe most of what they say, but speaking it makes waiting feel like action. The barber is the camp's newspaper. He shaves with a blade honed until it shines like ice, and he talks as he works, not to question, just to keep the man in the chair from feeling the edge more than he must. He reports weather as if he controls it. He reports mood by company as if he's a steward at a feast. He lists names of men who punched above their weight yesterday, and men who slept through their watch, and men who offered to trade a good needle for a story about home. He doesn't charge for news. He charges for the feeling that a man is still part of a place where talk means something. The priest is the camp's bucket. He tries to catch what spills out of men when they run over. He blesses the dead with hands that shake from cold and fatigue, and he stays at the edge of fights like a fence post. He reminds men to say a few words for the enemy. Some do, most don't. He is not a fool. He knows which sin to ignore in a siege. He makes a show of stamping out dice in the snow when the Lord walks by, then bends and returns the best one to its owner when the Lord's cloak has gone around the corner. He keeps a ledger in his head of who needs a word, and who needs a warning and who needs space. The smell of too many men peaks when the weather warms a notch for a day. Tents loosen and rot speaks up. Boots come off and feet speak up louder. Skin sloughed in sheets. Toes grey-white. The creases between them red and angry. The surgeon orders vinegar washes and goose fat and dry cloth, and gets 10 parts compliance and 10 parts excuses. The captain adds, "Show your feet to inspection for a week." Men blush like boys and obey. They'd rather blush than limp. A man who limps slows a file. A file that slows changes a battle in the steady way water changes stone. Women keep the whole thing from collapsing faster than it should. The laundresses move like a tide through the alleys between tents, baskets on hips, hands chapped to raw meat and wrapped anyway in rag and will. They enforce small etiquette by not looking at men who shout, by looking straight through men who grab, by raising a voice at the exact pitch that calls a sergeant without naming him. They hear everything and pass on only what keeps the next hour from breaking. The cooks do the same with pots and knives. A cook can cut a man's hunger in half with how he ladles, and no one will ever argue with him again. Knights require their own rules because night makes cowards and heroes look the same. The password is given at sunset and changed at midnight. Countersigns are chosen so they don't sound like anything else in a mouthful of cold. No S that can vanish on the wind. No fiche that makes a man spit. No words that turn into curses if slurred. A sentry who calls and hears silence is allowed 1 step forward and 1 step back, and then his spear comes down. The man approaching knows this and keeps his hands where they can be seen. The men behind the sentry know this and keep quiet unless they hear the spear ring. Once a week, someone tests the line as a drill, and the line passes or it does not. And if it does not, there is work the next day with full gear on for twice as long. When a fight does break, it starts the same way. Small and stupid. A man takes another's place at the fire. A man steps on another's stew. A man says a name the wrong way. Fists first, because knives have rules, and rules mean paperwork, and paperwork means time no one has. The circle that forms is tight and faces a blank. The sergeant pushes through, cuffs both men, announces both at fault before either can speak, assigns them to the same punishment, tells them to shake hands or shake their blankets together later in the day where the wind can see them, and it ends. If it doesn't, the captain nods at the post and the rope comes out, and the man who least expected to be the example becomes the example. No one says fair, they say not me, and they make sure of it by getting small when the weather turns somebody else into a fuse. Mail matters almost as much as pay. Letters arrive bundled and damp, ink blurred where melted snow slipped under the wax. A clerk calls names in an empty tone that hides the fact he has none of his own. Men hold the paper as if heat lived in it. Some take it to the fire and ask a friend to read if letters were not part of the life they left. The friend reads clean in a low voice and edits on the fly. Fewer worries, fewer questions, more ordinary details than were actually written. Because kindness is also a rule in winter, even if no one wrote it down. A letter that smells like lavender turns the men within arm's reach into ghosts for a minute. A letter that smells like smoke goes into a breast to warm it, and remains there until the paper shreds at the edges and becomes part of the shirt. The smell builds inside the big command tent in a different way. Wax, ink, damp wool, leather maps wet from breath and dry from lamp heat, men who have not slept, wine that has gone flat because the cork was cut and the bottle left open, the iron note of armour kept within arm's reach of the planning table. Voices don't rise, they sink. Pointing is a language. The curtain moves and the world outside returns for a second. Smoke, horse, hunger. And then the curtain falls and the room becomes its own weather again. Orders leave that tent smelling like the tent. By the time they reach the lines, they smell like the lines. That is how armies work, even when no one intends it. There is always one man who cannot live with rules, and one man who cannot live without them. The first collects warnings like buttons, until there are no buttons left to give. The second becomes a shadow of the captain, and speaks in his voice when the captain is elsewhere. The camp tolerates both. The first makes room for small rebellions that bleed pressure off the boiler. The second makes sure the boiler still holds. If either disappears, the camp wobbles. If both disappear, the camp changes shape and becomes a place you don't recognise. Afternoons sag. Work runs out. The men who are not on duty hover near warmth, near company. near anything that feels like a shape. A game starts. A story starts. A rumour starts. The rumour always involves someone else's luck. They say the garrison is down to rats. They say a tunnel collapsed with 10 men inside. They say the Lord's cousin is sending furs. They say we move tomorrow. The word "they" holds the camp together. It gives blame somewhere to live. It gives hope a mask, so no one has to admit to wearing it. The smell of too many men turns sharper at dusk. Cloaks steam as snow melts. Cooking fat sheets across the top of stew and captures smoke like a net. The latrine line grows, and the wind chooses the wrong direction to blow. Torches add tallow to the mixture. A horse blows snot on a sleeve, and a man wipes it with the cleanest piece of fabric he owns, which stopped being clean a month ago. A pot of feet water gets kicked and runs under a bench and freezes in a skin that cracks when anyone steps on it. A rag of honey and onion the surgeon uses under a man's nose to wake him from a faint leaves a sweet line in the air that shouldn't be sweet here and is. Rules get quiet at night. They don't vanish. They stop shouting. The camp learns to keep its own balance. Dice go away without being told. Voices drop without being asked. The black market shutters itself. The priest walks his circle without counting. The captain writes by rushlight and doesn't ring for wine because the ring would carry. The sergeant checks the pit, checks the stack, checks the 2 boys with spears at the alley mouth, lifts 1 spear, feels the weight, nods and leaves. A man sits and rubs his hands together, not because he is cold, but because his hands have nothing to do for 10 minutes and don't remember how to be still. And then the smell shifts again, because the wind changes, and fresh cold comes in from the dark fields and lifts a layer of camp off the ground and carries it away for a little while. Men breathe deeper without noticing. A few smile for no reason they could name. The rules keep standing because they have to. The gossip keeps moving because it wants to. The camp holds its shape. Morning is already forming behind the tents, putting its weight on the ropes and the poles, preparing the same lists, the same names, the same lines, and the same work, with the same men in the same air, trying to occupy the same small piece of warmth without starting a fire where it shouldn't be. The medicine tent doesn't look like a place where people get better. It looks like a place where the sick are sorted into piles the weather can understand. From outside, it's just another ridge of canvas among many. Smoke sneaking out from the gaps near the roofline, ropes drawn tight against gusts that would peel it open like a bad bandage. The flap is always moving, hands pushing in, bodies being helped out, a priest stepping aside so a stretcher can slide past. The ground in front of it is black ice from spilled water, frozen blood, and footsteps that never stop. You learn to plant your boot on the canvas mat someone laid across the threshold, or you'll go down and knock over a man who can't afford to be knocked. Inside, the air is hot and wet in a way that feels wrong after weeks of cold that cuts like glass. It hits your face and makes you swallow once because your body doesn't trust it. A brazier burns near the centre, a squat iron mouth glowing red, feeding heat into the space as if it were trying to change the season by itself. The heat doesn't reach the corners. It stays where the surgeon needs it most, near the table with the leather straps and the box of tools that rattles when the lid closes. The smoke from the brazier climbs a few feet and then spreads, a layer that turns the lantern light the colour of weak ale. Every surface sweats, the poles drip, The canvas ceiling rains back whatever the air can't hold. Beds are nothing more than frames of wood with sacking stretched across, topped with straw that tries to be clean for half a morning and gives up by noon. The smell has layers you can't separate once they mix. Vinegar, old wine, honey, tallow, urine, wet wool, breath that runs too fast, and the iron note of blood that never quite dries. There's a line of men against the far side, backs to the wall, each with some version of the same expression. Eyes set on a middle distance, hands in their own laps, shoulders slumped, not from laziness, but from careful conservation of what warmth hasn't leaked out of them yet. When someone coughs, 3 others cough with him, like the air itself caught the habit. The barber surgeon moves through this like he owns it, which he does in the way that a man owns the consequences of his choices. He wears an apron that started white in the same way the snow started clean. It's stiff now, patched in places, new stains over old. He has 3 kinds of voice. The one he uses for the attendants, quick and low. The one he uses for the patient, steady and slow, whether he's lying or not. And the one he uses for the priest, short and honest. His hands are cracked and dark with what they've touched. He keeps them warm by the brazier, not because it helps with cleanliness, he says clean and means vinegar, but because cold fingers drop needles and cold fingers don't learn from dropping them. There's a system, if you look close enough. People arrive, and without any board on the wall or clerk with a pen, they fall into categories. A man whose toes went black 3 days ago goes to the cot near the brazier because he'll need heat or iron soon. A man who's coughing through his ribs goes nearer the flap, where air is colder, and others aren't breathing exactly what he throws into the tent. A boy with a cut hand that won't knit sits on a stool by the surgeon's chest, his palm open like a confession. A knight who took a splintered shaft in the thigh gets carried straight to the table, not because of rank, but because the thing in him will kill him if it sits another hour. The surgeon isn't cruel and he isn't kind. He is practical. Men who can return to the line, if seen now, are seen now. Men who will not return, even if blessed and bled, are seen when the ones who might return have been. Frostbite has more shapes than a man expects before he has seen a winter like this. It starts with colour that shouldn't be there. White where there should be pink, then a waxy grey, then the deep bruise of meat that has learned a new name. Ears, noses, fingers, toes, the tips of things the wind loves because it can get its teeth around them. The light cases come with hurts a man can point to. Fingers tingle, feet sting. Skin prickles when it thaws. The surgeon warms water like it's a sacrament, not too hot, not too quick, because flesh that's been asleep starts screaming if you wake it badly. He lowers hands in, talks about nothing while the blood remembers how to move, then greases the skin with goose fat and wraps it in wool that's been by the fire long enough to feel like something you could praise. Those men curse and promise to keep to the fire, and then go back to their posts and forget the promises as soon as the horn sounds. Then there are the ones who waited 1 hour too long, or 3. Skin turned hard and quiet. Nails gone the colour of old wood. Blisters raised like the blisters you get when a pot boils over and the water runs down your wrist. The surgeon lances blisters with a needle he's run through the flame, wipes the clear fluid away with cloth soaked in vinegar, and talks about keeping the air off and the warmth on, slow, steady, never too much too fast. He gives instructions like a sergeant. No rubbing with snow, he says, because someone will always suggest it. No fire to the flesh, he says, Because someone always tries to fix a cold foot with flame, and ends up with a wound that answers to two masters. He sends them out with orders and a small pot of salve, and watches to see if their eyes say they'll obey. Some men do. Some men don't, and learn the rest of the lesson the hard way. The worst cases arrive without much talking. Someone else does the talking for them. A blanket comes back from a patrol, and when it opens you see that the feet below it have gone to a place the body hasn't followed yet. Black is the last colour before the end. The surgeon probes with a pin and watches for blood that should be there and isn't. He presses a thumb and looks for pain and sees none. If there's a line where life stops and death begins, he marks it with charcoal on skin, because the saw has to know where to go. He gives wine if he has wine, and if he doesn't, he gives a stick to bite, and has two men in good coats hold the patient by shoulders and hips, and one at the ankle. The iron in the brazier changes colour. The assistant lays cloths ready, and the priest steps closer without making noise. Amputations are work, not drama. The surgeon says the words he always says, to the patient if the patient can hear, to himself if the patient is already elsewhere. He cuts clean through skin and fat and muscle with a long blade that's sharper than the truth. The blood comes, red and eager, then slows as he clamps and ties with cords that were twined yesterday and boiled this morning. Bone shows. The saw speaks. The sound is a sound no one mistakes for anything else. He works quick, because slow is cruel, and the men holding weigh their feet and try not to shift, because shifting makes the line of cut go crooked. When it's done, he pulls the skin over the end like closing a door, puts in stitches fast enough that the hand seems not to belong to the day, and then presses the hot iron to the places that will not listen any other way. The room smells like singed hair and pork, and every man present carries that smell with him for the rest of the week, even if he scrubs his beard with snow until the skin glows. After, the stump gets wrapped in strips of linen that used to be shirts. Honey goes on the cloth if there's any left, a sweetness that fights rot better than a prayer whenever the weather allows it to be found. If there's no honey, there's wine. If there's no wine, there's vinegar cut with water. The surgeon tells everyone within earshot that rot kills more men than iron, and that they will come back tomorrow, and the next day and the next, until the linen comes off clean. A few do not come back because they are ashamed. Those are the ones the attendants hunt like wood, because pride smells like fever by the third sunrise. Fever fills beds faster than frostbite empties them. There are fevers that come with coughs that sit low and heavy, like a wet blanket inside the chest. Those men prop themselves up because lying flat steals what breath they have. The surgeon listens with his hand, palm on the ribs, counting the beats like he's judging a drum. He gives hot water with onion and garlic because that is what he has, and hedgerow wisdom holds more often than it fails. He rubs goose fat on the chest and backs it with warmed cloths. He bleeds some of them because the book he learned from says bad humours love too much blood, and he does not bleed others because experience has corrected his book more than once. If the cough loosens a little and the eyes go less glassy, he nods and moves on. If the cough brings up a pink foam and the eyes lose their aim, he calls for the priest. There are fevers with rashes. Spots come up on chest and belly and creep to the arms. Sometimes the spots stay small, and a man returns to the trench with a lesson about washing and luck. Sometimes the spots darken and spread, and the man's skin turns the wrong colour in patches and stays that way. Those men do not lie near the brazier. They lie near the door, where the cold keeps the air moving, and the rats from being bold. The attendants burn their straw after each one leaves it, because the surgeon has learned by hard arithmetic that smoke is cheaper than new beds. The priest lifts a relic, a finger bone or a chip of wood that someone before him swore came from a place that mattered, and the sick man watches it like it might change its shape at the last breath. The priest says words that trim fear to a size a man can hold in his hands. After, the attendants rub themselves with vinegar and hold their palms over smoke for a minute, because it feels like doing something that helps. Dysentery announces itself without courtesy. Men shiver even while they sweat, and their bellies turn to water, and they go to the trench so many times the sentry stops counting. The surgeon can do little. He boils everything that will be near those men. Cloths, bowls, spoons, and he makes a thin gruel with whatever root the cook can spare, and salts it more than a man would want if he still wanted anything. He swears at anyone who brings a feverish man a cup of cold ale. He swears at the wind because it carries smells where they should not go. He swears at the quartermaster because the ash buckets at the latrines are half full when they should be full. The quartermaster swears at the men who stole his shovel yesterday. The priest doesn't swear, not out loud, but you can see it in his jaw when he leaves one bed and finds 3 more. There are other jobs. Splinters that have sat too long under skin and turned the flesh around them red and mean. Eye cuts from flying iron at the forge. Shoulders that slipped when a man lifted more than he had to because he wanted to be done and warm. Teeth that have been threatening to leave for 2 winters and choose today. The barber knows teeth. He has a lever for them and a rag for the blood and a bottle for the ones that come out whole, because he likes to keep score against whatever makes men smaller. He tells jokes over teeth because a mouth open for laughing is a mouth he can reach. The laughter often ends wrong, but the memory of it helps later when the tongue finds the hole and swears there's a stone living there. The apothecary chest is a contraption built of hope. Small drawers with writing that's smudged where snow got into the ink. Pouches tied with string so tight you wonder what they're keeping in or out. Dried plants with names that sound like remedies and guesses. Yarrow for bleeding. Willow bark for hurts that make a man clamp his jaw. Comfrey that someone swears knits bone faster if you drink it, and someone else swears kills men who drink too much of it. Rue, fennel, thyme, marjoram. A handful of poppy heads kept low in the chest, and used only when the sawing starts, when the priest is at the shoulder and the brazier glows like midsummer. The barber has written a note in a corner of the lid, never twice for the same man in one day, because he learned that the way people learn in camps, late and by going too far once. Sometimes the wounds do their own doctoring. A man comes in with a gash that hasn't closed because he's been working the trench before the stitches day was done. The edges are grey, and the smell says rot is taking an interest. The barber cleans it with wine and honey, and finds, beneath the clotted edges, a little white movement that makes the boy holding the lamp gag. The barber does not gag. He grunts and says, "Leave them," and binds the wound lightly, and puts the man by the brazier with orders not to pick. The boy asks why, and the barber says, "They'll eat what I don't want, and then I'll take them away." He does 2 days later, and the wound looks less like a mouth, and more like a seam that might hold. No one tells the man what did him the favour, He sleeps better not knowing. There are rules in the tent that have nothing to do with medicine. No shouting unless the tent is on fire. No drawing a weapon because a needle felt like a blade. No crowding the brazier because gratitude does not trump physics. No asking the surgeon for a letter to the captain unless you have something to show that isn't a complaint about the weather inside your bones. No lying about fever because you want a day near heat. The attendants enforce these with a tone that says they don't have time for making men into boys. They lift, they wipe, they fetch, they hold, they turn, and then they vanish for an hour and come back with eyes even redder because some part of this tent happen outside it when the ground is too hard to dig and too cold to hold a prayer for long. When men die, the tent gets very quiet for a space that expands and contracts depending on the day. The priest does his work quick because mercy now means speed. He touches brow, breast, shoulders, and says words that have passed through too many mouths to fail just because the air is sharp. The body gets wrapped and carried to the edge of camp, where a trench waits if the spades got there before the frost, or a cairn waits if stones were easier to lift than earth. The names get scratched on a board that leans, and the board gets copied later into a list that will go to a place with warm rooms and steadier ink. Men look at the list for a name they fear, and for a name they already knew about, and then they go back to work, because work demands hands. Faith doesn't argue with the tent. It sits in the tent like another kind of heat. The priest has a small box that lives under his cloak when he walks and on the table when he stops. In it are traveller's things. Sacrament on a linen that folds and unfolds. Oil that clings to the chill. A relic in a silver frame, modest enough to pass as pewter if the wrong eyes come near. He gives unction to men who know what that means, and to men who don't. He prays for the surgeon's hands, not because the surgeon believes his hands change when prayed over, but because the men watching believe something changes and believing that makes the hand steadier. He sits by men who will not see morning and tells them about mornings they have already seen that were worse than they remember. He is careful with hope. He gives it out in coins, not in sacks, because coins are useful. Sacks make a man careless. The surgeon and the priest share coffee of their own era, wine when it exists or hot water when it doesn't. Hands wrapped around the same cup for an extra minute each because heat is a sacrament of its own. They argue about bleeding and about boiling and about how close the sick should lie to the door. They agree about ash in the latrines and about the need to keep knives where boys can't play at being men. They both despised rats in the same way men despise traitors. They learned to put bread out for the cats that wandered in from the burned farms and stayed. The cats pay rent in silence, and in the way their eyes move along the floorboards like they're reading the day's orders there. The medicine tent cares about rank less than any place in camp, but rank gets you speed at the door, whether you ask for it or not. A captain's boy will step into the flap with a shield up, and a voice that says "make way," and the men will make way even if the boy is carrying a hand with all its fingers still on it, while a soldier behind him is carrying a foot in a boot that still has yesterday's straw in its seams. The barber pretends he doesn't notice. He notices. He does the fastest of the two first, because quick victories keep the room from turning on him. Then he returns to the thing that demands more than the day has left. The tent leaks talk. Men who can't stand another hour in their own minds speak here because pain pries open the tongue. You hear plans to leave that will never be carried out, and confessions that should not be confessed to a man with blood on his apron and a temper that's shortened when metal sings. You hear small boasts that are really requests for witnesses. You hear a letter dictated to a boy who can write, words stumbling over themselves because the man has a wife and 2 sons, and a field that will not forgive him for choosing this life over the other one until he returns to it and makes the field forget. The letter goes into the chest with the surgeon's tally of linen and leeches, and ends up later in the clerk's bag. And maybe it travels, and maybe it doesn't. And the man who spoke it sleeps either way, because speaking was the point. The far end of the tent holds a few instruments of mercy that don't look like mercy. A set of cups for cupping, glass and horn, mouths smooth as if they'd been handled by river water for years. They go on backs with little cuts of the blade, and the skin rises, and some men swear the ache in their bones leaves with the dark fluid that collects there. A cautery iron with many heads, one flat, one round, one shaped like a coin. It's an argument wrapped in iron. Close the wound now and shut infection out, or leave it open and let it drain and come back tomorrow to see whether time or filth won the night. The surgeon decides by the smell and the look and his own ledger of mistakes. There are more mistakes than anyone wants to say out loud. The tent holds them all and still gets up each morning as if it were innocent. By late afternoon, the brazier eats less, and the men in the cots breathe deeper or not at all, and the attendants change straw like gambling men stacking coins, choosing which bed gets the cleaner pile, because the man on it asked with his eyes instead of his mouth. The surgeon writes a few lines with a splinter dipped in thin ink on a scrap of parchment that used to be orders for something else. He writes in a hand that is straighter than you guessed from the way he moves. Numbers mostly. A circle for a death. A slash for a man returned to the line. A dot for a man who will return when his feet remember what feet are for. Outside, the wind argues with the tent ropes again. A cart rattles past with wood that will be ash by morning. A boy laughs once, stops when he remembers where he is, and laughs again softer because he is a boy. And laughter happens to boys even near doors like this one. The priest steps out and pulls his cloak close. The surgeon douses the brazier for an hour to let the smoke thin, then stirs it back to life with a practised wrist. The tent breathes in and out like a living thing, taking men in, sending them out, keeping a few for the night, because the world outside is too hard on them, and the world inside still has a little kindness left. If you measure kindness as a warm cloth over a chest and a hand that doesn't shake while it ties a knot, when you leave, the cold hits like a truth you forgot could exist. Your eyes water, and the tears freeze on your lashes and break when you blink. The camp looks exactly the same as when you went in. Grey, busy, low flames and high smoke, men moving as if the ground held them by the ankles. Somewhere a horn calls the next duty. Somewhere a pot slips off a hook and hisses itself out. Somewhere a squire runs with a bundle he guards like treasure, because inside it is a roll of bandage the surgeon said yes to when he could have said no. You walk back to your line slower than you walked away from it. The smell of the tent clings to you and to your gloves, and when you rub your fingers you can't tell if you're warming them or just trying to wipe away something that doesn't wipe. You pass men who will need that tent later, and men who will avoid it until avoiding fails. You pass the cook fire where onion boils and men lean too close. You pass the priest speaking to a boy who thinks he is a man and is wrong by a year that might never arrive. You pass the cart piled with wood slats thin enough to burn well, and you think about the brazier and how the coals look when they're doing what they're meant to do. Night comes early and doesn't apologise. The medicine tent's lanterns shine through the canvas like islands in fog. The wind brings the smell of vinegar and tallow on its first breath, and horse and cold iron on its second. The siege keeps breathing, in and out, and the tent keeps breathing with it. There will be more frostbite by morning. There will be more fever. There will be men who say the word miracle softly without asking for one, and men who don't say anything at all. The work continues, and the priest keeps his box, and the surgeon keeps his iron, and the camp keeps its distance until the hour it can't. Somewhere beyond the lines, the walls hold their own sick in rooms you will never see. Their brazier glows just the same colour. Their saw speaks the same language. Their priest knows the same prayers. The difference between you and them tonight is a field of snow and a list of names that haven't yet moved from one board to another. The wind doesn't choose a side. It moves what it wants, where it wants. You pull your cloak tighter, find the path back to your own canvas, and try not to think about the saw's song. The night will be long, the fire will be small. The next horn won't care what you just watched. And before that horn sounds, you will try to sleep anyway, knowing the tent is still working under a roof that leaks and a sky that doesn't, and that tomorrow the same hands will do the same work with fewer supplies and the same number of men asking for more. The brazier will be coaxed back, the vinegar will be poured, the honey jar weighed, the wine counted, the priest's relic kissed by mouths that taste of smoke, and the surgeon will mark a new line in charcoal where life ends and duty continues, while outside the cook carts go light, and the quartermaster's ledger goes thin, and the fortress on the hill breathes in and out behind its own ropes like a beast learning patience. Hunger changes the shape of the camp. It shrinks men first, in their faces, in the way their cloaks hang, in how their eyes count things that used to be background. And then it shrinks the rules. Schedules still exist. Horns still sound. Orders still get read off a board. But every list now has the same small arithmetic scribbled in the margins. How much is left? Who ate last? Which cart might arrive? Which path the foragers say is clear, and the scouts say is not. You wake thinking about food and sleep because there is no reason to wake for anything else. When the wind cuts through the tents, you don't think cold. You think of how much wood a man burns to boil snow into something you can swallow, and whether that trade makes sense anymore. Rations used to be counted by handfuls. Now they're counted by crumbs. The quartermaster's table looks like a moneylender's, with scales and weights and small scoops, and a clerk who watches every motion like it's a trick. The bread that arrives from the rear, when it arrives, doesn't look like bread so much as an idea of it. It's heavy the wrong way, dark with whatever flour the miller swept off his floor, bulked with bean meal, pea flour, and things no one names. You turn a loaf over and see the fissures that run through it like the cracks in frozen mud. The smell is sour. You'd complain if complaint were useful. It isn't. You cut it in quarters so precise a carpenter would approve, and hand 3 of them away with a steady face. The 4th you tuck into your cloak as if someone could steal it out of the air. Salt pork was once the anchor of meals. Now it's a rumour you chew to keep your jaw busy. The last barrel opened, looked honest on top, and then turned green 2 inches down. You ate it anyway, scraping the worst away with a knife edge you wiped on the straw, because wiping on cloth wastes cloth, and nothing wasted grows back. Men have learned a dozen ways to make ruin look edible. Parboil and toss the water. Cut thin and fry hard. Bury in ashes beside a low, patient fire, until the fat runs and leaves behind something that doesn't fight your teeth. Even then, some pieces come back up the same hour they went down. The surgeon calls it bad meat and shrugs because he can't bleed hunger, and vinegar doesn't sweeten rot. Horses are wealth until they're not. A winter siege eats them even when no one intends to. They grow thin, their backs show, their eyes dull, and then a cart comes back with fewer animals than it set out with. The first horse butchered is an exception. The fifth is policy. Men talk about it in numbers, not in words that admit loss. The meat is tough and dark and sweet, and it sits heavy in the stomach in a way that feels like gratitude for 3 hours and then like regret. Hooves go to a pot with vinegar and herbs, if anyone still has herbs, and boil until the camp smells like glue, and every hand that touches the steam comes away sticky. The broth sets into a wobbling mass. Men cut like a cold pudding and swallow without looking down. No one speaks while they eat it. Speaking gives the mouth too much time to notice. Dogs go next then. Not all at once, not by decree. They vanish in the quiet ways food vanishes. The best ratters, the cats you began feeding because the surgeon hates rats with a personal hate, stay. The rest are missed at night, when a sound near the latrine line should draw a bark and draws nothing. Someone roasts meat at a distant fire, with a care that says he doesn't want questions. Someone else pretends not to smell it, because smelling starts conversation with no good end. The boy who cried in the morning is fine by afternoon, because the hunger that made the crying necessary also teaches forgetting as a skill. Rats are not a joke anymore. Traps go up along the backs of tents, clever little balances of pot shards and bait. Boys learn to move soft-footed, to lift a box with one hand and pin a tail with the other. The cook pays in stale ends and onion skins. The surgeon pays in praise, because even praise feels like food when a day is thin. Skinned right, a rat is a parcel of meat that doesn't ask for a story. Stewed, it surrenders to the same grey as everything else, and no one has to admit anything. You tell yourself the same thing every time. The enemy inside those walls is doing this too. You need to believe it. It doesn't change the taste. Grain meant for horses fills bellies now, cracked with a mallet and boiled into a paste that fights the spoon. The men who still have teeth curse less. The men who lost them to cold, age, or bad luck learn to let the paste cool and knife it into slabs they can tongue to pieces. Someone adds a handful of ground acorn that was leached in a running stream to chase the bitterness. Someone else insists bark flour works if you don't mind what it does to your belly. A third swears the berries dried on the thorn hedge taste like summer if you shut your eyes. You try all of it because trying is work, and work makes an hour pass. Ale thins like soup. Barrels come to the line with ice under the lid and a film of mould around the hoop that the squire scrapes away with a stick that used to be part of a spear. It tastes like it looks. No one complains because the choice is ale or water, and water means fever, and everyone has a face to attach to that word now. Men drink and swallow the grimace and pass the cup on. Some add a drop of vinegar for courage. Others hold the cup to their cheek first because the cold gives the mouth something else to think about. You find yourself counting fat the way you used to count coin. The quartermaster has tallow for lamps, and tallow for candles, and tallow for greasing axles, and tallow a cook might beg for stew. Those are not 4 piles. They are one pile with 4 names and a fight in the middle. Men chew candle ends now and pretend it's a game. The priest looks away the first time and then starts keeping his candles under a lock he never needed in better months. A cook watches a man fish a strip of hardened grease from the joint of a pot and frowns until he sees the man slip it into his cheek like a sinful sweet. The frown stays. The cook doesn't speak. Rules about theft bend around hunger without breaking, because breaking takes energy nobody will waste on a word when the body already took it. Leather turns into food when someone says it out loud and no one has a better idea. Old harness, sallet straps, soles cut from boots a dead man will not need. All scraped, boiled, scraped again, boiled again, until the liquid goes cloudy and the house of hides collapses into gelatin you can cut. The first bowl is triumph. The 10th is penance. Men choose not to think about the lining of their cloaks and whether it's safe from their own hands. A man with a decent belt finds himself sleeping on it without meaning to. The surgeon warns about the things boiled leather leaves behind in the gut. The warning lands where warnings land when the alternative is nothing. The black market gets louder when supplies get quieter. It never disappears. It goes cautious, then bold, then cautious again, depending on who walked past, last with rank on his cloak. A woman with a basket offers a handful of dried apples like coins. A boy shows a pouch with 6 almonds and a look that dares you to call them fake. A man no one trusts claims to know a farmer who hid rye in a pit under a pigsty. He needs 3 steady men with quiet boots and no conscience to help him fetch it. People trade things that were memories. A brooch, a strip of fur, a letter with a ribbon that still smells like a room where windows open. The quartermaster hates the market and uses it in the same hour. Officers look stern and buy onions by the pair, through a cousin of a sutler behind a stack of broken barrels. Stealing begins as a story and ends as a habit. At first it's wood, because wood is everywhere and also nowhere. Then it's a second loaf, because the hand on the scale twitched and you were owed that half handful yesterday when it didn't. After that, the line blurs in the place where lines blur best, between camps and kitchens, between ours and theirs, between alive and dead. A fallen horse becomes many arguments. The Lord says engine grease, the smith says bellows, the cook says broth. The men say bones for cracking, and a strip for the pan hidden under the cloak. The guard set to watch the carcass through the night sits with his spear horizontal, and his eyes steady, and still he will be beaten for sleeping, because a carcass watched by a hungry man shrinks in ways no witness notices until daylight. Punishment mutates. A week ago, the captain put a man at the post for stealing twice and called the whole company to watch. Today he takes the man's belt, returns the stolen bread to the board, and sends the thief to the latrine line for 3 days. The men nod because a back cut now splits deeper than justice. But when theft touches the surgeon's chest, when a hand reaches for the last good roll of bandage or the pot of honey with its lid tied down, the camp remembers there are lines that don't bend. A boy stood in the snow 2 hours with his hands bare and open until his fingers burned like candles, or because he lifted a jar he thought no one would miss. The surgeon didn't speak when the captain asked what should be done. He pointed at the jar, and then at the boy's hands, and then at the door. Everyone understood the suggestion. The boy works in the tent now, quiet, fast, obedient. His fingers function enough to tie a knot. Barely. Foraging becomes raiding because winter calls everything by its true name. Parties leave at dawn with axes and sacks and come back at dusk with stories that don't line up. They found turnips under straw in a ditch. They traded for a bag of peas with a farmer who had nothing to trade for except not being beaten. They saw a child watching from a doorway and left half a loaf because not leaving it would taste worse than going hungry another hour. They say all this in a voice that hopes you won't ask questions that either make them liars or make them worse men than they think they are. Sometimes the party returns with one man less and a sack more. No one counts closely. The sack gets measured anyway. Inside the walls, the defenders used to shout down jokes and show loaves to taunt. That ended weeks ago. Now their walls are quiet in a way that feels like a mirror. Smoke still rises from their chimneys, thin and blue. A dog barks once and stops. A figure on the parapet turns away from the wind and disappears for longer than a watch commander would allow in a garrison that still had the right kind of bread. Your men stand in the lines and watch smoke like fortune tellers reading a plate. Thick smoke means wet wood and poor chimney draught. Thin smoke means someone split dry logs. No smoke at midday means a kitchen that burned in the night, or a cook who could no longer lift the lid without telling the truth about the pot. You hope for a sign you can interpret as weakness and fear, finding one because weakness on their side doesn't put anything in your bowl tonight. Snow is both water and argument now. It stacks where you don't want it and has to be shovelled off the mantlets and the engine frames. It melts into drinking water if you feed it enough wood. It hurts your teeth if you suck it straight. It makes the camp white for an hour, and then grey, then black, with tracks that tell stories a sergeant reads and hates reading. Boys carry buckets of snow to the cook fires and watch a full bucket turn to a thin film of water and shake their heads like old men. An old man stands by the same fire and says you can hold snow with straw and melt it slower and better. He shows them, and for a day the water tastes less of smoke. Men get scurvy without calling it that. No one says the word, no one owns the word. But gums bleed, teeth loosen, old wounds reopen in a lazy way that looks like bad stitching and is not. The apothecary chest has dried hips from dog roses that someone clever collected before the frost. The water poured over them takes on a colour that suggests it might be more than warm. A spoon of honey makes it taste like a story about summer. There isn't enough to make a difference for the line. There is enough to keep 36 men's mouths from becoming wounds. The surgeon triages with that same practical cruelty you've learned to respect. The men building the engines get the rose-hip water. The men who guard the road get the next pot. Everyone else gets a promise, and the taste that lives in memory long enough to carry them through a cold hour. Desperation makes prayer louder and shorter. The priest learns to bless bread with his hand still on the knife, and to turn a pot ladle into an aspergillum when men line for stew and for mercy in the same breath. He stops preaching about sin that hunger commits through a man, and starts preaching about sin that steals from the trench duty when the trench is the thin wall between fever and all of you. He moves among the fires and says little things that are true. Eat slow. Share if sharing buys you a friend on a cold watch. Stop talking about the meal you had last winter, because memory is a liar and no one needs a liar right now. He hands a crust to a boy who pretends he isn't crying and walks away before thanks can turn into a second ask. Talk of parley comes and goes like the wind. When rations reach a number that makes officers look at their fingers instead of at the board, someone says the word. It has a shape in the mouth that tastes like metal and surrender. The Lord hears it and says something about patience and walls that get lower every day the cold works on them. The engineers nod, eyes on a crack they swear is wider this week. The men don't care about cracks unless a crack turns into bread. A rumour says the garrison wants to trade prisoners for sacks of grain. Another says the garrison has no prisoners left. A third says a relief force is 2 days out and stuck behind a bridge gone to ice. All three can be true in a camp that needs them to be, and false the minute a horn sounds with the wrong pitch. A man was caught cutting straps off a commander's pack. He said it was for soup, not for sale. There was a time when that distinction would matter. The captain made it matter. He took the man to the line and set him to work splitting wood under the eyes of 2 others who did not like him. He said the next strap cut would be cut from a belt and not from a pack. The man nodded until his neck looked like a hinge. He worked. The straps on the commander's pack were replaced with rope that would make a terrible soup. The smell of cooking changes when famine arrives. It stops smelling like meals and starts smelling like processes. Rendering, leaching, parching, boiling down to what the water can lift into your blood. Porridge becomes the shape of every day, altered by handfuls. A pinch of wild seed someone shook into his mitten. A crumble of dried marrow. A dusting of ground bean husk. The pot itself becomes precious, seasoned by 100 small attempts, so that even water pulled from it tastes like something a person would choose to swallow. You find yourself scraping the soot off the outside into the stew, because soot tastes like the last things you cooked when cooking was a word with more syllables. Men say the word spring less often now. It used to be a promise you could spend freely. Now it sounds like a debt you might not live to pay. Instead they say, next convoy, clearing in the weather, 3 days, once the road opens. If we tear down the old siege tower, we can fire it for a week. Everything is trade. The mantlet that protected archers becomes 4 nights of warmth. The bench in the command tent becomes a crate of kindling. The timber sentry walk becomes a stack beside the surgeon's flap, because the brazier there buys back more lives than a watchtower saves. There are stories no one says in daylight. They come out at the back of the tents when the wind leans the other way. Tales of a city in a different war, where men dug up graves for the bread baked for the mourners. Of a winter where a garrison boiled belts and painted their cheeks to look alive from a distance. Of a village that opened its gates not because it was beaten, but because no one inside could lift a spear. You listen and do not add to the pile, because adding turns talk into plan. The priest hears the same stories and walks a little more at night. When the quartermaster finally says the word half out loud, half rations for the camp and quarter for the horses that are not engines of war, but mouths with legs, the sound it makes doesn't draw noise. Men press lips together, nod once, go back to their tasks with the slow care of people who carry full bowls under a low ceiling. The horn for evening meal sounds later now. The pot scrapes louder. The ladle strikes the rim like a bell with each portion, because the man holding it needs the rhythm to keep his arm from learning someone else's name. You change your habits without deciding to. You walk the long way around the cook lines to avoid the sight of bowls. You wrap your bread in a rag so your hands don't learn exactly how small it is by weight. You teach the squire to say, "We ate," when someone asks, even if you haven't, because saying you did saves the talk that comes next. You stop looking for crumbs and start looking for corners of cloth left on cutting boards, for grease that clings to the lip of a pot. for the warmth you can steal from a bench that held the cauldron a minute ago. And yet, the camp still manages a kind of mercy that isn't in the orders. Someone leaves a heel of bread beside a bedroll that's too still. Someone sets a bowl where a man will find it if he sits down without looking. Someone cuts his portion into 5 and eats the 5th with his eyes closed and lets the other 4 ride the air to the hands that shake the most. The gestures are small because small is what's left. They are large enough to keep the line from breaking in the middle of the night. The garrison lights a few more fires than usual one evening, and the engine's crews argue about what that means. Rage, signalling, waste, bravado. None of those words cook barley. You turn from the wall and look at the pit and see the coals are tired, and the wood pile is 4 billets shorter than you believed at noon. You split one with a careful wrist, because a careless wrist is a split thumb, and the surgeon's list is full. The squire stands near, watching the blade, not the wood, because he has learned that looking at the strike is how a boy becomes a man in winter. A small convoy does arrive once, dragging a wagon with a wheel bound in rope, because the iron rim left itself in a drift a mile back. Inside are sacks that smile with the right heaviness when you lift them. The cook unloads them as if he were taking children from a boat. The quartermaster says words men haven't heard in weeks, full measure, and then the wind shifts and the smell of boiling straw from another company's pot sneaks under the voice and makes the promise taste like a story again. You will have full measure for 2 days and then half again, and you will not be surprised. Surprise belongs to people with better weather. Night gives hunger more room than day. Your stomach speaks louder when the world around it goes quiet. You lie on the cot and listen to the tent grunt and move, and think of things you would not have eaten a month ago, and will fight for tomorrow. You think of the way the spoon scrapes the bottom of the pot, and the sound it makes that says there is still something to be had if you angle the bowl and ask with the right tilt. The wind makes the same sound against the canvas, and you cannot tell them apart for a few breaths. Somewhere a horn calls the watch change, and the men on the outer line move like old ghosts through new snow. One trips and stands too slowly. Another helps him up without looking at his face. A third stares at the wall and imagines smoke means bread, and then shakes his head because imagining is spending coin he does not have. Fires dent the dark without owning it. The smell from the last pot hangs low. A thin promise that says morning will bring more of the same if morning comes. You pull your cloak across your chest and feel how light it has become where weight used to live at the hem. You tell yourself it's the wind's fault. You decide you will believe it because believing costs less than counting. Outside, a pot lid clinks against iron. The smallest sound of a meal done, and a night beginning. The camp exhales, thin and careful, as if even breath should be rationed now. You turn on your side, listen to the small noises people make when they pretend not to be hungry, and wait for a sleep that comes in sips instead of cups. The wind presses the canvas, lifts it, presses it again. The coals settle with a sound like dry leaves. Somewhere a spoon taps twice against a bowl, and then stops. Night in the siege camp is not silence. It only pretends to be, and only if you listen from far away. Up close, it's a living thing that never really rests. Every sound is a thread in a net stretched over thousands of men who can't afford to move, can't afford to fight, and can't afford to think too much. When daylight dies and the fires begin to sag, What's left behind is the raw voice of everything that endures without being seen. You notice it first when the wind starts working the canvas. It comes in low and patient, sliding between seams and under flaps, tugging like fingers at every loose tie. It doesn't whistle like storybooks say. It moans, a slow vibration that runs along the poles and turns the tent into an instrument no one asked to hear. The pitch changes with every gust. Sometimes it sounds like someone breathing in the next cot over. Sometimes it sounds like someone trying not to breathe at all. The ground answers with its own rhythm. The frost makes it hard, and every step or shift of weight groans through the frozen dirt, like the camp itself is alive and unhappy about it. When men turn in their sleep, the cots creak with joints swollen from moisture. Leather stretches, wood rubs against iron pins. You start to recognise who's moving by the sound their bed makes. The officer's cot pops once, sharp and quick. The squire's groans slow and low, as if even the wood is tired of serving him. The old veteran's cot hardly complains anymore, worn smooth by years of use, more sigh than sound. Then there are the horses. The horses never sleep the way men do. They rest in pieces, a minute here, a minute there, half awake and half frozen, shifting their weight from leg to leg, because standing still too long means the blood stops moving. You can hear them even from inside the tent line. Hooves thudding softly in the slush, tails flicking against crusted snow, nostrils snorting out steam that catches the firelight like smoke from small furnaces. Sometimes one stamps, sharp and loud, and for a moment it sounds like a hammer falling. Then another answers, not because it wants to, but because the noise woke it, and the chain reaction rolls down the picket line, until 20 animals are shifting and blowing, and the whole camp feels awake again for no reason. The wind takes every sound and folds it back into itself. It doesn't care where it came from. It pulls smoke sideways across the camp, until everything smells of half-burnt wood and grease and the faint sweetness of old rot. The wind makes the fires fight for their lives, dragging sparks out of the pits and throwing them against the canvas walls like tiny comets that die on contact. Men mutter and pull cloaks tighter. They hunch lower. They talk less because talking means showing teeth, and showing teeth means feeling how cold they've gotten. When you lie down, the night presses in through the fabric, testing the seams like a siege of its own. The canvas breathes with the wind, in, out, in again. A pulse you start matching without realising. The sound becomes background, and then it becomes part of your body. You stop hearing it as something outside you. What you notice instead are the smaller noises that creep through the cracks between gusts. There's the groaning. It comes from everywhere and nowhere. Some of it belongs to the wounded, the men who didn't die fast enough to leave the surgeon's tent, and who now fight quieter battles in their sleep. They dream out loud, voices thin as strings, calling names that don't belong to anyone here. Some groans come from men who are alive and whole, but not enough asleep to stop feeling the cold in their joints. The sound they make isn't pain exactly. It's a conversation between muscle and bone, half curse, half prayer. Every camp has its own music, and this one's is made from bodies trying to remember how to be still. The coughs start early and never really stop. One man hacks twice every few minutes, the same rhythm all night long. Another clears his throat once and then spits into the straw, a wet sound followed by a soft thud. You can trace your position in the tent by counting those noises. Cough left, spit right, snore near the door, groan beside the brazier. After a few nights, you know the pattern so well that when one sound disappears, when the cough stops, or the groan goes quiet, you wake up before you know why. There's a cart somewhere near the quartermaster's tent that shifts whenever the wind hits it. Its wheels creak against the frozen axle, a long, lazy complaint that rises and falls like a drawn-out sigh. No one fixes it, because no one can spare the grease, and because after a while, its rhythm becomes something like comfort. It's proof the camp hasn't frozen completely solid yet. You fall asleep to it like you would to a lullaby made by ghosts. Beyond the tents, the siege engines sleep in their own way. Wood pops as it contracts in the cold. Ropes groan when the wind leans on them. Every sound reminds you how fragile all of it really is. You can hear the giant arms settling into their braces, the leather bindings tightening and loosening, as if the machines themselves are stretching in their sleep. The sentries posted near them keep their distance. They don't trust the noise. In the dark, a crack of wood can sound like the start of a collapse, and no one wants to be the one standing closest when it happens. Horses grunt, men shift, armour whispers against wool. Wind pulls at the flaps again. It's a steady, endless chain of noises that never stops long enough to give you the illusion of quiet. The human brain starts inventing patterns inside it. You hear voices that aren't there, echoes of laughter that never happened, footsteps where no one walks. You tell yourself it's the wind, but you still sit up once in a while, eyes half open, hand reaching for the knife beside your bedroll just to make sure. Sometimes you really do hear footsteps. The night watch changes every few hours, and boots crunching in snow make a sound you can recognise from a dream. It's slow, steady, confident. The men on watch wear cloaks pulled tight over mail, and their breath comes in white clouds that hang around their faces like masks. They don't talk unless they have to. Even the clink of a buckle is too loud out there. When one of them walks past your tent, the faint reflection of the lantern he carries passes over the canvas. A small glow moving across the wall, like the sun trying to remember its job. The wind sometimes dies for a moment, and that's when the camp sounds most alive. The absence of noise doesn't mean silence. It means every smaller thing gets its chance to speak. You hear the fire at its truest, the hiss of sap in green wood, the quiet fall of ash onto stone, the sigh of smoke escaping through cracks. You hear the whisper of men turning in their sleep, the rustle of blankets too thin to do their work. You even hear the slow, rhythmic sound of teeth grinding in someone's jaw, a habit born of cold and nerves and hunger, a sound that carries through the dark like a warning. Farther out, beyond the last ring of fires, the horses talk to each other in low, uneasy voices. A whinny too high means trouble. Maybe a wolf shadow near the line. Maybe just the wind finding a tone that frightens them. When that sound comes, you feel it through your spine before you hear it. A long, rising cry. Thin at first, then full and desperate. Men answer with shouts, then curses, then tired commands that sound more like apologies than orders. The horses settled again after a while. The quiet that follows feels heavier than the noise ever did. On good nights, the wind carries something different, the distant rhythm of the enemy's camp. You can't see their fires, but you can hear the echo of hammer on anvil, the crack of kindling. Sometimes even a voice singing, faint and fragile, carried miles through the frozen air. It's strange how close it sounds. For a heartbeat, you could believe they're only a field away instead of behind stone walls. It's a reminder that the other side of the siege is human too. They're out there listening to their own noises, counting their own breaths, pretending they're not just as cold and hungry. Then the wind shifts again, and the world shrinks back to this side of the snow. Rats make their own music between the tents. They live better than the men now, fat on scraps and horse feed and things best not described. You hear them running along the canvas edges, tiny claws pattering against the frozen ground. At first, you throw stones or curses. Later, you stop. They're too quick, too many, and sometimes their sound is easier to live with than the sound of your own stomach. One crawled over a man's chest last week while he slept, and he didn't even wake until it was gone. You don't blame him. At least something alive still wanted him. The latrines are worse. Down there near the trenches, you hear sounds no one names. Water that isn't water anymore. Shovels scraping ice. Men muttering prayers through clenched teeth. Every breath they take steams upward and freezes on their lashes. The smell follows them back, and no one complains because everyone knows the job has to be done. But when the wind turns from that direction, even the bravest men find somewhere else to stand. The air brings a taste of everything that's been lost, and it lingers longer than smoke. You start to realise the night is divided into layers. Closest to you are the small domestic sounds. Your tent, your cot, your fire, your own breathing. A little farther out comes the life of the company. Footsteps, mutters, horses, the occasional clank of a cooking pot when someone shifts it. Beyond that lies the army's heartbeat, the long, low groans of engines, the faint hum of thousands of men trying to sleep. And outside it all, past the stakes and the watchfires, there's the wind, the world's own voice, rolling over everything and reminding you that the siege doesn't matter to it. It's older, colder, and endless. Sometimes the night sounds like memory. A man wakes halfway from a dream and calls a name that doesn't belong to this camp. It might be a wife, a child, a place. The word drifts through the dark and loses its owner. No one answers, no one dares. If you say someone else's name out loud, the night remembers it, and the next morning someone might be missing. Superstition grows easily when the wind howls through seams that never close. You stop speaking names at night, even your own. The groans of the dying have a pattern too. They rise at midnight when the temperature falls hardest. The surgeon's tent is never dark, and the glow inside it pulses like a lighthouse seen through fog. You can hear him working even when you're half a camp away. The faint ring of a blade against iron, the sound of a bucket being set down, the low murmur of a priest reciting the same lines for the 50th time. The men inside answer in gasps that carry through the cold like the cracking of ice. Then it goes quiet again, and you know what that means. The quiet never lasts long. Another voice replaces it before dawn. Sleep comes in fragments, if it comes at all. You drift off when the wind softens, only to wake when it snaps the tent ropes again. Dreams mix with reality until you're not sure which noises are real. A horse whinnies, and in your dream it's a horn calling the charge. Someone coughs, and in your dream it's the sound of a bowstring breaking. The brain stitches nonsense out of sound because it can't stand the truth of what's around it, that the world has turned into an orchestra of suffering and necessity, playing the same song every night with no conductor and no end. Now and then, laughter breaks through. Always small, always forced, but real enough to catch the ear. Two men whisper a joke near the fire. Someone tries to sing a verse of a song half forgotten, voice cracking in the middle. For a few breaths, the night feels human again, like something you could survive. Then a gust of wind snatches the sound away, carrying it toward the enemy's walls, or maybe nowhere at all. You almost wish it would come back, so you could believe it happened. There are moments when the camp itself seems to listen. When the wind drops to nothing and the fires burn low, every man still awake holds his breath. You can hear the snow shifting on the ground, soft trickles sliding off wagon roofs, the faint pop of ice forming on water buckets. Somewhere a horse exhales and the sound moves through the cold like smoke. Every ear strains toward the fortress, waiting for some sign, a shout, a drum, a movement. Nothing comes. The silence stretches until it hurts. Then the wind finds its voice again, and the spell breaks. Some men talk in their sleep. They argue with ghosts, plead with commanders long dead, bargain with saints who have better things to do. The ones who talk rarely remember it. Those who listen do. You start to recognize who dreams of what. The young ones beg for warmth. The older ones argue about orders. The veterans don't say anything at all. They've learned that silence is the only thing you can carry safely through the dark. The horses go quiet before dawn. It's always the same. They sense something men don't. The shift in the air. The hour when the cold reaches its lowest point, and even the wind tires of itself. The camp settles into a kind of shared exhaustion. Fires glow low, reduced to dull hearts of ash. The groans fade to whispers. For a moment, it feels like you're floating inside the belly of some giant beast, all of you breathing in rhythm, waiting for the first light to start its crawl across the snow. And then, as if on cue, the sound changes again. The faintest creak of a cart, the crunch of a boot, the slow, deliberate steps of the early watch being relieved. The sound of life reasserting itself, reluctant but undeniable. The night doesn't end so much as it drifts backward, retreating into the corners of the tents, hiding in the folds of cloaks, waiting for its turn to come again. You rise, stiff and unwilling, and the noises you heard all night blend into the background of morning. The wind softens, but it's still there, carrying the same tune it always has. The horses shake frost from their manes. The men stretch and groan, and the world begins its slow cycle back toward another day that looks exactly like the last. The night never really leaves this place. It just hides behind the daylight for a while, waiting for another chance to tell its story. When it comes again, it will bring the same groans, the same horses, the same wind, and everyone will listen without meaning to, hearing not the world outside, but the echo of themselves inside it. The tired breath of men and beasts and weather locked together, trapped in the long, cold music of a siege that has forgotten how to end. Sleep in a siege camp is not rest. It's a negotiation between cold, hunger, and the noise that never fully dies. You don't drift off so much as collapse for moments at a time, counting on fatigue to drag you past discomfort. The human body eventually insists on shutting down, but even that surrender is conditional. You never wake refreshed. You wake surprised. The cold is the first enemy. It comes from the ground, not the air. The frost creeps upward through straw and canvas until it finds skin, and when it does, it lingers like a hand that never lets go. Men build their beds as if they're fighting an invasion. Layers of straw, cloaks, scraps of sacking, sometimes even planks pried off wagons. It's never enough. Heat drains through it all like water through a sieve. You learn to lie still, because movement loses warmth faster than the gain from rearranging your limbs. The night has a shape to it. The first hours are all motion, men settling, tents breathing, the last shuffle of boots before quiet takes hold. Then comes the middle stretch, the long, dull silence punctuated by wind and coughing. That's when sleep hunts the camp in patches, finding one man and skipping the next. The final hour before dawn is the hardest. The fires are low, the air is thick with smoke, and the cold has weight to it. It presses on you until your ribs ache. That's when most men wake without knowing why. It feels like drowning in frost. Blankets are shared when they exist. 2 men under 1 is better than 1 man under 2. It's not comfort, it's survival. You sleep back to back if you trust the man beside you, shoulder to shoulder if you don't. Armour stays within reach, never far enough that someone could take it, never close enough that the metal steals your body heat. You learn to fold a cloak so that the seams don't press against bare skin, because a ridge of cloth can feel like a blade after a few hours. You stop thinking of sleep as something pleasant. It becomes a task, one more chore in a list of things to get through. The noises from outside the tent never stop. The wind moves between the ropes, like a voice mumbling in a language you almost understand. Horses snort and stamp. The guard line shifts, boots crunching in snow, halberds knocking against armour. Each sound reminds you that you're surrounded by life, but not the kind that comforts. It's a reminder that thousands of men lie awake with you, all pretending to sleep. When one turns over, the sound carries through the straw. A long rustle that feels louder than shouting. When one man mutters in his sleep, another wakes and listens until he realizes the words mean nothing. Frost forms inside the tent overnight. The air is wet from breath and snow melt, and when the temperature drops, it crystallizes on the canvas walls. You see it when you open your eyes to the faint red glow of dying coals, a glittering skin of ice, each flake trembling when the wind pushes the fabric. When you exhale, your breath joins it. Every man in camp leaves part of himself frozen to the walls by morning. You can scrape it with a glove and watch the flakes fall like dust. No one does. The frost is decoration now, the only kind you'll see until spring. Dreams come, but they don't belong to you. They feel like borrowed memories, half from home, half from other men's voices. A field you once walked through in summer, now covered in snow. A woman's hand reaching for a door that won't open. A meal you never had, but can taste anyway. The mind stitches warmth where there isn't any, and you cling to that false heat for as long as you can. Then the wind rattles the tent again and tears the dream apart, leaving you halfway between sleep and waking, unsure which side you'd rather be on. Some men talk in their sleep. You learn their secrets that way. Names of people they miss, numbers they count as if doing sums in their dreams. Once, a man whispered the Lord's Prayer backward for a full minute before rolling over and snoring. The priest said it wasn't blasphemy, just confusion of the mind. Others argued it was luck. No one asked the man about it in the morning. He didn't remember, and there was no reason to remind him. In this cold, people say things they wouldn't otherwise. The night doesn't tell on them. When the cold gets bad enough, you wake with your jaw clenched so tight your teeth ache. You rub your face until the skin stings, just to make sure it still feels like part of you. Fingers curl in your gloves until the blood refuses to move. Toes go numb first, then knees, then hips. You can't fix it without leaving the warmth you've made, so you lie still and imagine movement. You picture walking, swinging an axe, holding a mug. It fools the brain for a while, just long enough to fall back into a half sleep. You wake again when the illusion stops working. There are tricks to sleep that only the old soldiers know. Never face the tent door. Cold finds the mouth and nose first. Keep your boots under your blanket, not beside it. Leather freezes faster than flesh. Don't eat too much before lying down. It keeps you awake thinking about what's missing from the meal. Don't drink too little either, because thirst wakes you worse than any nightmare. Never lie flat on your back. The cold builds there like water in a ditch. Curl instead, knees to chest, arms across belly, chin tucked. It's not comfort. It's survival geometry. Sometimes the wind outside mimics voices. It whistles through gaps in the stakes and carries words that aren't words. Men have been known to answer them. A half-awake guard mumbles a name and opens the flap before realising he's talking to nothing. The captain ordered the gaps patched after one of the sentries followed a sound into the dark and never came back. The patchwork didn't help. The wind always finds another way in. Now they just tell the story as a warning. Never talk back to the night. It listens. When you do fall asleep deeply, it happens suddenly. One moment you're shivering and staring at the canvas roof. The next you're gone. The body decides for you. It shuts the door between you and the cold for a while, but not completely. Your dreams are full of noise, hammering, shouting, the crack of ice. Sometimes you wake convinced the enemy has attacked, only to realise it's your own heartbeat echoing in your ears. You close your eyes again and wait for it to fade. It doesn't. You live with it until exhaustion pulls you under again. The men closest to the brazier sleep differently. The heat dries their throats and cracks their lips, but they're the only ones who wake warm. They take turns tending the coals, feeding them shavings from the dwindling pile of wood. If they forget or drift off too long, the fire dies, and the entire tent wakes gasping. Smoke from wet logs fills the air when they restart it, choking everyone until tears stream down faces too dry to notice. No one complains. Smoke means heat, and heat means life. They cough themselves back to sleep, like old men in a tavern corner. In the bigger tents, snoring becomes a kind of a background music, deep and steady, like a forge bellows. The young ones try to fight it at first, muttering curses or throwing bits of straw at the offenders. After a few nights they give up. The sound means someone's still breathing. When it stops suddenly, heads lift. Someone pokes the sleeper to make sure. The snoring returns and everyone lies back down. It's strange what passes for comfort in a place like this. Now and then, the quiet cracks open. A horse screams out of nowhere, high and shrill, and the camp stirs instantly. Men jerk upright, half awake, hands on blades, eyes wide. Then the sound fades and the night folds over it again. A loose tether maybe, a shadow moving past the pickets. It doesn't matter. The reaction is instinct. No one truly sleeps like they did before the siege began. Sleep here is a temporary truce between the body and the world. Every noise is a reminder that the truce might end without warning. The worst nights are the wet ones, when snow turns to sleet and the air hangs heavy with moisture. The tents leak no matter how carefully they were pitched. Water gathers along seams and drops in slow, steady beats onto faces, blankets, armour, whatever lies beneath. You move aside and it finds you again. The sound is maddening. A rhythm that never stops, like a clock you can't unhear. Some men count the drips to keep sane. Others stuff rags in their ears. It doesn't work. The water seeps into everything, even the silence. Sentries pace outside, and their steps mark time for everyone else. The crunch of boots over ice becomes a lullaby of repetition. You can tell how long you've slept by the pattern of those footsteps. 2 rounds of pacing means half an hour. 4 rounds means an hour. When it stops, you wake instantly, knowing something's wrong. The pause usually means nothing more than a shift change, but the seconds between old steps fading and new ones starting stretch like an eternity. You lie there, listening for the next crunch, hoping it comes. When men dream of food, the dreams are cruelly detailed. The smell of bread rising, the sound of fat sizzling, the weight of a mug in hand. You can almost taste it, almost chew. You wake with your mouth wet and your stomach twisting. You hate the dream because it feels like theft. The brain found pleasure where the body can't. Some refuse to talk about their dreams at all. They treat them like sins. Something shameful, greedy, best kept to themselves. Others tell them openly, laughing without humour, as if saying the words out loud will make them lose their sting. There's a strange peace that comes in the hour before dawn. The fires have burned low, the night wind has worn itself thin, and everything feels paused. The horses are still. The coughing has stopped. Even the tents seem to hold their breath. You can almost imagine you're somewhere else, somewhere warm, if you keep your eyes closed and your body perfectly still. The moment never lasts long. A gust pushes through, or a man stirs, or the watch changes again, and the illusion breaks. But for those few minutes, the world feels mercifully quiet. Sometimes frost forms on beards and eyebrows so thick that men wake unable to move their faces. They thaw slowly, fingers trembling, scraping ice from their own skin. It hurts, but pain is proof of life, and that's worth something. They laugh about it later, calling each other snow ghosts, though their voices are too flat for real humour. No one ever says what everyone thinks, that one night the cold will go too far, and one of them won't thaw at all. The surgeon keeps a list of names for when that happens. The list grows line by line. The air inside the tent smells of bodies, smoke, and wool. It's thick enough to taste. When you breathe through your nose, you get earth and ash. Through your mouth, you get salt and metal. You stop noticing after a while. Your body accepts it as normal, the same way it accepts the cold. The first night in camp, the smell made you gag. By the 50th, it's home. You've forgotten what clean air feels like. Every morning begins the same way, a trumpet somewhere beyond the lines, muffled by fog. A shout repeated down the rows. The sound of frost cracking off ropes and poles. Then movement. Men groaning as they sit up, stamping their feet, slapping life back into their arms. Blankets folded, fires coaxed, bread divided. The camp stirs like a single exhausted creature trying to wake. The cold that owned the night doesn't leave. It just changes shape. It hides in the air, in the armour, in the water buckets. The night leaves behind a version of itself that never truly goes. You tell yourself the next night will be easier. It never is. The body doesn't adapt. It just remembers faster. You find your spot in the straw without thinking. You roll your cloak the right way. You lie down, already shivering, waiting for the hours to pass. The mind drifts toward nothingness again, not because it's ready, but because it's too tired to resist. The wind finds the same old holes in the canvas, the horses start their slow rhythm of breath, and the siege breathes with you. Cold in, cold out. Every once in a while, a dream survives morning. You wake remembering warmth or laughter, or the smell of something you haven't smelled since the world was kind. For a heartbeat, you believe it might follow you into the day. Then the horn blows again, and it's gone. You pull your boots on, still damp from the day before, and step out into the same grey light, the same frozen mud, the same waiting. The night has left you just enough strength to face it all again. That's all it ever gives. Sleep under siege isn't rest. It's a rehearsal for waking. It's the body learning how to keep living when everything around it wants to stop. You close your eyes, you shiver, you drift, and you dream not of victory or peace, but of something smaller. A dry bed, a still night, a silence that doesn't sound like wind. You don't hope for comfort anymore. You hope for sleep that lasts an hour without interruption. When you get it, you call it luck. When you don't, you call it night. Dreams of home come uninvited. They arrive when the body's too tired to guard itself, slipping through the cracks between shivers and exhaustion. No one means to dream of home here. It's dangerous. It makes the cold sharper. It reminds you that there's another world beyond the frost, one with doors that shut and fires that stay lit through the night. But you can't help it. Even the hardest men dream eventually. The dreams aren't clear at first. They start as smells. The mind remembers scent better than sight. Bread just pulled from an oven. A stable warm with hay and manure that didn't stink but lived. The smell of work and familiarity. The smoke of a hearth where wood burned slow, not because it was scarce, but because that's how people burned it at home. Sometimes it's the smell of rain on dirt that wasn't frozen. It fills the dream before faces even appear, and you breathe it in like you could live off it. Then the images come. You see fields that don't end in trenches, roads that don't lead to sieges. You see the sky without the grey film that's covered it since the campaign began. The colours are wrong at first, too bright, too full. You forget what green looks like until you see it again in sleep, and it shocks you. A green so deep, it hurts your eyes. You see water moving, not frozen, actually moving, and you remember that sound, that quiet rush, that ordinary miracle. You'd trade your armour to hear it once in real life, not just in dreams. The faces arrive last. They never come in order. Some you remember perfectly. Your wife, your child, your mother's lined hands, and some blur at the edges, as if your mind can't afford the effort of remembering every feature. People you thought you'd forgotten appear, talking like no time has passed. They don't look disappointed in you. They don't ask why you left. They just exist, part of a world that doesn't know cold the way you do now. It feels wrong and right at the same time. You wake from those dreams feeling both full and hollow, like you ate too fast and swallowed air. Men don't talk about the dreams much. It's easier to complain about hunger or cold than to admit you woke up wanting something that doesn't exist here. But the evidence is everywhere. You see it in how someone stares at nothing when they wake, eyes glassy, slow to move, still half in the world they visited. You hear it in a man's voice when he mutters a name without realizing it's out loud. You know it in yourself when your chest aches for reasons that aren't physical. Sometimes the dreams play tricks. You wake convinced you're home. For a second, your hand reaches for a blanket that isn't straw and canvas. You think you hear a door creak instead of a tent flap, or a rooster outside instead of the wind. That moment, that single heartbeat before reality settles back in, is crueler than any nightmare. The cold returns, the smells change back to smoke and sweat, and the ceiling is just canvas again, trembling under wind that never stops. It's like drowning in air. There are men who say they dream of nothing now, that sleep is black and empty and merciful. Maybe they're lying. Maybe they've just run out of pictures to remember. Others claim their dreams have changed shape. One says he no longer dreams of people but of sounds. His daughter laughing, the bell from his village chapel, the clatter of dishes. Another says he dreams of the taste of salt, though he doesn't know why. Memory doesn't stay organised when you're starving. It plays by new rules. For those who still remember, the dreams grow sharper with every passing week. The worse the siege gets, the kinder the visions become. A house that never really looked that fine becomes a palace. A meal that was once ordinary becomes a feast. You remember laughter you might never have heard, but now it's yours. It's the brain's way of bargaining with misery, offering you something beautiful when there's nothing beautiful left to touch. You take it. You'd be a fool not to. Sometimes the dreams turn cruel. They show you home as it might be now, not as it was. You see your wife alone, waiting. You see your children growing without you. You see your farm buried in snow, because you're not there to mend the fence or tend the animals. The dream turns from gift to punishment, reminding you that time moves elsewhere, even when it doesn't move here. You wake angry at something you can't reach to fix. You lie still and wait for the feeling to fade, but it doesn't. It settles deep and quiet and becomes another kind of cold. The priests tell men that these dreams are temptations, distractions from duty. They say God allows them as tests of faith. But even the priests dream, though they will never admit it. You can see it in the way they pause during prayers, eyes unfocused, hands still. They're remembering, same as everyone. Faith doesn't keep memory away. It just gives you another place to put it. The older soldiers say, the trick is to dream small. Don't picture your whole village or the people in it. Picture something simple. A chair, a dog, the path behind your house. They say it hurts less that way. You can hold the image for a few seconds without feeling like your chest will cave in. One man says he dreams only of his porch, the grain of the wood under his boots, the smell of oil on the hinges. He says that's enough. Another dreams of a river he used to fish. He never catches anything in the dream, but the line still tugs, and he wakes smiling. The younger ones don't understand yet. They dream big, feasts, families, faces, all of it at once. It breaks them faster. You can see it in their eyes after the first real cold night, when the fire's gone, and there's nothing left to burn. They look too far away to bring back. They start talking about going home as if it were a choice, as if walking there were as simple as turning around. The veterans don't correct them. The illusion keeps them moving for a few days longer. Letters used to help. When supply lines worked, when couriers still came and went, a man could anchor his mind with a few words from home. Now the letters are old and soft from being read too often. The ink has bled, the paper smells of smoke and sweat, but men still keep them tucked inside their shirts. over the heart, as if the body heat could make the words last longer. Some of them whisper the letters in their sleep, lips moving silently. The ones who never got any letters pretend they did. No one calls them on it. Imagination is cheaper than despair. There's a kind of silence that comes after the dreams fade in the morning. It's not the same as the quiet after battle. It's softer, heavier. Men wake slowly, blinking at the grey light, realising where they are all over again. No one speaks at first. The fire is low, the water in the bucket frozen solid, and everyone knows what the day will bring. The memory of warmth still clings for a few breaths before the air takes it. Then the routine starts. Boots, armour, orders, and the dream sinks somewhere deep, waiting for the next night to find its way back. Not all memories come kindly. Some men see the faces of people they have killed instead. The mind doesn't care about fairness. It gives you what it wants. Those dreams don't carry warmth. They carry noise. The sound of a gate breaking, of someone shouting, of steel biting through cloth and skin. You wake sweating in a place too cold to sweat. Heart racing. Hands clenched around nothing. For those men, the siege never stops. Not even in sleep. The body rests, but the mind keeps fighting. They're the ones who look older every morning, like time's working on them faster than it should. The best sleep you get here doesn't have dreams at all. It's the kind that drops you into blackness so deep you forget your own name for a while. It's the kind that doesn't tease you with what you can't have. When you wake from that kind of sleep, you don't feel rested, but you don't feel wounded either. You're just blank. It's rare. And when it happens, you don't talk about it. You just get up and do your work, because for a few hours, the war didn't follow you inside your head. That's enough of a miracle. There are stories about soldiers who sleepwalk during sieges. Men who stand up in the middle of the night, eyes open but not seeing, walking toward the sound of home that isn't there. One man walked clear through the outer ditch before anyone stopped him. He said he was following the church bell from his village. There was no bell, only the creak of the watchtower in the wind. They tied him to a pole inside his tent after that, not to punish him, but to keep him from walking again. He slept better, though no one knew if it was because of the rope or despite it. Everyone dreams of home differently. For some, it's a person, for others a place, for others still just a feeling. Warmth, light, the absence of fear. It doesn't matter what shape it takes. It's all the same hunger. You can feed your body with scraps, but there's nothing here to feed the part of you that remembers what peace felt like. So it eats itself, one dream at a time. Some nights you wish you could stop remembering altogether. You'd trade every warm image for a single full night of sleep without pictures. But the brain refuses to let go. It needs something to hold on to, even if it hurts. The siege has stripped everything else away. Warmth, food, comfort, sound. So dreams are what's left. They're the last soft thing. You hate them and need them at the same time. In the far tents, you can hear men whispering before sleep, trying to summon better dreams. They talk about home like it's a spell, repeating small details in low voices. The way a door sounds when it shuts. The feel of soap on skin. The weight of a child's head on a shoulder. The more they talk, the warmer the tent feels, though the air hasn't changed. It's not warmth exactly. It's memory pretending to be heat. Sometimes it's enough to make them smile as they drift off. But morning always takes it away. The cold steals every trace of it. When the sun rises, pale, weak, Indifferent? The camp looks the same as it did yesterday. The men move through it like sleepwalkers. Whatever comfort the dreams gave is gone. What remains is a kind of quiet endurance, a thin line of resolve stretched across 1,000 tired bodies. They still dream, and they'll keep dreaming because dreams are the only thing the siege can't confiscate. Even when hunger sharpens, when the cold deepens, when the engines freeze and the wind stops pretending to be anything but cruel, the mind will still send them back home at night, to kitchens and fields and laughter, to smells and faces that might not exist anymore, to places they'll never see again. And when they wake, they'll get up anyway, because the dreams didn't lie. They just reminded them what surviving is for. So they keep dreaming, and they keep waking, and the siege keeps going, indifferent to both. The fire dies, the wind moves, the camp breathes, and under every piece of canvas, a man curls into himself, chasing the warmth of a home that's half memory, half mercy, and entirely unreachable. Morning doesn't arrive here the way it does anywhere else. It doesn't burst or warm or shine. It seeps in. A dull grey light leaking through seams in the canvas, soft and reluctant, touching faces that already look awake because no one really slept. The sky outside has no colour. It's just an extension of the frost on the ground. A wide, unbroken sheet that gives nothing back. You know it's morning because the fires have burned out, and the cold feels heavier instead of lighter. The first sound is always the same, the scraping of metal. Men reaching for armour left too close to the tent wall. It's stiff, the edges rimed with frost, leather straps hard as boards. You lift a breastplate and it clinks like pottery, ice snapping off the inside where breath froze overnight. You hold it near the coals for a few minutes, rotating it like bread at a fire, trying not to scorch your gloves. The warmth doesn't last long enough. You put it on anyway. The shock of cold against your body makes you gasp, every joint locking for a second. It's the same every morning. You never get used to it. You just stop reacting. Chainmail is worse. Each ring holds its own bit of frost, and when you shake it out, the sound is 1,000 tiny chimes, like a wind moving through metal grass. The squire helps, his fingers trembling so hard he can barely work the buckles. His breath freezes on your gauntlets while he fastens the last strap. Neither of you speaks. There's nothing to say that hasn't been said 100 times. The armour that once gleamed with pride is dull now, the colour of old pewter. Polishing is for parades, not for men waiting to starve. Around the camp, the same ritual unfolds. Tents open like wounds. Men step out, faces grey with sleep, eyes squinting against the flat light. Steam rises from mouths and nostrils, hanging in the still air before fading. The sound of movement is slow, heavy. The thud of boots, the creak of leather, the low grunt that comes from bending joints that have forgotten flexibility. No one hurries. The morning isn't going anywhere. It's another mark on the wall of time, another repetition of the same slow survival. The fires have gone out during the night. What remained are piles of ash with faint red hearts buried inside. Men crouch over them, poking with sticks, hoping for a spark. When one catches, there's no cheer, just quiet relief. Someone adds splinters, breathes carefully, shields the flame with his hands. Smoke crawls upward and gets trapped beneath the tent roofs, mixing with breath until the air tastes of soot. The smoke burns the eyes, but no one moves away. Tears mean heat, and heat means you're alive. Breakfast is less a meal than a ritual of endurance. The quartermaster's voice cuts through the cold, reading the same orders, rationing what's left. The bread is a little darker now, stretched with ground peas and barley husks. The ale has been watered again, though no one bothers to complain. The men gather in small knots, breaking crusts with gloved hands, chewing slowly because swallowing too fast hurts. Some stare into the distance while they eat, others at the ground between their boots. It's easier to pretend food tastes like something if you don't look at it. Morale isn't broken exactly. It's more like a frozen river, cracked in places, still solid enough to hold, but you can hear the ice groaning beneath your feet. Jokes that used to come easily now sound rehearsed. Laughter ends before it starts. Even the loud ones, the veterans who used to shout across the camp for sport, talk in low voices now. The cold punishes a noise. You can see it in the way men's shoulders slope inward, as if they're trying to make themselves smaller, harder for the wind to find. A horn blows from the command tent, long and flat. It's supposed to signal readiness, but it sounds tired. Officers walk the lines, checking men, counting fires, glancing toward the walls of the fortress. The enemy doesn't move much anymore. They're as cold as you are, hiding behind stone and waiting. Smoke drifts from their chimneys. Thin, steady, confident. It taunts you. You imagine warmth behind those walls. Food, dry clothes. Then you remember they're trapped too, and the satisfaction fades. You hear the hammering start again. The blacksmiths are already at their forges. What's left of them? The metal rings faintly, duller than it used to. Cold steel doesn't sing the same way. The sound carries across the camp anyway, reminding everyone that the siege still has machinery to feed. Men drag carts of frozen wood to the engines. The wheels squeal against the ice, the ropes creak, and the oxen refuse to move until someone shouts. Even the animals look thinner, their ribs showing beneath dull coats. You check your gear like always. Sword, shield, straps, gloves. The motion is automatic now, more habit than preparation. The leather handle of your sword feels like stone, the metal colder still. You test the blade's edge with your thumb, not because it needs it, but because it's something to do. The edge bites skin lightly, enough to sting. You don't mind the pain. It's proof your hand still works. Men gather for orders. The captain's voice is hoarse, rough from the cold and from shouting the same things day after day. Patrols to the trenches, guards to the northern flank, engineers to the tower frame. No one listens for meaning anymore. They just wait for their names, then move. His words drift away into the wind, and the camp resumes its slow rhythm. Not life exactly, but the imitation of it. The sky never brightens. The sun stays somewhere behind the clouds, giving just enough light to mark the hours but none of the warmth. You can't tell the difference between dawn and noon anymore. The air tastes metallic, sharp enough that every breath feels like swallowing a blade. You pull your scarf higher, but the fabric's frozen stiff, and it scratches your face raw. The edges of your vision sting from the brightness of snow, even without sunlight. Everything's pale, sky, ground, men, tents. The world has been washed clean of colour. Every movement takes twice as long as it should. The cold makes the body forget how to obey. Hands fumble, knees creak, breath fogs into clouds that hang around you like ghosts. You see men stumble over ropes they've stepped over 100 times. Someone drops a bucket and it shatters instead of denting. The sound startles everyone for a moment. Loud, final. Then they go back to work. At the cook fires, someone tries to make stew out of dried roots and the last of the grain. The pot bubbles slowly, the liquid thick and grey. A few men stand close, waiting with bowls in hand. The smell is faint but real. Something warm, something alive. They'll share it between 10 of them, maybe more. No one complains about portions anymore. The hunger burned away anger weeks ago. What's left is acceptance, a dull kind that looks a lot like patience. The surgeon's tent stays busy. Frostbite, mostly. Fingers that went numb too long. Toes that won't bend anymore. He works with what he has. Wine to clean. Fire to heat. Knives sharp enough to do what words can't. The men who come out hold their bandaged hands like they're made of glass. They don't scream as much now. The cold steals even that. Pain loses its edge when you live inside it long enough. Somewhere near the southern lines, a man collapses mid-step. No one rushes to him at first. Everyone watches to see if he'll move on his own. When he doesn't, 2 others lift him under the arms and carry him toward the fire. His feet drag twin furrows through the snow. His face is grey. Whether he's dead or sleeping doesn't matter yet. The surgeon will decide later. The rest go back to their work. You can't stop every time someone falls. There wouldn't be enough time left in the day. The horses stand silent, heads lowered, eyes half shut. Their breath forms small clouds that drift away like sighs. Ice clings to their manes. Some still wear armour, though no one remembers why. It's too much effort to take it off and put it back on again. Their hides shiver occasionally, reflexive, useless. You pat one as you pass. Its flank feels warm under the frost, alive but fading. The animal leans into the touch for a second, then steps away. By midday, the camp smells like smoke and damp cloth. The fires finally catch, burning unevenly, spitting sparks into the air. Men crowd around them, rubbing hands, holding blades near the heat to thaw them. The air above the fires wavers, a rare sign of motion in a world otherwise frozen still. Someone jokes about how they'll melt the whole camp if they stand close enough. No one laughs, but a few smile without meaning to. Even sarcasm feels like a luxury. The officers make their rounds again, checking that no one has deserted, though where anyone will go is a mystery. The countryside's buried under snow. The nearest village is dead or empty. The enemy is behind those walls, and the rest of the world feels like a rumour. Still, the patrols walk, counting faces, making sure despair doesn't start taking legs, as well as minds. You hear one of them mutter to another, "We're guarding ghosts." The other nods, and they keep walking. The fortress stands silent across the field, its towers rimmed with ice. No smoke rises now. Maybe they've rationed wood, or maybe they're dead. You stare until your eyes water, looking for movement. Once, you think you see a figure on the wall, wrapped in a cloak, watching you. You blink, and it's gone. Maybe it was never there. Maybe they're watching you right now, thinking the same thing. Siege turns everything into a mirror. As afternoon bleeds toward another indistinct dusk, morale slips lower. Men move slower. The tasks still happen, but the energy's gone. Every voice sounds hollow. You catch snatches of conversation. Arguments about nothing, muttered prayers, the same joke told twice in the same hour, because no one remembers hearing it the first time. The sound of life reduced to habit. The captain walks past again, nodding to you. His face is pale beneath his beard, eyes sunk deep. His armour's as frozen as everyone else's. You can see his breath puffing out through the gap in his visor. He doesn't say a word, just gestures toward the wall and keeps moving. There's nothing to order anymore. The siege runs itself now, fueled by inertia. By evening, the wind rises again. It brings snow, soft at first, then thick, swirling between tents. Men curse and pull their cloaks tighter. Fires sputter. The smoke turns white, vanishing into the storm. The sound of the wind drowns everything. The hammers, the footsteps, the faint calls. The world becomes a blur of grey and movement. You can't tell where the sky ends and the ground begins. The armour grows heavier as the snow sticks to it, melting slightly from body heat, then freezing again in layers. The weight drags your shoulders down. Your breath fogs inside the helm, damp and stale. You lift the visor to see, and the cold bites your face like it's new again. You lower it. There's no winning. The day ends the same way it began, with frost clinging to steel and exhaustion clinging to bone. When night comes, no one marks it. The sky darkens, but it's hard to tell. The fires burn lower, the wind keeps howling, and men crawl back into tents that smell of smoke and wet wool. The armour comes off in stiff, slow motions, set down with care to avoid breaking what's already brittle. You peel off gloves and find the fingers pale, almost white. You rub them until the blood returns. It hurts, which means it worked. You lie down again in the same place, under the same damp cloak, beside the same men. The day feels identical to the one before it, except for the quiet knowledge that something inside you cracked a little more. Not enough to shatter, just enough to feel it. You close your eyes and listen to the wind claw at the canvas, to the creak of armour cooling beside you, to the sound of men not speaking. Morning will come again, grey and cold, with frozen metal and cracked morale waiting like old friends. And you'll rise again, because that's what men do when there's no other choice. Not from hope, not from courage, just from habit. And because the siege doesn't end, and neither do the mornings. When it finally ends, no one believes it at first. The signs are small, barely different from the countless false alarms before. A horn blows from somewhere near the southern trenches, not sharp or triumphant, just long and flat. Men pause mid-task. No one cheers. You can hear the sound of boots shifting in the snow, a ripple of uncertainty moving through the lines. The walls across the field are quiet, the towers empty, no smoke, no movement. The flags are gone. It takes hours before the realization settles in that the fortress isn't fighting anymore. Victory, they call it later. But in the moment, it doesn't look like anything. The men closest to the walls are the first to see it clearly. The gates stand open, half frozen, hinges bent. A few bodies lie in the snow near the entrance, stiff, grey, anonymous. The men who go in first don't rush. They move slow, weapons drawn, expecting a trap. There's no trap, no noise at all, just the sound of their boots echoing in courtyards that used to be full of life. They find fires long cold, food stores raided, and the smell of rot seeping from cellars. Whatever happened inside those walls happened days ago. The word spread slowly down the lines. The enemy's gone. The fortress is ours. It doesn't travel like a cheer. It travels like a question. Men repeat it to each other with disbelief in their voices, as if they need to hear it several times before it might turn true. Someone laughs. Short, sharp, almost frightened. Another spits in the snow. A few take off their helmets and stand still, not knowing what to do with their hands now that they aren't holding a weapon for a reason. When the horns sound again, this time from the command tents, they don't sound any different than they did yesterday or the day before. The same tone, the same rhythm. The sound of routine, not celebration. No one raises banners. The captain doesn't shout speeches. There's no strength left for that. You just hear the same old orders, this time pointing toward the gates instead of away from them. The march to the fortress is slow. The snow swallows each step, muffling everything. The siege engines stand silent, covered in ice. Trenches are filled with drifted powder, hiding the scars of months of work. Men walk past the places where their friends froze or fell or were buried without ceremony. No one looks down. The cold keeps the dead clean. You pass the last line of stakes, the burned field beyond, and then you're inside the place you've been staring at for so long that it feels like walking into a memory. The inside of the fortress smells worse than the camp. The air is heavy with decay and old smoke. Doors hang open. Walls are blackened from fires that burned out weeks ago. You move through halls where snow lies in piles against the stone, drifting through broken windows. The silence is the kind that hums in your ears. The few men you meet are ghosts, defenders too weak to fight, sitting against walls, eyes hollow. They don't beg. They just watch you pass, too far gone to care. You nod to them without meaning to, not out of mercy, just acknowledgement that they're still human. The storerooms are empty. The wells are frozen solid. The kitchens are full of ashes. Whatever food was left has long been eaten. Whatever life was left has already gone. The victory feels late, like arriving at a feast after the plates have been cleared. You find half a loaf turned to stone, a pot crusted with something unrecognisable, a barrel of water black with mould. Someone lifts a lid and retches. Another says it doesn't matter, that they'll clean it, boil it, make it work. Hunger doesn't care what names you give to things anymore. Outside, the rest of the army waits for news, but there's no need to report. The sight of men walking freely on the walls says enough. A few scattered cheers rise, brief and thin, the kind that die before they reach the next row. The sound doesn't spread. It feels wrong to celebrate when nothing feels different. The snow still falls, the wind still cuts, the fires still smoke. The fortress doesn't look conquered. It looks abandoned. You could almost believe no one won anything at all. The commander rides through the gate, his horse limping, the hooves clinking on frozen stone. He looks around without expression. His voice cracks when he says to take the banners down, replace them with your own. The men obey. The cloth flaps once in the wind, stiff with ice, the new colours dull against the grey sky. It's official now. Victory. The word sounds thin even in your own mind. The priests hold a small service in the courtyard. They talk about deliverance, about endurance, about God's will. Their voices echo off the walls, hollow. The men stand listening, heads bowed, but their eyes are blank. Someone coughs, another sneezes, and the echo carries longer than the prayer. When it's done, no one says Amen. The wind does that part, moving through the gate and out into the empty field beyond. Looting begins quietly, without orders. It's not greed, just reflex. Men open doors, search for blankets, tools, anything that might still be useful. They move through rooms with their helmets off, the air too stale to breathe through metal. You find things that belong to real people. A child's shoe, a comb, a half-finished letter. You put them back where you found them, because touching them feels like trespassing. In one room, a table still stands with a candle burned down to a stub. Around it sit plates with food, long spoiled, as if the meal was interrupted and never finished. You stand there a while, imagining voices, laughter, warmth. Then the wind finds its way through a crack and blows the candle over. The stub rolls across the table, leaving a smear of wax like a signature. You don't light it again. Outside, the men start hauling the dead. Both sides mixed together. There's no point sorting them now. The frozen ground makes digging impossible, so they pile the bodies near the wall, covering them with snow. Someone mumbles that they'll bury them properly in spring. Everyone knows no one will. By then, they'll be somewhere else, doing this again in another place that looks the same. That night, the campfires burn a little brighter, but not by much. The men sit close, eating what they found inside the fortress. Dried beans, a bit of flour, wine so sour it stings. They drink it anyway. Some laugh quietly. Others just stare into the flames. The talk drifts between memories and complaints, never rising to joy. It's strange how heavy victory feels when you finally touch it. You expected celebration, but what comes instead is exhaustion. The body doesn't recognize triumph as anything different from survival. You still shiver. You still ache. You still wake in the night when the wind hits the tent just right. Only the orders change. Tomorrow you'll start repairs, clean the wells, gather what can be saved. There's no rest. Victory doesn't stop the war. It just shifts it to new work. Somewhere in the distance, a horn blows again. A different tone this time. Slower. Almost mournful. Maybe it's meant as a signal of conquest. But it sounds like a funeral. Men glance up from their fires, listen for a moment, then go back to eating. The sound fades into the wind. In the days that follow, the fortress becomes just another camp. New tents rise inside the courtyard, fires smoke from the same pits. The smell of death lingers in the corners, no matter how much wood you burn. The walls that once represented victory now feel like a cage. You spend more time looking outward than inward, wondering what's next, wondering if the next siege will be warmer, shorter, kinder. You already know it won't. No one writes songs about this kind of victory. There's no glory to sing. The chroniclers will call it a triumph, but you'll remember it as another winter survived, another wall conquered too late to matter. When people at home ask what it was like, you'll tell them it was hard, because that's easier than explaining the truth. That winning and losing felt the same. The armour still freezes overnight. The wind still howls through the gaps in the stone. The men still sleep, huddled close, dreaming of food and warmth. The siege is over, but the cold doesn't know that. It stays indifferent, gnawing at whatever remains. You tell yourself it's better this way. You have the fortress. You're alive. That should mean something. But it doesn't. It feels like waking from a long sickness, only to find the world unchanged. The flags may have switched colours, but the sky stayed grey. The victory that was supposed to make everything different turns out to be just another morning in the same endless cold. So you keep moving, because there's nothing else to do. You walk the walls, you check the gates, you listen to the creak of ice on stone. The men below light fires and huddle together, their laughter faint, forced. The fortress belongs to you now, but the silence inside it refuses to obey. You realise the truth quietly without bitterness. The only thing this victory has conquered is time. It bought you another winter. Nothing more. And as night falls again, you lie down under the same worn cloak, armour still cold beside you, and listen to the wind circle through the empty corridors of your new prize. It sounds the same as it did outside. Low, endless, indifferent. The war hasn't ended. It's only paused long enough for you to feel how little winning changes the world. When the siege ended and the snow finally melted, the world didn't remember the men who lived through it. It remembered the victory, the banners, the names of commanders who rode in at the end. The records wrote about courage, strategy, endurance. They didn't write about cold fingers fumbling at buckles, or the smell of mould in tents, or the sound of a man coughing himself awake. They didn't write about the small hours before dawn, when no one dared to speak, because words might break the fragile truce between exhaustion and survival. The chronicles spoke of knights, not men. They polished the image until it gleamed again. Armour shining, banners snapping in clean air, horses snorting steam like dragons. The stories forgot the mud that clung to every greave, the frost that cracked every strap, the rats that ran between sleeping bodies in search of warmth. They forgot that half the army slept sitting up, because lying down meant freezing faster. They forgot that victory had smelled like smoke, rot, and silence. The men who came home didn't talk much. When they did, no one wanted to listen. People preferred the cleaner version. The brave knight, the loyal squire, the noble siege that brought glory to the realm. They wanted parades, not truth. And so, the truth stayed behind with the snow, buried under it like everything else. The men learned quickly that silence earns more respect than honesty. When someone asked what it was like, they said, "Cold?" It was the only word that fit everything without explaining anything. Years passed, and the frost inside their bones never quite left. Old soldiers would wake in summer and feel it again. The ache in the joints, the tightness in the chest, the memory of air so thin and sharp it cut to breathe. They'd sit near fires longer than necessary, rubbing their hands, staring at the flames without seeing them. Their families said they were growing absent, distant, haunted, but they weren't haunted by ghosts. They were haunted by temperature, by silence, by the knowledge that a man can get used to almost anything if you give him no other choice. The armour that once clung to them, like a second skin, rusted in corners of barns and sheds. The leather stiffened, the metal dulled. Children played with the helmets, too big for their heads, pretending to be heroes from the stories. Their fathers didn't correct them. It was easier that way. Let the next generation believe the cold had been clean, the hunger noble, the waiting glorious. The truth had done its work already. It didn't need retelling. The priest preached about endurance and divine reward, but no one ever mentioned what faith looked like when your lips froze to the prayer itself. They didn't say that faith could turn numb, that belief could become a reflex rather than conviction. In the camps, men prayed not for victory but for warmth, and sometimes that was enough. In the years after, when the world turned green again, that same reflex stayed. Men still muttered half-formed prayers on cold nights, not because they believed, but because the habit had become a part of how they stayed alive. The siege lived on in small ways. Scars that turned white in winter. Fingers that never bent right again. The way a man flinched when he heard the wind hit canvas, even if he was standing inside a solid house. A smell of smoke that could make him stop mid-sentence. None of it made it into the songs. History doesn't like things it can't simplify. The cold was too complicated to fit into a verse. Travellers passing the old battlefield years later said they could still feel the chill in the air, even in spring. They'd find broken arrowheads in the dirt, pieces of armour, horseshoes half swallowed by the ground. sometimes bones. The earth didn't bury them properly. It just covered them enough to keep them from view. Locals called it cursed land, though no one could say why. Maybe the soil remembered what the men wanted to forget. Maybe the frost had sunk too deep to ever leave. In taverns, storytellers spoke of the siege like a fable. They told of brave knights holding the line through endless winter, of loyalty stronger than steel, of the glorious storming of the fortress. The listeners nodded, satisfied. No one wanted to hear about the men who froze sitting upright, or the ones who starved so slowly it barely looked like dying. The myth was easier. It made sense. It sold drinks. The real survivors blended into the crowds. Some went back to their villages. Some took service under new lords. Some never stopped wandering. A few couldn't bear walls anymore. They slept outside even in good weather, preferring open sky to roofs that reminded them of tents. They called it habit, but it was something deeper. A refusal to trust warmth, as if it were a trick that might vanish at any moment. When people spoke of them later, they used words like brave and steadfast. The truth was simpler. They were stubborn. Too stubborn to die when the cold said die. Too stubborn to admit that the siege had stolen parts of them they'd never get back. They carried the frost inside their blood like a secret no one could thaw. The fortress they captured eventually fell again, this time to neglect. No army came for it. It just rotted from within. Stones loosened, roofs caved, moss crept up the walls. The banners rotted into threads. Travellers used its halls for shelter, lighting fires against the same walls where men had once died trying to get in. The wind still moved through the cracks, making that same low, unending sound. Those who slept there said the air was colder than outside, as if the place refused to forget. In time, poets began calling it the fortress of the endless winter. They liked the sound of it, though none of them knew what the cold had really felt like. They said it was haunted by the souls of knights who refused to rest. The villagers nearby said the wind there carried voices. Both were right in their own ways. The wind did carry voices, echoes of groans, the creak of armour, the whinny of distant horses. But it wasn't ghosts. It was memory, trapped in the shape of sound, looping endlessly through stone that had learned what suffering felt like. When snow fell there now, it landed softly, like it had been falling forever. It didn't blanket the ruins. It revealed them. Every outline sharp, every shadow deep. The world didn't remember the names of the men who had slept, fought and frozen there, but the snow did. It knew the shape of their absence. The cold didn't leave them even in death. It lived on in the stories told around fires centuries later, tales of noble hardship and icy valour. No one mentioned that the men had been scared, hungry, miserable, that they'd spent more nights praying for warmth than victory, that when the fortress fell, they hadn't felt joy, only relief that the waiting was over. In the end, the nights became myth because the truth was too ordinary, too human. History needed heroes, not men who shivered through endless nights wondering if they'd wake. So the stories changed. The cold became courage. The hunger became faith. The silence became discipline. And the real men disappeared beneath it all, buried not by snow, but by words. But sometimes, in the dead of winter, when the wind moves through the old ruins just right, it sounds almost like breathing. Slow, steady, patient. The kind of sound a man makes when he's trying not to shiver. The people who live nearby say it's the ghosts of those forgotten nights keeping watch, guarding a victory no one remembers. Maybe that's true. Or maybe it's just a chill that never left. The memory of a winter so deep it froze itself into the bones of the world, where even the warmest fires burn a little colder, and no one sleeping beneath the stars ever feels quite alone.